Hank.
Oh, might help if I didn't mute. Well, welcome back to another panel of another live on my channel with guests of the Welsh News team. Hope everybody's having a good evening so far.
Yeah, not too bad, thanks.
I'm in a strange mood. I'm even being nice to Shuggy.
Oh crap!
What the hell? Who did you kill?
Fuck
I
off,
don't
Jim.
know. I'm just
They
hoping it goes away soon.
Well, I still have my summer cold.
You want what to go away soon? Being nice to Sugary or the weird mood?
Both? I
He
think it's
slept last
unnerving
night.
Shuggy as much as it is me.
What?
Hey, Tesla.
Yeah, let's see who all we got in the chats already. We got Art. We got Glober Mom, Mrs. Tom, Gia, Corky's in a van, Miss Ellie, Sumi, Sue Bear, Linux Guy, Debbie Edwards, Jammin' Jet, Gary1111, Debbie Edwards, Steve Miller, Tad Gibson, Justin B, Stevie, Miss Mandy 777, Laura Marie, Cracker Rob, Gramp Z, Warren, we're gonna slaughter this one, but Emagma Mag, Period, Venus Blay, Zero Lipschitz, Tawny, the supernatural necessary BS detector, Fallon Mullins, Kevin 1, Abby Pollen, Freeside 19X, Red Jonic, Lisa Alcazar, Bellahue, Flagman Dan, Bell Rodden, Linda Jackrabbit Lambright, David Lee, Pat Gallagher, Rose, this one I'm probably going to slaughter, but I'll give it a shot. Bonnet, Branja. I'm not even going to try on the last part of that one. Sorry. Trinity McIntyre. Soft sits and frauds are stupid. Simon Ross. And I think I got everybody. If I missed you, I apologize. And there's David Lee. Welcome, everybody. And hopefully, you got an entertaining show in store for you.
Like to think so.
Once we got the 10 minutes out of the way, we'll be covering Chille's live from last night to get started with.
Did you do a dumb again?
Oh yes,
It's Chille.
in so many ways.
And he postponed his announcement of his new lawsuit. Changed it from this morning till tomorrow morning. Probably
That could
the
be
courts
because
were closed.
yeah, someone pointed it out to him.
Well, he can't spell.
No,
Well, we know that.
the 19th happens to be a federal holiday, therefore the courts are closed.
Yeah.
But the most important thing is, did Hank get his mail?
Yes, I did.
Were they any good?
Yes.
Excellent.
Oh, so Chille's not going live tonight?
He might, but he doesn't announce it.
I thought he had one announced earlier.
He
I
did.
didn't see one.
It's the one that's he moved the one from this morning till this evening, and it looks now that he rescheduled it for tomorrow morning. So he's been jumping that one around quite a bit.
Huh.
Because earlier
No,
today it was
now it's
9
just
o'clock
gone.
tonight. Oh, it is?
Uh-huh.
Well, no, I see it. It's tomorrow morning, 9 a.m.
Go
Police
look on his
protection against.
page.
Well, I've got a direct link here, and it's still up.
Yeah, if you go to his actual page.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not there. Yeah, it's not there.
But it's there when you do a search for delete laws. It comes right up.
Hmm. Maybe he has just installed it so many times YouTube says, fuck it, we're just not going to show it.
And he finally corrected the spelling of suing, but he got the acronym for the Police Protection Association wrong again. He's got it as LVPAA when it's LVPPA. It's always something.
Does it surprise you that Chille can't hold his PP?
Has he
then that's
finally realised yet those are not the people he appeals to?
No, he hasn't.
Of course not. But that's a premiere, not a live, right?
Yeah, that's a premiere tomorrow morning. And, he'll say like 3 different things he's going to sue in this live. So it could be one of the 3, it could be none of the 3.
The premiere's still there, but the live has gone.
We won't know until he grifts for the $400 and whatever dollars it is to file.
That seems a very odd time to grift for it.
Yeah, well, or is he going to use the mystery money that he paid for his lawyer out of after fundraising for that wheelchair for a few weeks? it's kind of odd that he can't afford to do anything else without fundraising, but he came up with $2,000 for a lawyer without having to fundraise for it.
Well, that was weird because he had put up a post on his page last week that the fundraising was successful. Then he took it down after an hour. So I'm assuming that was the fundraising he was doing for his own lawyer.
That he never did do any fundraising for his own lawyer.
Or he did it privately. Because he's been talking about approaching people from his past to fund the wheelchair. And he's back in touch with a bunch of people.
Except for the one that told him to fuck off.
Yeah, except for that one. But let's face it, if Chille had called you and asked you for money, what would your first instinct be?
Laugh in his face.
Not only no, but hell no. Fuck no.
Run away.
And hey, he's up to 167,000 subscribers. That's up from 165 yesterday.
Well, I'm at 815 subscribers.
But
Yay,
you're not
yay.
paying for him.
Awesome.
Yay.
Jim, when's his premiere on Delete Doors?
2 o'clock.
Yeah, 9 a.m. Eastern
2
tomorrow.
o'clock.
Okay, so yeah, he's got it on clips as well.
Yep.
Hey, Pope Phil and Verbose.
The best bit is the guy he contacted was one of the guys who'd lost a fortune on his Coded Friends venture.
Well, that's right.
Coded
Coded Friends was a failure then, too.
Yeah. Remains a failure to this day every time it's brought up.
Logo Wraith says, I'm subscribed. Is you? Okay, so are we ready to begin?
Let's go. Let's go.
Roll that beautiful bean footage.
Okie dokie, pokey smoky. What's going on out there in the land of YouTube? How is everybody today? I say that right now, what's going on in the land of YouTube, because I don't know how much longer I'm going to be able to say that. I don't trust this company at all. Do you? Do me a favor. Can everybody just drop that on the chat right now? Put OTVO, which stands for Overturn Terry versus Ohio. It's got to go. Terry versus Ohio has got to go. And then do me a favor. Just take a second, take your finger, reach down, hit the like button. It means a lot. It's weird, right? That I got to ask you to push a button for my existence. But it's a small request, and I would appreciate if you guys would just real quick hit the like button, just a little tap, tappy. Look, and then what's really strange, if you look to the right of your screen,
Be sure to hit that like button.
Right? You've never seen it before.
Yep, and feel free to put an FYC in the chat in place of the OTVO.
And Chille, people hitting the like button ain't gonna save your ass, bitch. You made me do paperwork.
On YouTube's, that's where YouTube has completely copied TikTok. They've completely copied TikTok. And if you lean over to the right, you hit that heart button, a bunch of other ones will come up, like a party emoji, a laughy emoji. And what you can do is you can take your finger, you can just tap on that emoji as many times as you want, and a bunch of hearts will come onto the page. So how's everybody doing today? It's nice to see everybody. Happy Father's Day to all of the fathers out there. Happy Father's Day to all of the fathers out there. And who do we got in the room today? What is going on? Citizens Broadcast. Jeff hates pigs. Jeff hates pigs. Jeff hates pigs. So I wish you could see this. On the right here, it says Walco Act 1983. Walco Act 1983. Walco Act 1983. And this is going to be our guest. He is a justice warrior out of Mississippi. This man has got cojones. I'm talking huevos. Grande huevos allá, señor. Gracias para tú. So I'm so happy for this man that he's...
Please stop doing that to the Spanish language. Just please stop. On behalf of everybody who speaks Spanish, stop doing that.
But
no.
thank for showing us that you enjoy cupping balls.
Able to stand in the face of adversity and sit there and just spit. Just
Stand in the face of adversity and just sit there.
We said and spit.
Spitters are quitters.
Spit the truth to these Rankin County piggies. I mean, what you're going to see today, and I released a video this morning, and just so you know, and Colin over there at DLZ Clips, make sure you get over there to DLZ Clips and subscribe to that channel. It is so good. He's doing so well over there. This man is working his booty off. You have absolutely no idea. And so what I want to do right now, I'm going to show you guys a video, but before I do, I want to show you Waltco's act. Waltco Act 1983. I want to share his page with you because this is our special guest today. This is the man I'm having coming on. So I would like everybody to get over to his page and subscribe to his page. This man needs support. Your story's not going to go in the dark, brother. The death of all these men is not going to go unreported and uncovered. We are going to hunt you pigs down and get your ass fired and then get your ass prosecuted. That's what's going to happen. And if I have to drive my happy ass to Mississippi, I'll do it. Ironton, Ohio called me and I showed up and everything's different now. Everybody's aware that the cops are pigs. Everybody's aware. It's no longer a hush-hush secret. Before I went to Ironton, they would say, the cops will take the phone right out of my hands. That's not happening anymore in Ironton, Ohio.
No, they didn't. They never said
Yeah.
that.
And they're not going to take the phone out of your hand because your chicken ass is afraid to go back to Ironton, you fucking little chicken shit.
I can't think why he won't go back to Ironton.
Not a warrant, perchance.
Because he has no huevos?
When you see a cop, the camera comes out. The moment you see a copper, boom, let's do it right now together. Open up my phone real quick. Oh, see there, my fingers are fumbling because too many people are watching. My hands start to get nervous because there's so many people watching. I'm nervous. Pull your phone out of your pocket right now and open up your camera app. There it is. Boom. I'm filming you, copper. This is my First Amendment right to film you. I will be filming this interaction.
Due
Practice
to
now,
the
right
fake
now. When you're here.
damage. So is it because of the fake damage, or he's nervous, or is it because he was exercising too much?
Because he had DTs.
Or that too.
Well, on the good news, it seemed like his pinky was working just fine.
It always has. From the look of it, anyway.
Let's take a look at Walt's page, and let me just show you how much freedom fighting he's doing. That way, if I start and stop a video and I'm bloviating, blah, 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 then you can just go over to his page and watch all the videos yourself. So there's his page right there. I mean, right now, this guy's only at 1.11 thousand subscribers. This guy should have 20,000 subscribers. This guy's a freedom fighter, and we're going to hear all from him today. This is going to be the Waltco Act 1983. This is going to be his show today. And what I want to do right now is I want to show you guys why I'm bringing him on, because Walt is not the only one who's on top of this game. There's a few other people on this game. And so if you take a look at Walt's, at his profile, you'll see here. So he has right here all these videos. Oh, MBI protects Mississippi killer racist cops. Well, that's true. There's killer racist cops, but there's killer cops all over the place. And so MBI is a lot like BCI. And what do we know about BCI? Put a 1 in the chats if you know James Sheets was murdered by the Youngstown cop named Tommy Shinneman, and that BCI, the same as MBI right here, the same thing.
No, he wasn't.
Nope.
You've shown a video and shown it and shown it and shown it. That it makes it blatantly obvious he wasn't murdered.
Pretty much.
Chille, you're the reason we know he wasn't murdered.
The same thing, Walt. I found the cops murdered this guy in Ohio, in Youngstown, Ohio, and he's saying MBI protects cops. Are those the super cops of Mississippi? They sure are. And they're protecting the bad piggies in Walt's Rankin County Sheriff's Department that's ran by Piggy Brian Bailey. Brian Bailey's the top pig there. Brian, I'm going to stop. I'm going to let Walt explain this because this is not my area of expertise. This is his. And so I'm going to let him explain it to you. But before I bring him on, what I want to do is I want to pull up the video. So you guys can see it. Because remember, if you don't have a video, it didn't happen. Do you got a video? People send me emails and texts. Chille, can you help me? Chille, can you help me? Chille, can you help me? I can't help you if you didn't say, I'm filming you, copper. Everything's on video. If you don't have one of these, pass by me as far as me being able to help you. Because it's between slim and none that I can help you. Because you got a Karen or a Kevin Judge. I cannot help you unless you got one of these. And then people will be like, oh, I was just too nervous. I kept the phone down here. Why? This is your right. You're afraid of your rights? You scared? You scared to use your rights? In Ironton, Ohio, before I got there, cops were taking the phone out of people's hands and erasing those videos. Since I went to Ironton, Ohio, Bradley Spoljarek is under criminal indictment for being a drug dealer. Jonathan Spoljarek has resigned in disgust because he did indeed statutorily rape a young girl. And I know that for a fact. If I didn't, then Jonathan Spoljarek would have sued me now. Jonathan Spoljarek is a statutory rapist. Jonathan Spoljarek is a groomer. Jonathan Spoljarek groomed and raped a high school girl in Ironton, Ohio. Jonathan Spoljarek, sue me. You can't, bro. It's not defamation. It's true. I don't.
What?
I thought Jonathan Spojeric is the one that was already had plans for resigning from the sheriff's department before Chille even showed up.
Mm-hmm. Chille has an issue with him and keeps saying that he was sleeping with high school kids.
And has this been proven?
Nope.
So he is defaming him.
Yep.
Double dog dare you, Jonathan, you rapist. I double dog dare you. Sue me. You can't, bro. I got you, you son of a... Okay, Pam
You
Wagner,
have
when I got there the
nothing.
very first day,
You have nothing worth suing over. Unless Spujeric can get one of your sugar daddies in the mix, then it's not worth doing.
I told her, I'm here to sue your ass. Pam Wagner has since retired early. Of course. You put the pressure on these pigs and they pop like big.
What the hell? Pam Wagner hasn't retired early.
Oh, she retired on time. She was planning on doing it before.
Been planning on doing it for quite some time. Way before Chille went there.
Bacon. It's great. It's absolutely great. I just can't stand it. I just can't stand it. I can't stand that pigs in our country are getting away with the things that they're getting away with. Just cannot stand it. So I'm going to show you this video. I'm going to try not to bloviate because I want to bring on Walt as soon as I can for him to really break down what's
learned a
happening
new
there in
word.
Mississippi. This is absolutely disgusting. And just so you know, I saw this last night, Walt. I
But
got
he
Walt
thinks
Walt's in the back room.
bloviating is a good thing.
He obviously learned how to, at least what the word in general means, and that's why he is using it repeatedly.
No, he hasn't. He really hasn't.
I know he's using it as thinking that it's a good thing.
Right now in the studio ready to come on. So Walt, I saw this. I saw your whole thing last night. The video I created, I had been fasting for 29 hours. I had gone to the gym, worked out. I was completely spent. I audited a traffic stop last night to make sure that the piggies didn't abuse the guy who was going to be arrested for DUI. And a shout out to that copper who acted totally calm, totally cool. We do have to recognize that there are some individuals within the Death Star who have tried to remain true to their principles of being good. Now, in front of me yesterday on video, the copper who I was pissed. I was pissed at that guy for drunk driving. Head-on collision. I was pissed. I felt my own blood. I wanted to reach over and smack the taste out of that guy's mouth.
No, you did not.
You wanted
kept
to
advising him to call a lawyer and say nothing.
Yep.
Yeah.
But the copper pulled up and he was cool as a cucumber, so I do appreciate that. So let me just tell you, 29 hours of fasting, did an audit after that, dying of calories, got home and I saw Walt's channel. And I saw what he was putting together over there. And I saw that he only had 1,000 subscribers while he's a freedom fighter. Everybody get over to his channel and subscribe. I'm going to bring him on in a second. But first, I want to show you, this is 5 or 10 minutes. This is a preview of why I'm bringing on the Justice Warrior. This man is a Justice Warrior. Walt Co. Act 1983. Sorry, the Walt Co. Act 1983. Go over there, Walt Company Act 1983. Sorry you can't see it because it's behind the icon. But I want to show you exactly why I brought this man on. This man over here, Hunter Elward. Hunter, my brother, I'll probably see you in real life, bro. I'm not going to tolerate what you're doing, you murderer. You scumbag, you pig. I'm not going to tolerate it, bro. Not on my watch. Things are changing around this country, partner, and you're marked. We're going to catch you on camera. We're going to get you prosecuted, and you're going to go to jail, bro. You're going to go to jail. All right. So without further ado, let me show you the video of why I brought on Walt Co. This is really disgusting. This is really disgusting. So I want you guys to watch this and enjoy, I guess is the wrong word. Get ready. Strap your seatbelt up because this is absolutely disgusting.
Authorities in Rankin County face a civil rights lawsuit in federal court.
Well, this morning's filing alleges that Rankin County deputies, they beat and tortured 2 black men back in January. 12 News' Richard Lake has more on the filing and the allegations it contains.
A lawsuit filed on behalf of Michael Corey Jenkins and Eddie Terrell Parker seeks $400 million in damages for alleged abuse by Rankin County deputies. The 14-count suit goes into detail about the alleged misconduct on the night of January 24th in the town of Braxton. That's where Jenkins was shot in his mouth, suffering near fatal injuries.
Sexual assault, waterboarding, tasered while handcuffed, beating while handcuffed, constitutional violation after constitutional violation.
Rankin County deputies Hunter Elward, Brett McAlpin, and Christian Deadman are among the 6 named in the lawsuit. The other 3 deputies,
Deadman, Christian Deadman,
have not yet been named. Rankin County Sheriff Brian Bailey is listed as well.
Sheriff Brian Bailey acted negligently. Bailey acted.
Jose de Castro. He's a communist. See, Americans, you shouldn't be supporting him. Delete Laws is a communist. He has the same name.
Carelessly, Bailey was reckless with deliberate indifference to the safety and constitutional rights of the plaintiffs.
The Rankin County Sheriff's Office did not reply when asked for comment. Shabazz is also urging Attorney General Lynn Fitch to prosecute the officers involved.
You don't have much of a choice.
So why does she need to be encouraged? Lynn Fitz, why do you need encouragement? Don't you follow the law?
But to prosecute Elwood, McAlpin, Dedman, and these 6 officers.
The Department of Public Safety has its own investigation of the allegations. That probe remains open. So is a separate investigation by the U.S. Department of Justice.
Which so far has done diddly bupkis for hardly anybody.
Reporting in Jackson, Richard Lake, 12 News.
January 24th.
This is Waltco right here, guys.
3 days before the videotapes were released of Tyree Nichols' meeting. Special unit to kill Tyree Nichols is called the Scorpion Unit.
I love it. I love this image right here. It's so true. 1704 South Carolina slave catchers are invented to round up black people who wanted liberty. That's a fact.
Just Tennessee. Well, in Rankin County, Mississippi, the Sheriff's Deputy Squad there, not sure what it's called. Let's call it the Death Squad. But I can go back to 2019 when they put over 100 bullets in Pierre Woods, killing him, of course. Well, in 2022, we've got Damian Cameron, when he died in police custody after having his neck nailed on for over 15 minutes, tased numerous times, beat the ever-living shit out of him. Hunter Elwood had the nerve to ask Monica Cameron what kind of medical conditions Damian Cameron had. The official report was that he collapsed while fleeing from police. Now, that report differed from the Mississippi Bureau of Investigation's report. So the Sheriff's Department and the Mississippi Bureau of Investigation, they couldn't get their story straight. But Monica Cameron and Damian Cameron's grandparents could. And what an awful death it was.
In fact, that lawsuit accuses the Sheriff's Department of refusing to turn over public records involving...
Read the top of that. They can't get the body cam. Everybody knows my email is can'tgetbodycam@gmail.com. There it is.
several investigations dealing with deputies and persons who died in custody. A battle brewing here.
Hey, Chille, you keep saying that you can't get body camera, but you keep showing body camera. Huh? Which one is it? You can't get it, or you can always get it?
And I'm sure both you and your Justice Warrior friend, of course, got permission to show this news station's copyrighted material, and you're not using fair use, you know, in the same way you bitch at everyone else for fucking doing to you. Just asking.
Do as I say.
You're strong in this one.
Do as I say, not as I do.
Over access to records and when and how the public should see them.
For all you Democrats and Republicans, two wings of the same bird. Check the legislation in Mississippi. Who gave the Mississippi pigs the right to manage the body cam? Democrats and Republicans joined together to vote for that.
Justice. I want justice. Them to be charged with what they done to my son.
Monica Lee and Cornelius Cameron say they still know very little, almost a year after Damian Cameron died after being arrested by Rankin County deputies. They admit Cameron ran when deputies came to question him. He was tased twice.
The whole time they had him down on the floor. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. And the second officer came in and fell on his neck. I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
Cameron's case is one of four being investigated by a publication that wanted incident reports and records pertaining to suspect deaths involving the Rankin County Sheriff's Department. According to the lawsuit, the agency...
I'm not sure if you caught that. Let me just run it back for the lame streamline reporter, but he's doing a good job here. Listen carefully. I'll stop it again when he says it.
Four being investigated by a publication that wanted incident reports and records pertaining to suspect deaths.
Pertaining to suspect deaths. More than one. Multiple deaths in Rankin County. They're murdering people there.
Yeah, dumbass. He said 4. He even gave you a number. If you'd shut up instead of doing your lamestream media bit whilst quoting the lamestream media.
The Rankin County Sheriff's Department. According to the lawsuit,
Dan.
the agency denied 3 of...
Hank, is there any way that can be slowed down for just a little bit while this is talking? So many people in the chat aren't able to understand it.
Okay.
Thank
Damn
you.
deaf people.
of those record requests because they are still under investigation.
Who denied it? You're Democrat and you're Republican who work together. Two wings of the same bird. Stop voting for Democrats and Republicans. You're not throwing away your vote. You're throwing away your future.
The law is so clear that incident reports are public records.
The Mississippi Center for Justice claims law enforcement agencies cannot withhold incident reports.
Before you stop voting for Republican, Democrat, first you have to have viable candidates to replace said parties. Or else you're going to have nobody being voted on. Not going to work, Chille.
reports, even if the cases are under investigation.
The public records exception for investigative records is so broad. So law enforcement agencies in Mississippi have lots of discretion to choose to be opaque.
They did the same thing in Youngstown, Ohio. And when I went there, I got the records. And we saw that James Sheets was murdered by Tommy Shinneman.
Rather than transparent. So they can cite investigative records for lots of things. Sometimes they just...
Yeah, your little expose you did with the body camera of James Sheets' death did not show a damn thing that you... No matter how many times you want to slow down the video and give your own narrative of what's going on. Sorry.
Get carried away.
The Rankin County Sheriff's Department is going to fight this lawsuit vigorously.
Captain Paul Hawley with the Rankin County Sheriff's Department says the legal challenge is without merit.
Scumbag.
We can, by law, release those records. We certainly do it. We have no problem being as transparent as possible.
We have no problem being as transparent as possible.
But we want to wait until the law allows it.
Legal analyst Matt Staff without merit.
As transparent as possible.
How come this guy's got two black eyes? He's got two black eyes. That's a black eye, and that's a black eye. Why does he have two black eyes? Meth? I don't know what he's doing. Why does he have two black eyes? Look at him.
Does meth give you two black eyes?
He doesn't have two black eyes.
Those look like the marks from glasses.
Either the marks from glasses or the marks from a long time without sleep and stress.
Oh, black eyes.
Oh, really? You have no problem being as transparent as possible? Then release the video and let us be the judges.
But we want to wait until the law allows
did
it.
you not
Legal
listen to
analyst.
him that it's not legal for them to release the video of a case that's under investigation, Chille? It's not up to them to release it. It's the investigating parties, which is not the local police department.
And ongoing investigations, you usually get told no.
Yep.
That's why they won't give us the body cam from Chille for Apple Valley.
Who made the law? You're Democrat and you're Republican. Who you're like, I'm a Republican. I'm a Democrat.
As Matt Staffy says, there are
Also, really? Does anyone remember the last time the Democrats were in charge in Mississippi?
I don't know. I don't pay attention to Mississippi.
Probably about the same time the Democrats were last in charge in Texas.
Been a while.
are exceptions where law enforcement can withhold records.
Even if it's a privilege due to an investigation, that privilege would be temporary and would not be could not extend indefinitely.
Holly says those cases, including the one involving Damian Cameron, were handed over to MBI. They are currently investigating.
MBI. We know our friend Walt has got a video that we're going to watch that says MBI is in it with them, that it's cops investigating cops. MBI, a lot like BCI in Ohio. Same thing.
I reached out to MBI today, hoping for a comment, certainly on Damian Cameron's case, who's now approaching the one-year anniversary of his death. I was told simply that that case is still open. Live in Brandon, Scott Simmons, 16.
Cops will investigate cops and find no evidence.
WAPT News.
Wait, let me get this straight. So for the crime of dating a white girl in Mississippi, 6 cops without a warrant broke into Michael Jenkins' home, detained him and his roommate, beat them within an inch of their life, waterboarded them, pelted them with eggs, raped them with sex toys, and then tased them, and then finally shot one in the mouth. Wait, hold on. I didn't even get that right. Before they shot Michael Jenkins in the mouth and then claimed that he had a gun while he was handcuffed, they actually took turns using each other's tasers to see which one was stronger. Like that, all that in under 2 hours, and all the cops still have their jobs. The racist douchebag running that Hick squad of a police unit, by the way, is named Brian Bailey. And he's actually currently under litigation right now for a wrongful death lawsuit in 2019. So all this shit is not new to him.
Shabazz is also. Let me show you guys something real
for
quick.
Wrongful death lawsuit.
You want to see a community?
And you're just accepting some, what? TikTokers?
Yeah. If the allegations are true, something needs to be done about it, but got to have a little bit more than a statement to believe it's true.
Some guy on TikTok said it's true, so therefore it's true.
Well, TikTok said Chille's racist. Oh, well, that checks.
Community, look down here at the bottom. Dan Fizzle, who's a member of this channel right there. UGD thugs, Dan Fizzle, freedom fighting from the seats over there.
In 2019, so all this shit is not new to him.
Shabazz is also urging Attorney General Lynn Fitch to prosecute the officers involved.
You don't have much of a choice but to prosecute Elwood, McAlpin, Dedman, and these 6 officers.
The Department of Public Safety has its own investigation of the allegations. That probe remains open. So is a separate investigation by the U.S. Department of Justice.
I want you to really think about how fucked up our justice system is right now. So 6 police officers turned off their body cams to torture 2 men that were handcuffed. One guy got shot clean in the mouth from cheek to cheek, and nothing's going to happen to these 6 officers. Like, not a damn thing. Like, it's up to the DA to figure out if they want to press charges, and she'll be like, meh, I like these guys, fuck it. And the only thing you can do is sue, of which you and I cover the bill for that. Like, these guys still keep their jobs. This guy, Hunter Elword, has actually been called a serial killer on TikTok before.
From Pierre Woods all the way up to January of this year, when Rankin County deputies, 6 of them, raided a home without warrants and tortured and tased, they turned the body cams off before they went in. Turned them on hours later. They don't have their body cams on for any of these incidents. They've got body cams, but they just turn them off for these incidents, but they're killing people. Hunter Elword, Rankin County Sheriff's Deputy, Hunter Elword is a serial killer. A serial killer. And he has a job today. 2.5 weeks after the police beat Tyree Nichols to death, and 3 days before they released video footage of that beating, Rankin County, Mississippi has their own death squad with at least 1 serial killer on board. Rankin County, Mississippi deputies turned their body cams off, went to a home without a warrant, went into the home and beat, tortured, tased, waterboarded with milk while they said, I can't breathe, threatening their life. 90 minutes straight of no body cam footage. During this beating, during this torture, one of the deputies, Hunter Elword, put the gun in the mouth of Michael Corey Jenkins, pulled the trigger. Michael Corey Jenkins survived. Because Michael Corey Jenkins survived, we know his statements were identical to the statements of the other man that was beaten nearly to death. Michael Corey Jenkins and Eddie Parker, before entering this home, it's been confirmed that they turned their body cams off.
You should be fired.
They turned their body cams on after the incident. But for 90 minutes, here's some things we know happened. We know that a Rankin County deputy, most likely Hunter Elword, because he's the one who says that Michael Corey Jenkins pointed a gun at him. No gun recovered there. Interesting pattern. Regardless.
How many times did the cops say that he went for my gun or there was a gun and then there's no video of him going for the gun and there's no gun? Put a 1 in the chat if you've heard that 10,000 times.
How would somebody come up with somebody putting a gun in someone's mouth? Well, because he ended up pulling the trigger. And then it turns out that in the 2019 incident, in a testimony to court, Carvin Johnson testified that a Rankin County deputy during a torture session put the gun in his mouth.
Oh, so that's called a pattern and practice.
Really?
Okay. I hear a lot of claims. They're very disturbing claims. If there's any evidence to show any of what the claims are saying, there's definitely needs to be an investigation, but right now we're just hearing statements.
And by the way, would it surprise you, Hank, to know that there is an investigation?
Oh, I'm sure there is.
Being conducted by the FBI. There's actually a proper investigation. And, you know, not like these people would have any possible reason to lie. I mean, it's not like they're suing for $400 million. Not saying they are lying, but $400 million is a pretty good reason to lie.
I agree.
Get familiar with those two things, pattern and practice. That goes in the lawsuit.
Speaking of Hunter Elword, He's the same cop that nailed on the neck of Damian Cameron.
Oh, kneeled on the neck. We've heard that before. Where did we hear that before? Anybody know the answer? Can you tell me in the comments? Where did we hear that about cops kneeling on people's necks?
For over 15 minutes. Tased him numerous times. Did this in front of his mama. His mom wasn't allowed to give him water while he was begging for his life. So with Carvis Johnson, oh, and there's other people, Pierre Woods, many people before, there's a whole string of deaths. But then right here this year, in January, same month as Tyree Nichols, in Rankin County, 6 deputies go into the home. They waterboarded them with milk, trying to get them to admit to where the drugs were, that the drugs weren't there, trying to get them to admit where the money was, that the money wasn't there. So they were going to beat a confession out of them.
Wait. They waterboarded them with milk.
They milk boarded them.
Okay, press X to doubt on the grounds of, does this idiot have any idea of just the sheer amount of fluid is required to waterboard somebody? A fucking carton of milk is not going to do this job.
No. You need the whole dairy section of a grocery store.
And when they couldn't do it, they put the gun in the mouth and pulled the trigger. All this time, justice for Tyree Nichols, justice for Tyree Nichols. I want justice for Tyree Nichols just as much as the next guy. But we can't ignore that the police are killing us every day. And in Rankin County, Mississippi, outside the courthouse police station, there's a statue of a Confederate soldier standing there to remind the people of Rankin County, Mississippi, how things go. Justice for Damian Cameron. Justice for Michael Corey Jenkins.
Really? Fuck you. That was just the most pathetic attempt to play the race card I've ever seen. So what? There's a fucking statue. And the police have anything to do with this statue because they get to decide this statue's future? Somehow I doubt it.
Justice for many more. Rasheem Carter. There's a genocide going on in Mississippi. There's an assault on Black life. And we've got to turn it the other way. We've got to put a stop to it.
Okay.
So let me bring on my guest now. How are you?
I don't know why they want to flower up the statement with using the word genocide in there. Yeah, the number of deaths that y'all are talking about doesn't even come close to genocide.
From what I understand, they're talking about between 4 and 6 deaths over a 20-odd year period.
Which is definitely needs something that should be investigated if there's question of guilt or innocence or whatnot, but not helping by doesn't help the matter by exaggerating things and calling it genocide.
It doesn't even come close to genocide numbers.
Hey, Kerry T.
And so far, yeah, zero proof. Maybe the Justice Warrior is going to give somebody.
Walt, what do you prefer to be called? And it's so nice to meet a freedom fighter.
Hey, Chille, this is Walt, ready to talk. Walt's great. God, I've got so much to say, mainly there because that was from 3 months ago, and gosh, have I learned more. You know, I just wanted to correct things or upgrade them there. Man, first of all, let me say, I live in Arkansas. I'd probably be dead right now if I lived in Mississippi. We're having we're having a press conference later on this week there,
in
announce
Mississippi to talk about this.
Yeah, to talk about justice for Damian Cameron and to talk about Hunter Elward and shutting it down. We're kind of like the fire under the DOJ a bit, putting the pressure. With that $400 million lawsuit coming, the wind's going. They're on the ropes.
Let me ask you, how many deaths are you currently investigating? How many people have been killed by the sheriff's department with zero accountability? The cops are still there and Brian Bailey's still the head pig. How many?
Here's a quick example. In 2021, in 8 months, 5 men were killed. 2 of them white. It's not just black people. They're killing them all.
I know.
Two white guys with mental illness. 3 of those people died in custody, as you can see in the practice in the lawsuit. I mean, Damian was bleeding out of his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, and they said he collapsed while they were chasing him. Well, his mom and his grandmother, who I've talked to both, they were both there. Separate stories, told me detail by detail what happened in the story. Kind of matches up with the sheriff's report that was released to somebody that he got leaked and he got wiped from the internet. The NBA, they don't even release, you talked about body cams, they don't release police reports, use of force reports, because the NBA is investigating. Then the NBA never release any of it.
Let's with that being said, let me share a video that you made, and I want to get your commentary after. I've already seen it, but I want to make sure that everybody else gets a chance to see this, and then I want to hear your commentary on what exactly the video you made. Oh, I didn't like it. I'm so sorry.
People might wonder how serial killer, probable crystal meth addict, Deputy Hunter Elward from the Rankin County Sheriff's Department gets away with all this murder. The Mississippi Bureau of Investigation, the MBI, provides cover for all of these sadistic acts. The MBI investigated the death of Damian Cameron. In July of 2021, serial killer Deputy Hunter Elward and Deputy Luke Stigman beat, tased, kneeled on his neck and back for over 15 minutes. They said, "I can't breathe." Made sure that Damian Cameron took his last breath before he could even get to the police car. Even though he was bleeding out of his mouth, nose, eyes, and ears, the MBI's final report said he died from collapsing. From the MBI to Attorney General Lynn Fitch, all the way up to Governor Tate Reeves, there needs to be an overhaul of leadership to get Deputy Hunter Elward off the street.
Pause. One thing he keeps saying that they claim he died from collapsing. Collapsing is not a cause of death.
No.
So,
Also, they literally had the guy's mother on there, who this guy, claims to have spoken to, blah, 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 who says that he ran from the police.
I mean, it could be claiming that they just say he died of collapsing. That's an action that occurs while dying, not the cause of a death.
Mm-hmm. And also somebody who doesn't understand how cause of death works, because that's not decided by the police.
Yeah. The ME's job.
Mm-hmm.
And in jail. A lot of people.
Okay, so did you hear what he said? What he said was there needs to be an overhaul in leadership, which is why I'm running for governor. So this is the whole point. It goes all the way to the top.
You're not going to be running for governor, Chille.
Especially Mississippi.
You don't have the intellect, you don't have the network, you don't have the contacts, and you don't have the money.
And you don't have a chance.
If you did run for governor, it would be like these weirdos who run for president. There's always some of them every cycle.
Dan, doesn't he remind you of Screaming Lord Sarge?
Didn't the naked cowboy run for president one election cycle?
I can't remember if he did, but didn't
There
Tiger King.
was
yes,
possibly
no.
There was somebody if not the naked cowboy, somebody in that same ridiculous caliber of somebody expecting to get any traction for running for office.
Donald Trump? Sorry, bad joke.
Could change everything immediately. Go ahead, though, Walt. What's your commentary on what you just stated?
Oh, man, there's so much to say. You know those motherfuckers? Damian Cameron was basically dead. His lips were purple. After Hunter Elward kneeled on his neck and back for 15 minutes, the other cop showed up and relieved him. So then he kneeled on him for another 15 minutes, all in front of Mom, who is handcuffed back. You can't do anything. Entered the home without a warrant to question him for suspected vandalism, which they've never been able to identify what vandalism they're talking about.
So that's a Terry stop. Suspected vandal. We suspect you. We're suspicious is a Terry stop.
Entered the home. Monica saying, don't enter my home. They entered and just started.
If they entered the home, that's not a Terry stop, but their statements leave me with more questions than answers.
Yeah.
And they're showing no proof to back it, so I don't know what the. I'm kind of interested in seeing what the investigation says in this.
Also, does somebody want to point out that, especially in Mississippi, the police don't work for the governor?
Just beating the hell out of him. They tased him more times. Remember, what I was going to say is, after his body's basically stiff, they dropped his body in the mud. They're like, you got to get in the police car. So they're trying to get in the police car. Well, you won't get your leg in there, motherfucker. Get your leg in there. His leg wouldn't get in because it was stiff. He was dead. They tased him while he was dead.
Wow. Let me show another one of your videos here, Walt. And this is the report on Damien right after the murder.
Damien Montrell Cameron. I do not want to exploit black pain, but a mother.
Does he not understand if he's stiff from death that rigor mortis doesn't happen right away?
How many hours was he supposed to have been lying there?
And it wouldn't have just been his leg that was stiff. If rigor mortis had set in, he would have been, his entire body would have been stiff.
The kindest, sweetest human I've ever met, has asked for help and for everyone to get the word out. She had to watch her son take his last breath because of the Rankin County, Mississippi Sheriff's Department. Killer of any black man, Deputy Hunter Elward, repeatedly tased, punched over and over in the face, kneeled on his neck and back for over 15 minutes until he could give relief from Deputy Luke Stickman, who kneeled on his neck and back for another 15 minutes. Every picture that I've received from Monica Lee Cameron shows that smile over and over. They took that smile away. After repeatedly saying, I can't breathe, Damien said, Mama, know that I love you. I love you, Mama. Follow Flo on TikTok. Go to justicefordamien.com. Make videos. Share.
Make up your mind. He couldn't breathe or he was talking to people. Both of which cannot be true.
Air is required to speak.
This post. We need justice for Damien Cameron. Damien.
Wow. I mean, so what we're looking at is just murder and cover up over and over and over again.
And they keep doing it. And that's how I got involved with this mother calling me and saying, help, I don't know what to do. And those cops, which I'm so glad you focused on it, Chille. You said they turned off their body cam. You echoed me saying that. We got the logs of the body cam. All 6 officers manually turned off their body cam before they illegally entered that home. And then all 6 of them turned it back on the minute they were done. And they're trying to deal with, what do we do with this guy that we shot in the mouth? And thank God he lived, because that's what opened up Damien Cameron's case. For us, we're like, okay, now they don't think we're crazy for saying all this happened.
Okay, I'm calling right now. Audit them. I got you live on screen right now, 350 people listening. So just to give you a heads up on that. You available for 5 seconds?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so everybody on the phone, this is Audit Them. He's got a YouTube channel. This is one of the most prolific FOIA auditors in the country. So Audit Them. I got a guy on here, Walco Act 1983, and he's got some issues down there in Mississippi that they're not releasing the freedom of information that we're asking for. I know you're not familiar with this case, but is this something maybe that you'd be willing to jump into with us? Oh, I lost him. God bless him.
I hung up on you.
Sorry, that shit's funny.
Yeah, I'm not saying that that the sheriff's department wasn't guilty of anything in this, but that Justice Warrior just does not scream credibility to me.
And
none of it. There's no evidence.
Yeah.
Ooh, there's a message from Epiphany, Becca.
Yes. I'd asked her how she was holding up. She said not long home. Surgery is delayed until Wednesday. Doctors are saying he will be better than new after surgery.
That's excellent news.
And we're keeping him in. Everybody, keep him in your thoughts, prayers, positive thoughts.
But I think you're right, Hank. They've got to bring some receipts. They're bringing nothing.
Yeah, with just statements like that, if you already believe it's the truth, it's going to embolden you towards that. If you don't believe it's the truth, it's gonna drive you the opposite direction.
Yeah. You're left. It basically comes down to, with the limit, no receipts, no nothing. It comes down to, do you believe delete laws and unknown guy, or do you believe the police?
You said that all these are currently being investigated by the FBI, right?
There are 4 being investigated by the FBI. The other 2 are suing. They've brought a 14-count lawsuit.
I mean, we saw from the Jeff Racer incident that nothing can be said until investigations are complete. Let the FBI do their job and then see where it falls out.
Yeah, it's depends on who's doing the investigating, what type of information they'll release during the investigation. But they usually keep things pretty tight-lipped until they got the investigation locked down.
As they should.
And going from city office to city office to request FOIAs that will never be needed or used does not make him a prolific or even semi-important person when it comes to FOIAs or knowledge of them.
So, yeah, they've got their laws. They give it to the Mississippi Bureau of Investigation, and they literally won't, like that reporter was saying from the Insider, they took him to court. They won't release things. I can't get a copy of the Damian Cameron police report.
If I come there, I can get it.
This stuff when they waterboarded him with milk, have him handcuffed, which, by the way, handcuffed with his hands behind his back and legs handcuffed, was supposed to have pointed a gun at him. No, they were 90 minutes, pure torture. They stripped him down naked, made him get in the shower together, and used adult toys to, I don't want to get it shut down here.
They're gonna. They demonetized all my videos. They raped him.
That's how Rankin County is. They're demonetizing that. And these guys are so twisted. And I said something about in that video, probable crystal meth addict. The comments I get on the TikTok. Oh, my girlfriend sold him some meth last week. One after another.
I want to show them one more of your videos here real quick.
County Sheriff's Department has a reputation of many people that they have interactions with lose their life. In just 8 months in 2021, 5 men lost their lives. 2 of those men were shot to death.
All these claims that are being made about waterboarding with milk, raping with sex toys, that all leaves pretty clear evidence of wrongdoing going on.
Yeah.
I don't see how you could do everything he's claiming without leaving behind strong proof.
You couldn't. But we all know why Chille's seen this, because the article came out on the 12th about the $400 million lawsuit.
Yep, he loves Yeah, he loves to find what he thinks is going to help support his claims or bolster his public perception of his actions.
Yeah, and that was the same day he was seeking the injunction because he said he was going to be tortured or murdered or whatever if he was put in police custody at the arraignment.
People died while in the custody of Rankin County Sheriff's Department. Young men. I'm going to talk to you about one Damian Luttrell Cameron. Serial killer deputy Hunter Elward would be the cop that showed up to question Damian Cameron about some vandalism reports from the neighbor's house. Hunter Elward is the same cop that was involved in the torture of Eddie Parker and Michael Corey Jenkins. He put a gun in Michael Corey Jenkins' mouth to pull the trigger. There was all sorts of reports of sexual abuse and everything in that torture session. All of that could have been avoided if the MBI, the Mississippi Bureau of Investigation, and the Rankin County Sheriff's Department would have. The Rankin County Sheriff. Let's take a look at that. Gray, I got something to say. The Rankin. We are talking about what happened to Rasheen Carter.
The chief of police is involved in that.
Rasheen Carter on October 2nd went missing. Before he went missing, he went to the Taylorsville Police Department and asked them for help. He told them 3 truckloads full of white men that looked like me were trying to kill him. They would not help him. Not only would they not help him, Chief of Police Gabe Horn is involved in this situation. On November 2nd, his body was found. Parts of his body was found on a deer field. Gabe Horn, blatantly, a lot of people in Taylorsville that look like me are involved in the disappearance of him. Various parts of his body have been coming back. There's parts of other people's body on this deer field. You're over in Rankin County right now. Go next door to Smith County and help us out. Arrest Chief of Police Gabe Horn. Sheriff Joel Houston didn't do anything, and the MBI, the Mississippi Bureau of Investigation, just covers for them. Please help us.
The Mississippi Bureau of Investigation.
We need justice for Rasheen Carter.
Okay, so get over here. I'm going to go up here. I'm going to go up here to this.
What the hell is with the whole thing about a whole load of people like me who look like me did this crime?
He just tried to say it's because it was white people. That's why they're not making it important.
Really?
He's more of a conspiracy theorist as an activist, isn't he?
Yeah, don't think. If his conspiracy was true and it's from the governor, the lieutenant governor, the attorney general, all the way down the line in Mississippi, we're involved in this and have been covering this up. You don't think that on the verge of election year, the Democrats would want to embarrass the shit out of the Republicans by revealing that a whole load of them were not only racist, but covering up for murderers.
Yep.
Good point.
Remind me again, who's in charge of the FBI and the DOJ at the moment?
Democrats.
Yeah. Now, I know Democrats are typically incompetent, but even they aren't that incompetent.
And Tina's got a good point. I mean, the lawyers who on that 400 million case probably don't want this sort of crap being spouted forth.
Depends whether the lawyers actually want to fight the case in front of a judge or just want fuck off money.
Point.
Channel real quick. Crystal meth. One second. So this is Waltco Act right there. I need everybody to get over here and subscribe to this channel. I mean, this man is out there putting himself out there, calling it out. Police lie. I am fighting for stolen lives. I do good and I seek justice. This is it.
And a pushback.
There it is. I'm going to drop his link right here in the chat real quick for everybody, so everybody can get over there and subscribe to this man's channel. And, you know, so he's uncovering a whole host of things going on over there. So tell me about Jenkins. He gets shot in the mouth through one cheek and out the other cheek. Is that correct?
Yeah, had the gun in his mouth and shot him.
And there's another individual who also accused Elwad. Let's call him Elwad. So
How could the gun be in his?
Elwad. And Elwad.
How could the gun be in his mouth, but it be shot from into one cheek and out the other?
I know. It doesn't make sense.
Okay, I was just making sure that
Another magic bullet. I mean, DARPA's working on some smart bullets that can change your trajectory, but not that severely.
Not that quickly.
If I come there, I'll get those records, bro.
On one video, I challenged him to a drug test. I said I'd buy the whole Death Squad beers. They can go out for beers, talk about the last person they beat the shit out of if he can pass a drug test. But you know he can't.
Okay, so let me ask you, though. So the last gentleman who accused Elwad of sticking a gun in his mouth, what was that guy's name?
And I'm so glad I found that. Carvis Johnson.
Do we have any contact?
2019, and he said it in court in 2020. And I found that deposition, found the link. And then
you have the depo?
No, I just found it on an internet thing on Google.
Find that depo again, and let's show part of that depo when we have another chance. So now they did it to Carvis, and then they did it
Same
to
cop.
No, I just found this hugely important, relevant piece of information on a Google search, but then I didn't bother to save it.
Sounds kind of odd.
Is anyone else having a real issue with Chille's spelling of the word trifold? On the banner, he's got it down again as TRIFFOLD. It's really triggering me. I don't know why.
I just have an issue with it being called a trifold.
It's got two folds. Doesn't make it a bifold.
Mm-hmm.
Cop, and then he did it to Jenkins. So that's called a pattern and practice for the people watching. When we file lawsuits against the Rankin County Sheriff's Department, you'll read in the lawsuit the pattern and practice of Elwad.
And there we go. When we file lawsuits against the Rankin County Sheriff's Department.
Isn't that what the 400 million is against that department?
Mm-hmm.
So how can you go? I'm not even going to question it. I can't. My brain will explode.
Yeah, Chille, you're not a lawyer, so you can't file any lawsuits there. Unless they happen to do something to you, then you can file a lawsuit against them. Pro se.
It makes me Elwad. Okay, that loser is to stick his gun in people's mouths and say, "I'm going to shoot you." And then with Jenkins, he actually did. So now Mr. Jenkins is still there in Mississippi, correct?
Yeah, him and Eddie Parker, who said that they were laughing and playing games with the tasers and saying, "Mine's out." They ran out of each one, couldn't tase anymore. They tased them so many times.
So let's go back to this exact specific incident of abuse and torture. When did the 6 cops, or how many cops was it? 6 cops, you said?
January 24th
of 2023. They went into Jenkins' house, and who was the other guy that was with them?
Eddie Parker.
So they went into Jenkins and Eddie Parker's house, Michael Jenkins and Eddie Parker. They went into their apartment, turned off their body cams, and then they raped them with tools. Then they waterboarded them with milk.
Shackled the whole time.
In torture cuffs the whole time. And then they shot him through the mouth.
Yeah.
All in the same incident. And absolutely nothing has happened. Zero.
It would have been a much better outcome for Hunter Elward if Michael Jenkins would have died, because they could have kept going on with the lies. Now,
so Jenkins lives and he's in Mississippi. How's his speech? Is he able to talk still? Can he still articulate with his mouth? Because
he's getting better. He couldn't talk. He was missing his tongue. They have now reattached his tongue the best they can. His life's forever changed. He had to communicate what happened through writing it down. And they're like, holy smokes, this is exactly what Eddie Parker said. Complete with the racial slurs.
I'd like to get Parker and Jenkins on a live stream and have it. Well, I guess Mr. Jenkins is going to have a hard time speaking, but I'd like to get them on together so that we can Carvis and we can compare and contrast stories. I'd like to get them all on.
We'll probably have to wait till after that $400 million lawsuit's done until that one.
I don't think so. I don't think so. So listen, just so you know, a lot of people have a misconception that they're going to court now so they can't talk about their case. You're dead wrong. The more people who hear about your case, the better. The more transparency.
We're talking about it.
The more light. So you can tell them that I want to get them on the show and I want to have a conversation with them. I want to have a conversation with this guy. So let me reiterate the question one more time. So that
Their
happened.
lawyers will have something more to say about that.
Yeah, actual lawyers, Chille, will tell you, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, do you know how hard it is to find an impartial jury if all they hear is statements by the people that should wait until court?
It's not just that. If you get angry, if you misspeak, if you say something slightly that's controversial, you just fucked your case. Doesn't even have to be about your case. It can be about something completely else, nothing to do with your case, but it could turn the jury against you. I mean, they're from Mississippi. What's the football team in Mississippi or a big sports franchise in Mississippi?
I had no clue. Not very much of a sports person.
Old Miss football.
Yeah, Ole Miss football. They don't have professional teams.
And can you imagine if they said something cruel, something about Ole Miss football sucks?
They get lynched. It's the SEC.
Now imagine the effect that would have on the jury. Nothing to do with their case. But people take that shit seriously, and you've offended them about their sports ball team. Well, I'm not fucking having any. No, I'm not going to vote in his favour.
Of 2023.
24th.
January 24th of 2023. And then after that event, he went to the hospital, almost lost his tongue, got it reattached. He's learning how to talk again. And then he gave his report. It matches Carvis's report from 2019. And then so what happened to those filthy pigs?
They probably got promoted. Absolutely fucking nothing. I mean, Hunter Elwood's got a body count of 6 or 7 now. All of them are real bad. I mean, 100 bullets in Pierre Woods. They were empty cartridges and had more, and bragging about it around town. And the Damian Cameron, I mean, his face looked like Tyree Nichols, and he did this in front of Damian's mom, and there was nothing. The FBI investigated for over a year. They said the dash cam that they said they had at first, then they said they lost it. Body cams were turned off in the same fashion they were for the Jenkins on it, and it was it's not a thing's happened to him. He was in a commercial for saving some kids' Christmas tree in a fire, and he recently did that. That's where I got all those pictures and put serial killer and alleged meth user over Deputy Hunter Elwood all over Google now. Take that, propaganda.
So that's this is their Facebook page. If you guys, anybody's interested in getting over to the Rankin County Facebook page, I actually had to like a few of their posts. So I went through and liked some. I can't remember if this was the page that was limited or this was another page that was limited. But I want you to I want to show you guys that it's not just me and not just Walt and not just the gentleman from TikTok.
Beat the cops, beat, torture a black male for having the audacity to date a white woman. Jackson, Mississippi. Put up the picture, full mass. Now, I'm going to go with one of the lawyers representing the men, sharing the details of what happened.
On January 23rd.
Yeah, you can knock that shit off. Sorry, but that's just bullshit. The lawsuit that they have put in, a $400 million federal civil rights lawsuit filed on Monday on behalf of 2 men allegedly beaten and tortured by Rankin County Sheriff's deputies during what attorneys say was an unlawful arrest earlier this year, says the department has a pattern of excessive force against black people. The 14-count lawsuit details the night of January 24th when 6 white deputies conducting a drug investigation raided the Braxton residence where Michael Corey and his friend Eddie Terrell Parker were living. What do you notice isn't in even their own legal paperwork?
Anything about dating a white woman?
Mm-hmm. That there was anything about that. It's not even in their own fucking paperwork.
In Rankin County, Mississippi. Out showing a warrant, cops burst into a home. 2 black men lay inside, Brother Michael Jenkins and Brother Terrell. They were falsely accused by these 6 white officers of dating white women and selling drugs, and that wasn't true. The 2 were immediately subdued and handcuffed in the residence. But instead of taking the handcuffed men into immediate custody for their alleged crime, the 6 white cops decided they would hold the men hostage and terrorize them for nearly 2 hours inside the home. While the men were handcuffed and bound, these 6 Rankin County white cops beat the men while they were handcuffed, tased the men repeatedly while they were handcuffed, punched, slapped, and beat the men while they were handcuffed, and incredibly, the white officers used waterboarding tactics in this raid. Then in the course of this torture and physical abuse and humiliation, Rankin County sheriffs were both putting guns to both men's heads, threatening to kill them while handcuffed. Then tragedy struck when one of the sheriffs shot Michael Jenkins in the mouth. Yes, the cop shot Michael in his mouth, almost killing him, causing him life-threatening injuries, and Michael is in an ICU and had to have his tongue removed from his mouth.
Let's put the picture full mass again. In Jackson, Mississippi, 2 black men claimed they were tortured, beaten, and shot by Mississippi.
If they shot him through one cheek and not the other, where's that showing in the photo?
I have no idea. There could be something on one side. There looks to be on one side. There could be something on the other back near the ear, but can't tell. But now, all this stuff about dating for white women does not appear in their legal arguments.
It sounds like this woke character's just taken what the guy on TikTok said and run with it. I don't believe he's got the receipts at all. It's conspiracy theories.
I definitely want to see what the investigation says on this. But I don't think we're hearing truth. I mean, I could be completely wrong, but
I think you are too, and you're right.
There's also a lot of people who should be very careful in their statements about what's going on with this. There are supporters on one side of the alleged victims who are telling people that they should buy AR-15s and resist.
Oh no.
never. Let's not pour gasoline on a fire.
Most of my life, I didn't have a gun, Green said. Every black person should own a gun. Yes, I have an AR-15 and I'm ready to use it. Come to my door and you'll know I have it.
I wonder if he's actually learned how to use it.
I was just thinking that.
I'm not sure whether it improves the situation if he does or doesn't.
I've heard too many times people they go out and they buying an AR for home defense in an urban environment makes zero sense to me whatsoever. But
so this. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they go out and they buy weapons, then don't learn jack shit about using them and caring for them.
And the moment there's a crisis, they'll loose off a round, and the police will respond. Shots fired.
I'm looking at this photo. There's no oxygen attached to his trach.
He's got a mask that's. Look, maybe they took it down for the photo.
Well, he's got a trach on his throat, but there's nothing attached to it.
It doesn't need to be.
That could be a feeding tube, couldn't it?
Feeding tube's what's in his nose.
He's got a trach, but it doesn't need oxygen attached to it, Becca. He can breathe. The problem is he can't breathe through his mouth or his nose because of the damage. So they'll just put a trach in and he'll breathe through his trach.
Because there was an oxygen tube right there, but there's a good 6 inches between the trach and the oxygen tube.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, the tube going in his nose is not an oxygen tube.
I know
No,
it's
she
not.
means the blue one.
Police. You just heard Michael Jenkins, lawyer, describe how his client was handled by the Mississippi police in question. The Rankin County Sheriff said in a statement that he possession of pair Bryant Bailey. So that's the head pig over there, who's also said in a statement that he immediately sought a state investigation, which he just called in more cops to investigate cops. How is
And they have to every time. Yeah.
how is MBI over there, Walt? How efficient are they?
They're the worst. They do nothing to make the cover up last long so it can get swept under the rug. Then they release an investigation that has nothing, and then they give it to Lynn Fitch, the Attorney General, who gives it to the grand jury, but it always says they were justified.
The quote, rest assured, if any deputy or suspect involved in this incident is found to have broken the law, he will be held accountable in accordance with the law, the sheriff said. Bailey did not respond to written requests about whether the deputies had a warrant or if the deputies involved had been placed on administrative leave, according to the Associated Press. So what now, Rashid just...
That reporter should be ashamed of the piss poor research he's done into this story.
But that's what's plagued this entire video so far, is lack of research on every single part.
Yep. But this guy, Walt Kelly, Chille, they're just jackasses. The other guy actually pretends to be a real reporter and speaks on a channel that has over 6 million, I think?
I see it happen all the time when there's an investigation going on where they're not releasing anything. They've come out with these stories that can't just sound like fairy tales.
Yeah, 5.46 million subscribers to that channel.
Why is Walt involved anyway? He's in Arkansas. I know it's just over the border, but why is he involved?
I can see somebody being involved in wanting justice from a different area, but
I don't think he wants justice. I think he wants the white knight. Quite literally.
Yeah. You're going to have these two outsiders who are going to parachute into the middle of this whole mess and make it 10 times worse.
Yep. Instead of leaving it, to groups you may have heard of who were involved in this, like the NCCEAP, all those are involved in this case. They're all there. Why wouldn't you leave it to them? They're experts at this stuff. They know how to deal it. They know how to sift through what's true, what's not true, what sounds too ridiculous.
And the NBI probably give them more information than these jackasses.
Probably, because they actually want justice. They don't want it to devolve into shooting matches and riots and dead people.
Gave his report. So now, can you help us understand? I just want to pound this home to the people watching.
It's unbelievable.
What has happened? What did Brian? He said, rest assured. That means you can rest sleep. You can rest assured. Put your head on a pillow and you can rest assured. So what's happened so far?
See, he thinks that he's a hero because the NBI automatically gets involved when they kill somebody. Nobody was killed here, so he didn't have to get the NBI involved, but he's a good man. So they're going to take care of him. He gets, I've seen so many interviews on YouTube of him after somebody died, him saying, our officers felt threatened and they showed excessive force and that person deserved it. I mean, and Hunter Edwards,
justifiable force
of his victims right now.
You meant that they showed justifiable force. They said that they were justified in the force that they used, correct?
Yes.
Right. So in other words, the chief of police, the captain, they're all captains.
Yeah, well, you might be able to get your words right if, whilst you were doing this huge expose, you weren't there drinking beer. It might help you a little bit.
Just a bit.
Captains, they're all captains and chiefs. So the chief of police said that it was justified. And so then if somebody dies, then what happens is the chief then kicks it up to MBI.
Yeah, they have no comment because it's with the MBI. They can't comment. The MBI says we can't comment.
You guys, for the team DLZ that's been with me for the past year and a half, put a one in the chat if this sounds really familiar. It sounds like BCI with James Sheets. And just so you know, he was white as paper. They tracked him down and they murdered him. They plotted, planned it, and they did it. Tommy Shinneman, you don't get away with it. Matt Haas, you don't get away with it. I'll continue to say your name until I'm no longer here. But don't worry, guys, because I'm a nonviolent person. I'm going to get you through the court. One of those dirty pigs is going to.
You are not a nonviolent person. Boobgate. Prove that.
And in every audit, he says, come to the gym and we'll fight it out. Okay.
Hell, he said that with those teenagers the other night. Because one of them had to say he was ugly.
Oh. Hey, Jim. Is it in this video or in another video where he's rattling his gun on the desk? Threatening people.
I think it's in this video. You can hear it. You can't actually see it.
Yeah. Just remember, though, he's non-violent, but is about to make threats that if you turn up anywhere near him in real life, he's going to shoot you.
Yeah, and I think he does it in
and
a
whether
minute or two.
Whether he's got a real gun or not.
Sounds so non-violent, though, doesn't it, Hank?
Mm-hmm. Well, we haven't seen anything of his guns since before Massachusetts.
True.
He's made statements that he's got his guns and whatnot, but
Well, he's supposed to be down to our gun now, isn't he, since his shotgun got stolen? You know.
he had 2 handguns before.
Ah. I thought he only had one. The one that if he tries to use is going to do more injury to him than any fucker else.
James Sheets prosecuted. He was murdered. And just so everybody knows, white, black, it doesn't matter what color. Now in Mississippi,
They're killing us all.
Yeah, they have a long
Mississippi's got its issues for sure.
For blacks. For
KKK
blacks,
cops. Yeah.
What's the racial demographic of Mississippi? Isn't it like 68% black or something like that? I was looking at that.
It's pretty even. But Jackson, right outside of Rankin County, is 85% black. You go into Rankin County, it's a 75% white town with 25% black. But yet, our protests will have big counter protests, and they'll make it all about race.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misspoke. It was 60% white and 40% black. It's 58% white and almost 40% black. Almost 50% white, almost 40% black. So I'm just looking at the numbers because I looked at these last night, but it was literally I saw your video.
He's making it all about race right now. So I don't understand his comment about they'll do their protests and they'll make it all about race when they're in their statements right now making it all about race.
It's these two. It's all they've got. They haven't got valid arguments. They've only got this race baiting.
Last night, man.
And there's still slave patrols there. You mentioned that as far as the race factor there, it is. I mean, the 13th Amendment that abolished slavery, which you and I both know, they still have slavery right now in prisons, but they didn't recognize the 13th Amendment until 1998 in the state of Mississippi.
Number one slave state in America is California. Number one slave state in America is California, by far. They put the most people to indentured servitude more than any other state. And
per capita, Louisiana, Arkansas, and Mississippi are up there.
Oh, dude, I haven't looked at the numbers. I just know that California had employed. So we have fire.
What the
we have,
fuck are they
Kamala
talking
Harris
about?
would not
Are they
release those
calling
felons 'cause they
prisons
were out there.
slaves?
Yep.
Alrighty then.
My head hurts.
There fighting those fires, and she couldn't keep her word.
Man, this guy is up to date. This guy is up to date.
They were doing too much work for slave labor.
Slave labor. Everybody get over here to Walt's page. Now, we got him 300 subscribers, but just so you know, Walt, Team DLZ, the people here, the people are the most wonderful. I mean,
I'm a part of it.
He's in it. Team
Before
DLZ.
I was so busy with this justice and nonstop. I mean, it's long nights trying at war with this Rankin County Police Force and Taylorsville Police and Gulfport, Mississippi Police. But I was a big fan. I watched the Ironton, Ohio saga going down while you were there. I liked seeing you on the road, on the go. You were thrifty. You take care of business. I recently saw that asshole in Las Vegas illegally get you. And then I saw something recently on TikTok. I had to pull over. I was laughing so hard. You told him he had to tell you he was sorry. I'm going to have to use that. I'm going to have to use that when I get him on the run.
Listen,
you say you're sorry.
That was in McAllister, Oklahoma.
That's about how it is here. I'm in Northwest Arkansas.
You didn't see the beginning of that video. He had asked me to leave. He had done everything. First, he backed away from me 10 times because he was scared. And then he asked me to leave. And so, a lot of the things that people see are stuff that I've done over the past year. But, it's like, I realized that I want to change things so badly. And it starts at the top. From the top down, do you see the corruption from the Mississippi governor down to the commissioner?
Yeah, it's all part of it. Cops don't get prosecuted there. They don't.
Anywhere.
It's not an option.
Harris County, Texas,
Yeah.
since 1983, I don't know the exact number off the top of my head. They've got like 655 police shootings since 1980 or 83 or something like that. And guess how many are justified?
All of them are, aren't they?
Every single one of them.
Every
There's not
single goddamn one of them are.
in Clark County, Nevada, right here.
Right there in Vegas.
Throughout the history of time, how many police shootings are labeled unjustified? How many have been prosecuted? Just guess.
Nada.
Zero. Not a single one. The cops have never made a mistake in Nevada. Not once, ever. Every person they killed, perfect. That person needed to die.
They're great cops out there. There's good cops all around, huh?
You're losing me there.
I'm joking. Yeah. I don't like the bad apple crack because it's not a bad apple. It's a bad orchard.
If you join Darth Vader on the Death Star, it's only...
Leave those statistics. Those statistics just sound like they've been pulled out of somebody's ass.
Yeah.
Only a matter of time before you're corrupted. It's only a matter of when, not if. I'm sure you've heard of drop guns and drop drugs. And that ex-cop I had on my podcast who said that if you cornered 4 cops in the middle of the night or the middle of the day and you sequestered them, put up 4 imaginary walls they couldn't leave, and you emptied out their car, their pockets, everything on their person in their car, you would find that at least 3 of those 4 cops would have a drop gun or drop drugs on their person.
Exactly. And I like what you said early on, Chille. You said, you mentioned you wanted to thank the cop the night before, which I was a little suspect of. And I was afraid you were going to say the trouble words, good cop. But you said comes into it with good intentions until the Death Star.
Until they join a Death Star. And then as soon as they join that Death Star, power corrupts, but absolute power corrupts absolutely. You used to have freedom to walk down the street till cops were reasonably suspicious. Well, then you're safe in your car. Terry versus Ohio extends to Pennsylvania versus Mims. Well, then you think, okay, I'm okay in my car. Then a drug dog comes out, 2013, Florida versus Harris. They can now a drug dog alerting on your car is probable cause. So you can't drive in your car. You can be searched in your car. They can make you get out of your car. And if they bring a dog out and it barks, that's probable cause. So where's the freedom?
And they cue them to bark when they want it to bark.
Yeah, that's what we just saw. The Institute for Justice, they revealed the body cam of the dog. And then Brian over here's the deal. He really has done 3 or 4 videos on this, breaking it down, and breaking it down.
Dogs are wearing body cams now?
Bring Walt onto their program. A lot of people...
Say again, Hank? Sorry?
Dogs are wearing body cams now?
Yeah, a lot of the time. Which I actually think is a good thing.
I kind of like to watch some Canine body cam footage in action.
I'll see if I can find some.
Watch what I do in the community, and a lot of people are reporters, and I'm a newsmaker. So a lot of reporters in this community, and we do need you. I thank you for what you guys do. The other reporters who are watching this right now, this man and what's going on in Rankin needs to be exposed. We need more activists, more auditors, more reporters to get with Walt and talk about this story more and more and more. We got to put enough pressure on the Mississippi Pig Department there in Rankin. And then, what is it, MBI? Did you ever get the lead investigator's name over there, MBI? Did you get any
Sean Tyndall. SEAN Tyndall. TINDELL.
Oh, let's start call flooding.
If he hasn't been promoted somewhere yet, they just keep shuffling him through, so you can't blame the current.
Oh, that's the whole trick, is to pass the buck. The buck. Oh, that's above my pay grade. Oh, I can't do that. I can't do it. I'm not qualified. There's got to be somebody else that can do this. It's always the same. Always the same. All right. Well,
sorry, Hank.
It just smells like they're about to instigate a call flood, but I think maybe they shot themselves down by talking about how they rotate through.
Anything else you got for us, Walt? I want to make sure that, and let me show Walt's page one more time here. I want to make sure everybody gets over to this man's page and subscribes. Here's his page. Let me share the screen with you guys so you guys can see what I see. Oh, sorry about that. It's right there. There it is. Walt Co-Act. So what is Walt Co-Act, by the way? I'm just curious.
Walt community organizer. Act is act or activism. Just so I'm not a keyboard warrior, so I can let people know I'm out there on the streets knocking on the doors of the police.
Yeah, you are, man. You are. So just in the past 20, 30 minutes, we've put at least 50 subscribers over there. So there should be more.
That's crazy. I'm going to have to get over my nervousness and go live myself one day.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's look, just so you know, as soon as you become prolific, as soon as people really start to follow you, as soon as people start to follow your journey, they will shadow ban you. They will shut you down. YouTube is the China YouTube. They are all in favor of the state. That's why our videos are being all demonetized. That's why they're being censored. I had a dog.
Not demonetized, dumbass. You even showed on your screen they were limited because advertisers are allowed to limit what they will advertise on Chille. You're still getting a paycheck every month.
Mm-hmm.
So you couldn't see the dog tag, but you could hear it, and YouTube demonetized it and said too violent. So in other words, it's a state actor. But meanwhile, Henry Cejudo can break down MMA fights where people are getting elbowed in the face, and he's monetized. So just the other day, I was talking to YouTube, and I said, hey, can I get that $100,000 plaque, the silver or whatever color plaque it is? And they said, yeah, we're going to do a channel review, and we'll get back to you.
Yeah. Of course they did.
But they do that.
Getting the bit about the money, Chille? You have to pay. And they do that review on every single person who applies for a plaque.
Yeah, I think he thinks he's being singled out with this review. But
every single person.
Yeah, he's not special.
Anyone who's got any of those plaques, they do a review. They don't hide this fact. They've never hid this fact. Everyone knows it. But you have to put in the paperwork to request it, including your payment.
Is he insinuating they approached
your
him about it?
Non-refundable payment.
Yeah, and I don't think his channel's gonna survive the review for his plaque, if he was actually getting reviewed.
Well, I think he's getting reviewed, but I just don't think it's for his plaque.
I thought it was just if you had 100,000 subscribers, you got the plaque. But I guess apparently they need to do a channel review. And since I'm suing YouTube right now, and for YouTube, if you're watching, I'm suing you again. I'm about to file another lawsuit against YouTube because they're discriminating against me. It's plain as day. I don't want to change the channel here. So anyway, the point is...
And they're allowed to discriminate against you. You are not employed by them. They are not the government.
Is he going to imply that they're discriminating against him due to race?
It's the only bit I can think of.
Because he's white. And, okay, so yes, people in the chat are saying that. Yeah, it's not discrimination due to race. He's just
Silly.
wanting to feel special.
Being a cunt is not a protected class. It's just called being a cunt.
This is Walt Coe. I showed you guys his page. I would like everybody to get over and subscribe to this man's channel, follow his videos, comment, like, and share. That's how it works. You got to comment. Like right now, hit the like button. Everybody hit the like button right now and type in the comment, OTVO, overturn Terry versus Ohio. Put in the comments right now as many times as you possibly can. Let's get 1,000 comments right now because that's how the algorithm works. With 322 people, you only got to put it in 4 times a piece. OTVO, OTVO, OTVO. Put it in the comment section. Overturn Terry versus Ohio. Everybody get over to my man Walt's page and subscribe as soon as you can. Let's get 1,000 of them in there. All right. Walt, God bless you, man. Thank you for coming on. Any parting words for the people who are going to see this and for other reporters, activists, and auditors?
Hey, Fraud
who may want to
Reaper.
bring one to their program.
Yeah, look for a lot of action this week. We have partnering with a couple of groups, and one day this week we're having a press conference. I can't disclose what day it is for security reasons.
Of course. I can never announce where I'm going.
And
you can't announce when your press conference is going to be for security reasons.
How's the press know when to show up?
Yeah. It's a little bit of a problem there.
Following that, there'll be rallies, and they've had consecutive weekends. The community there in Rankin County have been meeting at churches, community centers, and you name it,
Greg.
because they've all had enough. And they're calling me, they're thanking me. I'm treated like a king. Just thank you. I'm like, I'm just trying to do the right thing. That's all. Just trying to do good and seek justice.
Well, God bless you, dude. Thank you for coming. And I'll let you go, and we'll see you on the next one. All right, brother?
Hey, I sure do appreciate it, Chille. I love Delete Laws.
He does. This guy has a major white savior complex.
Which one?
Walt.
Both of them.
Treated like a king. They're ringing him up and thanking him and blah, blah, blah. All that without saying, yeah, really, you guys need to stop doing that. It's you. It's you in the churches. It's these groups that are making the difference, blah, blah. No. Not just sit there and go, yeah, it's great. I'm being treated like a king. They're ringing me up and thanking me. Fuck off.
I'll keep watching.
Anytime. Later, Gator. Okay, so let's just do something real quick since everybody's here and we are live. Let's just go ahead real quick. Let me share what I'm doing with you guys so you guys can see what I'm doing here. Let me show you exactly what I'm doing so everybody can see it. I don't hide. As you guys know, I don't hide anything. I just put it right out there. You don't like it? That's cool. That's cool. You can say whatever you want. You know, because of the massive censorship on all the social media platforms, I am no longer censoring people. I will time you out if you're too annoying.
Really? You're no longer censoring people? Remind me why we're not on the Welsh News Network right now?
Censoring our fair use.
Because that motherfucker tried to censor our free speech. Remind me why Sean Hawkins has had 9 copyright claims against 9 videos struck for copyright.
Censoring.
That would it. That would be it. Because Chille is trying to censor him.
And Welsh Oleg and whoever else that he's hit.
He is literally trying to censor people right now, today, whilst going on about not censoring. And he can't claim, like he does in the chat, it's his mods. He has to fill those in personally.
And hopefully that comes back and bites him in the ass.
Oh, it will. Motherfucker made me do paperwork.
In the live, we may block you for the live, but then I'll unblock you because I don't want to be a part of censorship. I don't want to be a part of it. I can't stand what YouTube is doing to me. You guys have no idea what they're doing. It's really bad. But they can't stop the growth because you guys keep sharing the videos. The only way that we grow is if you share the videos, you comment, you like, and subscribe. That's why when I used to hear another person, I'm not going to say their name because, but I would watch this person's videos and they would always start, make sure you comment, like, and subscribe. Comment, like, subscribe, and share. Comment, like, and I was like, it's just so annoying hearing it. But now I understand the only way the channel grows is through you. I can do anything I want. The only way the channel grows is through you. Without you, I'm literally a great big bupkis. I have to have the power of the people. Speaking of that, make sure you go by my website. You get yourself a trifold, an indestructible trifold, or the print at home trifold. Now, let me
Wait, it's taken you to, you've got 160,000 viewers to realize that the important people are the viewers and not you. Fucking hell, you're slow.
And tell me how you got that many people without purchasing any subs there.
We have literally been saying that the viewers were the most important people since we had 2 subs. And yeah, he was timing people out last night too. He timed out Texas Mama Bear when she offered a free electric wheelchair to the guy he's raising money to.
Because
She
I
offered to
believe
provide him
Chille
with
is
the wheelchair.
I think Chille is profiting off of that charity fund.
Mm.
I have no proof of it, but the only fundraising he's been doing recently has been for that, and he came up with $2,000 all of a sudden for a lawyer in Nevada.
Oh, he claims he has new backers.
Transparency. I'd like to know who those are.
I honestly ain't exactly convinced this guy's real.
Neither am I.
But that's just because it's Chille involved with, which always makes me think the worst of people. I have no evidence. I'm just, yeah, I'm not touching that with a 10-foot barge pole.
Let me show you what I'm doing right now so you guys can see it. Let me share the screen. Let me share the screen. Let me share it. Let me share the screen. Okay. So we got.
Oh, the phone number.
Let's do it.
Yep.
What? It's busy. What the flock is going on?
That's not a busy. That's not a busy signal.
Busy? Are they busy feeding the pigs over there? What's going on? I'm trying to call. What is going on over here? What is going on? God bless it. God bless America. What the flock? Come on.
Now watch the super chats because they're going to do a crafty one here. You see this one for $100?
Mm-hmm.
That's going to appear a lot.
It is a busy. Hank, it's sped up a little bit.
Oh yeah.
Right again. Let me look up. Anybody else got a contact number for the Rankin County Sheriff's Department? Can anybody else let me know that phone number so I can give them a call real quick? God bless you. Thank you guys for the super chat. I really appreciate it. Thank you guys so much. More cowbell. I love it. Saturday Night Live, Will Ferrell, 1990. Am I correct on that? Is that 1990, 1989? More cowbell. More cowbell. Anybody got a number? Anybody got a number? Anybody have a phone
right there
number
on the
for
screen.
the Rankin County Sheriff's Department? If you do, I would love to see it. I would love to see anybody got it. Oh, you know what's really cool? I want to show a couple seconds of the video, but I want to. Oh, is that right? Thank you so much for showing yourself. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you showing me who you are. I really appreciate it. And just so you guys know, I'm unwavering in my resolve. I will not be intimidated. I will not be scared off. There's nothing you're going to do. I know I'm going to go to jail again. I know I'm going to be tortured. I already know it. I already know I'm going to face persecution and prosecution. I already know it. I will not stop. You can't negotiate with me. You can't bargain with me. You can't talk me out of what I'm doing. I will never, ever, ever stop as long as there's air in my lungs. So you could say whatever you want. You could type, oh, I'm a little keyboard warrior. Oh, you need to get the taste slapped out of your mouth. Well, good luck with that. Good luck with that. I'll just let you know what it sounds like. That's what that sounds like. I'm a man. I'm not playing games here. You come around me, put me in fear for my life. That's what you get. You heard it right there. It's right there. Go ahead. Go ahead. Say you're going to attack me. You guys should see how many death threats are on my Instagram. You should see.
But remember, he's not violent.
Oh. And that doesn't sound like a gun.
No. Sounds too light.
Sounded like a hammer.
Have you seen my stapler?
Where's my stapler? I need my stapler. Where's my stapler? My red stapler.
How many death threats the pigs are threatening me. You should see it. At least 10 death threats today on my Instagram. At least 10. You're not going to stop me. I'm going to get to leadership. I'm going to change the pig organization from the top down. That's how it works. You're like, why don't you run for mayor? No. Executive power or bust. Anybody going to rank it? Let me just Google it real fast. Let me see what the Google says. Let me see if we can find something with the Google. Rankin County Sheriff Department. Pig check. Okay, so here's the number I got here. Is that the same number as this number, 601-825-1645? So that's the same number over there. No, this is a different number. I got a different number right here. Let me share this screen real quick so you guys can see what I'm looking at. I got a different number for the Pig Shack. Let's give them a call. I'm gonna give them a call. I'm not asking you guys to. You guys are free to do whatever you'd like. But I'm gonna give them a call, and I'm just.
I don't think it's cops that are threatening his life on Instagram. I think he's saying he's receiving.
No, he's trying to say that cops are threatening his life on Instagram.
Oh. Okay.
And
he's convinced police are often threatening his life.
Really silly question.
Yeah.
Isn't the mayor an executive job?
You've heard us smile a lot when he says that his life is threatened.
I can't blame him for that. I tend to laugh. What? It's funny.
I think he's using the fact that, or not the fact, but the claim that he's got death threats that makes him sound important.
Look, I have learned through life, you don't ever worry about the people who are issuing death threats. The odds on someone who tells you they're going to kill you actually killing you are ridiculously low. The people who will actually try and kill you never tell you they're coming.
Did any of your exes tell you they were going to try and kill you before they did?
No.
Okay.
I'm just going to ask them what they got going on over there and see if we can get somebody on the phone who cares. Hey, how you doing? My name is Jose DeCastro. I'm giving a call over there. I just wanted to know if I get a little information.
Okay, it's going to depend on what it is, sir. Right now, we have a tornado we're working in. This is communication, so I mean,
well,
we're pretty busy right this moment.
Well, I pray for you guys, man. I really hope it goes okay over there. But I was just, who's going out to help the people? Is it Hunter Elward?
Shut the fuck up and hang up. You fucking idiot. He just told you they're working. They got a tornado, and yet you want to sit there and ask him fucked up questions that they can't answer.
And yeah, they were hit by a tornado.
Oh, no, sir. It's the wrong shift.
Oh, this is the wrong shift.
Yes, sir. You need to Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, and speak to the sheriff or the undersheriff.
Okay, the sheriff or the undersheriff. And so is that how I reach them? Is by calling back Monday through?
Monday through Friday.
There's that super chat again.
From 8 to 5.
Have other people called here about Elward and Deadman and the guys who murdered people? Or is it just me? You get a lot of phone calls?
We've been taking a lot of phone calls, and we just, like I said, we're working a tornado right at this moment.
Okay, I don't want to take up too much of your time.
You got communications after hours, so we
Same
don't-
amount
we
with the
don't know anything
same
about all that
statement.
situation.
Makes you wonder.
Uh-huh. And it will keep reappearing.
Okay. So listen, it's not you. So I wish you and your family the best. God bless you, sir. I hope that things go okay for you and that you're all right over there. Okay, and watch out for those cops around there because apparently they're murdering people around there.
Yes, sir. We appreciate it. You take care as well.
You too. God bless you, sir.
God bless you.
Bye-bye. So they got some problems going on over there. They got some problems. Thanks for the super chat. Thanks you guys for supporting me. I super appreciate it. Oh, we got the troll effect going on. Woo! You know, just so you guys know, I've changed my perspective. And it didn't happen overnight. I've been dealing with crap for a couple years. I've changed. Chuck Bronson's in the hizzy. If you guys are not familiar with Chuck Bronson, get over to Chuck Bronson's channel. This is a badass right there. Freedom fighter, cop watcher. So I've changed my perspective. Y'all can say whatever you want, because what I've noticed in 2 years with the dozens of death threats I get, y'all, you know, you talking, I get it. I'm just talking too. I've not threatened to hurt anybody or to kill anybody. I don't threaten people's lives. Cops make me mad, but I don't.
You were just telling
implying that
people
you
if
got a
they
gun,
turned up there that you were going to shoot them.
At least you're implying that.
Or he gets more specific.
I don't want to do violence to another person. I'm not organizing a violent coup. No, I have preached legislation, petition, protest. I have never called for violence, and I'm still not calling for violence against you. I don't believe that hurting people is going to get there. I think there's going to be a different organization, different people who are going to call for violence. That is not going to be me or Team DLZ. I will not fall into the trap that Malcolm X fell into. I will not fall in the trap that MLK Jr. fell into, where he let people into his group that were pro-violence.
What? He's seriously trying to say that Martin Luther King was pro-violence.
No, he wasn't.
No, that he let people in his group that were pro-violence, which, no.
He kicked people out for being pro-violence. MLK Jr. was about as pro-violence as Gandhi.
And they both died. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. So I will never call for violence. I'm not calling for violence. And so for the people who come and talk shit, welcome. I'm so glad you're here. Talk your shit, baby. Let me hear it. Because you're not doing bupkis. You're status quo. You are the status quo loser, bootlicker. You got that cop stick so far down your throat. You're going to have to get your stomach pumped to get it out. I mean, it is really bad. It is really bad. Oh, just go to my page. Someone said, can I show the threats? Just go to my Instagram. Go to Chille_2022 or go to deletelaws.ig. You can see, I'm not deleting them. I'm not deleting their comments. I'm so sick of the censorship. I'm so disgusted
You're
by what YouTube is
probably
doing.
making the comments, Chille. Like your death threat phone calls that you made with the voice modulator.
Not realizing that other people could use the voice modulator to turn your voice back to how it was.
Uh-huh.
And Chille, there you go. You're so sick of censorship, yet you are trying to censor other people. What's the matter, Chille? Not working the way you planned?
I just feel like, you know, it's like you're just talking shit on the internet. And if you come around in person, you heard that? Come around in person, my friend. You're going to meet me, Smith, and Wesson. That's what's going to happen. You come around me in real life, I don't play this, I'm going to shove you, oh, you want to go? No, bro. If I can find a piggy that actually wants to scrap, I'm not setting up a
Now
tell me that wasn't a threat.
It was a threat, but did not sound like an actual gun.
It sounded like a stapler.
fight at the armory so you can kill me. I'm not going to set up where you guys can then plan my demise. If I meet a copper that actually wants to go some rounds, I'll head right down to the gym. We'll jump on the mat in a fair legal arena where we're just having a good time going at it. Nothing wrong with that. Two men.
Don't run
I'm an
the
alpha
other
male,
way
you're an
like
alpha
you
male.
always do.
Sorry, you're not. You're a beta male cuck. But that's why you won't take me up on the offer. I should have taken that Chad Goo right down to the gym and just stomped a mud hole in his ass right when I was there. That's what I should have done. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. But instead, they planned this thing to set me up at the armory to kill me. You guys think I don't know what was going on? It was all a big plan. A friend of mine called me.
Bullshit, you fucking retard. Jesus Christ.
He actually believed that they were really. It's all right, though. He gets told to shut the fuck up in a minute and get back on script. Seriously. Clips tells him off.
And said, so Chille, you're going to go to the armory and you're going to fight that pig. I said, yeah, I'm going to go to the armory and fight that pig. So my blood pressure had gone crazy and I'd lost. And so I'm sorry. I think I got a major communication going on over here. What's up, Playboy? So anyway, all right. He's telling me to cut it. So I want to stay focused on what's going on because
someone doesn't look happy that you just got told to shut the fuck up and get back on script.
Yeah, he just was told to get back to work like someone's bitch.
I'm a human being and I take things, as a person does. And so I don't want to get off track. I want to stay on the focus of what I'm doing. Good job, DLZ Clips. Thanks for keeping me in check here because just so you guys, do you guys want me fist fighting pigs in gyms or do you guys want me going to Capitol Hill and changing things? What do you want me to do? Do you want me to take my brain and my time and my energy and spend it on wrestling pigs in some random gym across the country? Or do you want me to take my skills and my years of constitutional law study and take it all the way to government so that we can get a representative in there that's not a Republican or Democrat that will change a state from the top down? And this is what DLZ Clips and I.
Really? Make up your mind. You going to Capitol Hill or you going to go be a governor? Because governors don't go to Capitol Hill. That's not where they work.
And
I were talking
just
about.
a quick
I
note.
want to.
Just a quick note that he scheduled a live.
We know.
You saw it.
I get those coppers in the gym and roll around on a mat, and then I got to wrestle a pig. But remember, the people who are giving me death threats on my Instagram, they can't get me in any other arena. They got to get me in the arena where they can take me on, which is when I lower my standards to go wrestle a pig. So thanks to LZ Clips for bringing me back to center. I got a huge ego. It's gigantic. It's huge. Okay, so we got some donations here. I got some
and he thinks that's huge. Okay.
Donations over the past couple days for Eric's wheelchair. So
Only
I'm going to
thing
switch
big
gears
about
here
him.
for a second, and I'm going to pull up Eric's fundraiser real quick, and I'm going to take the money that people donated to me. If you donate to my Venmo, Cash App, or PayPal, and you put wheelchair or Eric's wheelchair, then I will take your money on my next live, and I will put it into Eric's fund. And proof's in the pudding. You guys can take a look at the fundraiser. It's that's what you guys want me to do, and that's what we need me to do. We don't need me wrestling around with that pig Martinez from LVMPD. Instead, Mr. Martinez, you're going to court, bud. That's what's happening. You don't have a right to chill my First Amendment, especially when you say, I know who you are. I've seen your videos. So that means you know what I just said. Non-violence. Do not fight cops. Do not get into, don't. I'm talking about before I want to wrestle a pig in a gym. What I'm talking about is on the street. On the street violence. Unacceptable. I do not agree with it. Petition, protest, peacefully. That's what this is about. So when Martinez said he knew who I was, then you must know that I preach peace through legislation.
You don't preach peace. You keep saying you preach peace while threatening people. Just like you say you're against censorship while trying to censor people. Just like you say you're for law and order when you keep telling people to resist.
I'm breaking the law.
Yeah, how
petition
can
for
you be
protest.
pro law
That's
and
my
order
whole-
when you want to get rid of police?
Rhetoric. So that means that you watched my videos and then came up to me to chill my First Amendment right. Mr. Martinez, you're going to court. You're going to court. LVMPD, you got another lawsuit coming. You decided to chill my First Amendment right, bro. That's what you decided to do. So you're going to court, Martinez. And this will be for a declaratory judgment, just so you guys know. This won't be I mean, we may request some damages because they're trying to chill my First Amendment right for me to be able to be press. So we may get some damages out of it, but not likely. It's likely we're going to get a declaratory judgment against LVMPD that says you cannot chill my First Amendment right. You cannot walk up to me and say, go over there. I was 30 feet away behind two sets of rocks that created a barrier
Yet the
between me and the
Supreme
pigs in the
Court
street.
has already sided with the police on that they can.
No, you weren't 30 feet away. The fucking road isn't 30 feet, Chille.
So I just want to, and then what do you guys think? Take a vote real quick. Everybody vote. Do you think this video will be monetized or demonetized? Everybody vote. Put a 1 in the chat if you think it'll be demonetized. Put a 2 in the chat if you think that YouTube will monetize this video. What do you think, DLZ Clips? Right down there in the chat, DLZ Clips. What do you think,
It'll
bro?
be
You think they're gonna
monetized.
demonetize this video?
Limited.
Because I imagine most people don't want to pay for advertisements on this piece of shit.
I mean, we haven't shown any death. We've shown no violence. We're just reporting and sharing our opinions on pigs. But do you think they'll demonetize the video? 1, 1, 1, all ones, ones, ones. So it's like people like Chevy and this gentleman here who just threw in. Thank you for JP Tag 33. Thank you so much. I'm trying to be able to pull that up. Thank you so much for your super chat. It's people like V Boyer. It's people like Jeff Hates Pigs, like Chuck, like Apache here. Thank you so much, Apache, and thank you so much, Jorge Ruiz. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And here's JP Tag. Thank you, JP Tag 33. This video, I'm going to tell you right now, 100.
And again, the same ones recycled.
100% will be demonetized. And DLZ Clips will tell you the truth too. They are screwing us. You have no idea. It's terrible. I don't know why. It's just my opinion. Oh, I know what it is. YouTube China doesn't want to have me be able to build my brand and get to a position of power to change the government from the top down, to change how the cops interact with you from the top down. They don't want to overturn Terry versus Ohio. They like it. They like it. My friend Gloria, who is a regular contributor. Gloria is one of those people. She donates money. She donates to me. She donates to people. And Gloria is not rich. She ain't rich. And she donates all the time when I do fundraisers for people. She's donated to Eric's wheelchair. And she's just a regular human being. Do what you can with what you got. Don't do nothing. Do something. Fight back. Okay, so let's pull up Eric's fundraiser and let's count who's donated to my Venmo, PayPal, or Cash App so that I can recognize those people who did donate. Here's Eric's fundraiser right here. Let me pull this bad chicken up real quick. It just take me 1 second. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Better luck next time. Sorry about that. So where are we right now? We got Richard Bellafiore just put in some money. Just recently, Richard put in some money. Let me share the screen. So sorry, guys. Let me show you what I'm looking at. And thanks again for the super chats, guys. Thanks so much. I appreciate you guys. Let me share what I'm looking at right here. Just real quick. So when we started on this, guys, it was a little over $1,000. And since then, we have reached almost half of the goal. And we probably will reach the whole goal here within the next short time, because I called in a couple of investors who I've worked with before. One told me to go pound sand. Another one goes to a lot of fundraisers and said that he'll look into what he can do, because we're going to need a big money donor to come in with 1,000, 2,000 to really get this fundraiser to the full top. So if you have a millionaire or billionaire friend, then reach out to that millionaire or billionaire friend. And if you take a look, people who have donated. So Richard, I want to recognize you right now, Richard Bellafiore, I guess you would say that. And then if we look at all the donations, these are people who have donated. So there's Richard there, and there's an anonymous. This is one of our people, David McDonald. Thank you so much, bro. And then these are people who have donated as well. So all these donations. Go dog!
Friend, they can pay the whole bill.
Mm-hmm.
Without even thinking twice about it.
They wouldn't notice.
Anonymous, this is one of our people. And then this is Greg, one of our moderators here. And these are all of our people. Michael Martin throwing in. Thank you, Michael. Denny threw in on the last one. These are some of our people here. So these are, you can see, when you see my name, there's a lot of people here behind me. Dan threw in for 20. Terry Moore threw in. Shanta. Bruce down here. You got Bruce throwing in again. You got Pauletta throwing in. And you got Scrubzilla. These are all the people. Because look, if we all throw in $10 right now with 300 people here, if we all throw in $10, fundraiser's almost over. So that's where we are. But what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to open up my PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. And I did have some donations that came in the last one. And so I want to recognize those people who donated and say thank you to them for jumping in on this. It means a lot. So here's...
Hey, Chille, what happened to all that cash?
Just sinking.
Actual money.
Went to his lawyer.
Still waiting to see that go in. We're still waiting to see that 150 go in.
The transactions here. Daniel, once again, that was Daniel who threw in. Okay, so there was Daniel who threw in last time. What's today's date? Today. That's Daniel today. Daniel threw in today. There it is right there, JP. I can only throw in half of that, JP. So if you want to donate, try to donate through Venmo, PayPal, or Cash App. But I will put that $10 in because YouTube takes 30%. Then after taxes, we end up being about half of the money. So JP, I definitely will throw that $10 in. So I got Daniel for 50, and then JP for 10. And then I got Victor. Victor's coming in right here for another 25. So we got 85 right there. We got 85 right there. Are you texting me DLZ Clips? I'm not sure if you are or not. Let me check my text here. Okie dokie. So there's 85 right there. And then let me just hold on one second, real quick. Real quick, what's going on? with the Playboy. What's going on? I got you my headphones here, DLZ Clips. What is going on with the Playboy? Just giving you a ring right here to see what you're saying. There it is right there. What's going on, DLZ? Oh, okay, I thought you were motioning to me about something important. Okay, thank you for your time, bro. So I got 85 there, and then we got 10 and 10. So there's 95 coming in. And then I believe here's a donation. Thank you. I want to say thank you, Eric, for the donation. Eric sent me a donation and said this is for you to get pizza. So thank you so much. I appreciate it. And then so Daniel has really contributed quite a bit, as long as Chevy has as well. Chevy and Daniel have both put in a ton of money. Gloria put in on this. Bruce, Greg, all the people. So there's 85. Now let me check Cash App and see if there's been anybody who said that they donated to Eric's wheelchair, because I want every single dime to get to him. I want that Bruce just threw in. I believe that's Bruce. Yep, Bruce just threw in another donation here. And then we got John just threw in another donation here. So I got another donation from John. And then so 95, 105, 115. We're at 115 here. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys donating. And then let me get out of here so you guys can see this bad chicken. So here's the actual fundraiser if you guys are looking for it. And I will drop the link down here. Feel free to donate directly to Eric's GoFundMe here. That bypasses the middleman. And then, you know for sure that your donation, I mean, if you send it to me, your donation is going to period. Because we have a goal here. And
Chille
that is the
can't
goal of getting him.
scrape off the top if it goes straight to GoFundMe.
Mm-hmm. And he can't try and diddle people the way he does by just not putting their donation in at all.
Okie dokie, pokey smoky. Okay, so I'm at 115 here. Jason, thank you for the donation. I appreciate it. I super appreciate it, man. Thanks so much. And this is from this man and his wife. Thank you, Joshua. I appreciate it. Thank you, Luke. I appreciate it. I don't get a chance to really holler off donations for people who have donated to me. And so I just want to say, there's a troll right there. There's a troll. By the way, I destroyed you, bro. You tried to debate me. I slapped you down. If anybody wants to see an epic smackdown, go to my videos and look at Team Skeptics debate. And
wrong person, Chille.
Yeah, you didn't debate Uncle Artie.
That's Uncle Artie, not Artie's corporate fiction.
And
not the
Artie's
same
corporate
person.
fiction would have stomped a hole in your ass if you actually debated him instead of just over talking him and shouting at him.
And this guy right here who talks shit, I smacked him down like the bitch he is. I mean, it was really good. It was really good. Okay, so now I want to make sure that I have, who was that? Someone just said they put in. Oh, thank you again, Apache. Thank you so much. So there's that. And let me check, I'm missing one, PayPal. Let me check PayPal and see if any other dollars have come into PayPal. Because I want to get this. What? Chevy Bucks with another hundo. Chevy Bucks going in. James is coming in. Wow, fantastic. Thank you, James, so much, dude. So we're at 235, and then James is 50. So we're at 285. That's where we are right now. And then Brian came in with another donation. God bless you, Brian. Thank you so much. I appreciate your donation. And then Gary threw a donation in. So this one was Gary. Was this live or the last one? I think the last live was. So what were we out there? We're at 235 now. Is that correct? DLZ Clips. Is that where we were? We're at 285. Which 285 because there was a $50 donation coming in from James and then from Chevy. So I think we're at 285 here that we're going to put in right this second. Amazing, absolutely amazing. We're going to get this guy's wheelchair. We're going to get Eric his wheelchair. So we're at 285 if I'm doing all the math correctly. And I'm probably going to have to. Gloria coming in with another donation. So let me open up PayPal again. So let's just round it up. We're just going to round it up, and there it is. Victor just threw in $10 more. There that is. Okie dokie. Let me make sure the cash is all correct. So I got, and just so you guys can see, I'll just show everybody because I got losers like that guy who came in here that just couldn't debate me. He got slammed in the face like a chump. But just so you guys can see all the numbers, and these are active numbers.
Still the wrong guy, Chille.
This is PayPal. In my PayPal, $397. What? James just threw in $250 more just this second. James just threw in $250 more. God bless you, brother. Thank you, man. So now we're at $397 on PayPal. I had 40 in here. So if you're keeping track at home, I had about $350 in my PayPal. I got about $350 on PayPal. And then for Cash App, let me see if I have any transactions coming in here. I got Bruce and I got Justin in my and the total, just so you know that I have in here. I've only got 20 for him, but I got 45 total. I had 25 in there. So there's 350 plus 20 is 370 so far. And now let me check Venmo. And Gloria said, Tom, $10 to Tom Shaw right there.
Showing
so
the numbers if they're not. Jesus.
Yeah.
Here, let me show you some numbers, but they're not relevant.
Threw in, Victor threw in, Eric. I mean, all these people have thrown in. So let me give you guys the total here so you can see my wallet. So I got 50 from Daniel, 25 from Victor. There's 75. Okay, so I got 75 in here. I got 75 of the 95. So I guess that hater, the haterade who just came in, I'm just showing you the real-time PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. What? So now we're gonna give them all the money, Lebowski. So 350 plus 70 is 420, and then what was the, and then 20 more. So $440. $440. And if you let me screenshot, there's Venmo. These are real-time screenshots because I just want to make sure I'm as transparent as I can be. Okay, and there's that. And let me check PayPal. And so screenshot that bad chicken. Oh, let me cut off that. I'm just gonna, because I got people's names on there, and that's not what I'm about to do. I'm not.
Chille, stop lying. PayPal doesn't let you screenshot it.
I'm about to show people's names here, not their actual stuff. So let me just cut that bad chicken. Got it. Done. Save. Okay, now I'm going to show you the 3 different screenshots from my Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App. And so here they are. There's PayPal right there. 350 of that goes into the fund. There's my Cash App right there. So 20 of that goes into the fund. So 350, 370. And there's my Venmo balance, and 70 of that goes in there. So 70 times, we were at 420. God bless it. Somebody do the math. Let me just say it out loud. 350 plus 20 is 370 plus 70 is $440. So, this is super fulfilling. And Tom Shaw threw in 10. I just want to make sure. And I think Gloria saying that she did do a PayPal, but I just want to make sure that I give her the credit. There we go. SWE Observers come in. Luis has come in. Tyler has come in. Gloria has come in. There's so many people here. So we're at $440. So let me get my credit card out. Let's do it. Let's put 440 more. There, this is donate now. Oh, shoot. Can you guys still see that? You sure can. Sorry about that. I can't show my credit card information go in. So here's the link to the GoFundMe. It's best if you give directly to Eric, but God bless all of you who just did that. God bless each and every one of you. I put the link for the GoFundMe in the thing. We just raised $440 more. And because of people like JP and Chevy and Gloria and Bruce and Greg and Luis and James and Daniel, James put in $300. Chevy put in $100. I mean, people who have funds are donating. So thank you guys. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Jessica, I'm gonna come back on my next live. I'm gonna save that. I need donations for the next live, pre-ready to go. So I'm gonna save that, Jessica. It's going in the next live. So Jessica, if you're on my next live, I'm gonna mention your name again because I'll show it. I'll show every single detail. There's nothing I won't share with you and be totally transparent, like Vegas. Okay, so let's get that in. So let's get in that 430. Let me take this right.
Who the hell thinks Vegas is transparent? What the fuck? Chille, do you not realize that the odds, the deck, the machines are all rigged against you in Vegas? It's all designed to entertain you whilst taking all your money.
Here, and I'm just going to put another link here real quick. And let me just be double sure. Donate now. $430. And I do not tip the organization because they took away the truckers' money, and I'm not down with that. So there's $430 right there. And credit card. My information is still in here. Save the card. Here it comes. Bingo. There it is. $430 more. Jessica, I see your donation down here. Let me double check on that because the trolls sometimes come in and just say a bunch of garbage.
I thought he would.
Jessica did indeed
I thought
put
he
her
had
20 bucks in. So Jessica, that 20 is going to go into the next one. You can mark this down. You can write it down. All the people at home are keeping track of.
He did. Just $20 disappeared again.
Him it again.
What we're doing here, especially when it comes to money. So let me refresh this page here real quick and let's take a look. So let's see if I put in that 430 here. There it is right there, folks. There it is. Now we're 4,000. We are way over the halfway mark. We're right there. And here's the 430 right there. There it is. There it is right there. There it is right there. You guys could donate directly to his GoFundMe. You guys feel free to. There's the 430 right there. Jessica put in 20. God bless. Amazing. We got it. We got it. We're going to get it. We're going to get it. We don't stop. Put in the comments. We don't stop. We don't stop. Eric Trullo, God bless you, brother. We are going to get you that wheelchair, bro. We are going to get you that wheelchair. Not me. We are going to get Jessica, you, Chevy, you, JP, you, Daniel, you, Luis, you, Colin, you, Gloria, you. We are the Boyer. All the people. Really? Doesn't look like I got, I didn't make any money here, Uncle Artie. Sorry, bro. I mean, I would love to pull it up, but I don't want to give the scumbag any light. But I destroyed him in a debate. I mean, you want to see a beta male cuck? This guy right here. Gloria! Gloria!
And you're still lying, Chille. We know that you scam off the top. Unlike your audience, most of us can do maths and aren't baffled by your distractions and bullshit.
Tommy, what's going on, my friend? What is going on? What is going on? Right there, Eric Bliss put that in. Bruce, thank you so much, Bruce. Apache just threw $70 into the GoFundMe. Yes. Thank you, Apache. Thank you. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. I mean, I destroyed that loser. Here we go, OT.
Really? Really, Chille, you want people to go back and watch your debate with Team Skeptic? I'm not sure you want people to watch that again because you got your ass handed to you.
TVO, here we go. Good to see everybody. Bye, says Mikey. Bye. Mikey, hit me up when your phone's fixed. I got to get you back in line on the front lines, brother. I need you back. So just on this channel, so everybody knows, I'm not going to censor you. I hate being censored by YouTube. So
I'm not going to censor you on this channel, just as they timed out NCR. That's what Mikey B is talking about, that they just timed out NCR. But no censorship, remember.
So I'm not going to censor you. I'm not going to do it. So if you get too annoying in the chat, we'll time you out enough till we block you, then I'll unblock you later. But I'm not going to censor you. You guys can say whatever you want. Dan, what's going on, brother? Good to see you. Dan has consistently donated. Consistently. Thank you so much. Jeff hates pigs. Victor, consistent donator. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys. And Butch the Original, good to see you. That's the whole thing. Butch said it right. How come these idiots want to F with your destiny? They can't. It is written. It will be done. I swear on my soul to God, I won't stop. You can't negotiate with me, bargain with me, or talk me out of my principles. I will not take big donations from huge multinational corporations. I will not. I will run for governor and I will win. And I will change it from the top.
So you're not going to take donations from big companies. You don't have enough ground support to take small donations. Yeah, you're fucked.
And Paul's face.
Down. You will watch and you will be a part of this journey, and we don't stop. F you if you think you have discouraged me in any way, shape, or form. I am just more empowered than ever before. You can stop me, but you're going to have to kill me. And that's not going to happen, my friend. You come around me, right there. I got it right there. Come around my parts. I'm not playing some high school bubblegum game here. I push you, you push me. No. If you force me to defend my life, I will. So for all the people, thank you so much. God bless you. Thank you so much. We are
okay. Challenge accepted.
Are going to make this guy's dream come true. He has beaten death now for 2 years, and the top of it, help a miracle happen in my life. Eric, I'm doing everything I can, everything in my power. I'm calling friends and family. I'm doing everything I can. I've reached out to previous investors. One of them told me to go F myself.
Hey, Dick, back
He lost his
patrol.
money and coded friends. There's people who lost. I lost. It was the most devastating thing for me ever. I'm writing about it in my book. To my team, my internal team, who I work with day in and day out. Thank you. Thank you for
writing a book?
Several lawsuits. Thank you so much for your help. I appreciate it so much. There are people I cannot mention their names. You know who you are. Thank you for helping me. Thank you for helping. Because when you're the people who are helping me, you're helping us. Because there are thousands of people who know that I won't quit. You can't talk me out of it. My mom, my sisters, my brothers, my family has all tried to talk me out of it. Oh, just run for mayor. Just run for mayor. Executive power or bust. There's no point. If you're not the grand poobah in charge, you are not going to change a damn thing. You won't. You can see just online on here, the other people who are activists or auditors or reporters have attacked me because they don't want to be led. Too bad. Time for new leadership. Time for new leadership. All right. All right. Thanks so much for coming to my TED Talk. Thank you so much for coming to my TED Talk. Eric, let's check the funds again. Let me refresh just real quick and make sure I don't have any more money came in. I want to recognize anybody else who put money in here. Monk's Law right there. Boom. Like I just said, there's that 70 that Apache just said he put in. There it is right there. He put it in. He put it in. There it is right there. The gentleman came here and said he put in 70 and he did. Now we're at 4,092. We're so much closer. We're only $3,000 away. Wow. 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 You don't need me breaking down crying. You need me staying strong. So I'm not going to break down and cry, but I really could. I really could. Seeing this happen for Eric warms my heart to no end. So God bless you. Thank you. Thank you. Keep fighting them, Chevy. Keep fighting them, Chevy, because you're going to see more in the comments now. Just so you guys know, go to my videos. There's going to be horrible bootlicking cops and bootlicker cops and people who lick boots and people who are bootlickers who are going to be in my comment because I said that I'm not going to censor them. Go ahead, bro. Have at it. But I'm not going to censor people anymore because I'm hating being censored. So do unto others as you...
Huh. Funny. You're still trying to censor all those other channels, Chille. And you're going to try and use the do unto others as you would have done unto you? Really? So you'd be quite happy for tens of thousands of copyright strikes like you've put out? At least
you
it
would have done to
fucking
you.
feels
So just
that
remember
way.
that when you come in my comments. All I want to do is make this a more just, transparent, fair world. I want to get back to our constitutional rights. All right, I've been on for an hour and a half. Love you guys. Thank you, Gloria. Love you. Thank you so much. The people, Actual Liberty. What's up? Read a few names. Tanny, what is going on?
And that's the end of it. He just goes through his audience.
I'll be going live in a moment.
The history of Juneteenth.
Oh, this is going to be so bad.
Oh, yeah.
Do you think you can find one of Epiphany's daughter's videos for a palate cleanser?
Yeah, give me a moment.
It's showing that you're trying to, another Becca's trying to come up without device being connected.
That's my laptop.
Okay.
Now, I've been asked what's going on with our donations charity for this month with us not being on the channel. And I've simply decided I'm going to extend the end date by whatever days we're not on there, so that the animal charities get the same amount of time.
Sounds fair.
Those that did donate on the time before we got taken off, yeah, those will still be counted.
Sorry about that.
Pulled up the wrong one.
Yep.
Let's see how bad he gets this piece of history.
And we all apologize for how bad the racist bullshit is about to get.
Not this. This is the one she posted about a week ago.
Suppose you must have grown, she said. You don't know me, and you don't even care. Oh yeah. She said, you don't know me, and you don't wear my teeth. Oh yeah. Essentially happy. Bury all your thoughts, cross some open feet. And flowers gaze at you, but not the only ones. Cry when you see who you said. You don't know me, and you don't said they are going Boston. They are starting new life. They are starting over. No one knows my name. Get out of California. Tired of the weather. They are getting lover. Fly 'em out to Spain or Italy. Think I'll go to Boston. Think that I'm just tired. Think I need a new town. Leave this all behind. Think I need a sunrise. Tired of the sunset. Here it's nice in summer. Some summer would be nice. They are going to Boston. They are going to Boston. They are going to Boston. No one knows my name. No one knows my name.
I love her voice.
Yeah, she's very talented. Can you drop the link for her channel?
Sure can.
I was looking for it but couldn't find it.
To those that don't care for Emily singing, you're welcome to put your headphones down until her face is not on the screen. But the vulgarness will get you nothing but timed out or banned. Just saying. On that note, I'm going to find another one.
When the wind is blowing in your face and the whole world is out your case, I could offer you a embrace to make you feel my love. When the evening shadows and the stars appear, there's no one there to dry your tears. I can hold you for a million years to make you feel my love. I know you haven't made your mind up yet, and I'll never move on. I've known it from the moment that we met. Now in my mind where you belong. I go hungry, I don't like I go wrong down the avenue. No, there's nothing that I wouldn't do to make you feel my love. The storm is raging on the rolling sea.
So much better after listening to Chille.
Yeah.
Definitely has a, I want to say a haunting voice, but it's beautiful.
True. Hey, guess what I've been up to today?
Today.
Writing the script for the history bit that people have asked to be done.
Oh, nice. What time period?
1914. I thought we'd start off with an easy one.
Refresh my memory. What was 1914?
Go sit in the corner, hang your head, and cry.
I know. I will later. But refresh my
World
memory.
War One.
Okay.
Whoopsie.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking something else.
The war to end all wars.
Oh, shut
The
up, Mark.
Great War. But I'm starting about a month before the war actually did.
Okay.
Because it's kind of important. The month build-up is kind of important.
Yes, shame on me. I know, Tommy. Yes, Stevie. We've had a lot of requests for people. I mean, for us to do history videos, similar to what we did for D-Day and for Memorial Day. The dog was growling. So
Holden McGroin, no.
See, Warren says we didn't enter World War One until 1917, so I get a pass.
It's not our fault that America always turns up late.
Oh, Pope Phil, we're not going that far into the past.
Steady.
What was it like serving under Genghis Khan?
Brutal.
I would imagine so.
Yeah, by the time we entered into World War One, we really didn't have much much impact on the outcome.
No, but you arrived at the time when we needed a bit more men and material.
Not so much the material.
Yeah.
Oh. We were using a lot of British equipment.
No, Delete Laws has no lips or brains. Nobody's muted. We're just speaking for a little bit. We have something that we're going to cover in a few more minutes. And I was wondering if you guys wanted to
Holden
hear.
McGroin, I know a lot about the history of World War One. Maybe you should check your fucking facts.
Sounds to me like somebody pissed in Holden McGroin's Cheerios this morning.
No, he's just a fucking moron.
Was the Lusitania down that bought the Americans in, wasn't it?
No, not really.
Partly. Well, this
It
other.
was partly used as an excuse, but it was, spoiler alert, what brought America into the war was when we revealed to them the fact that Germany was offering a deal to Mexico, that if Mexico invaded America, Germany would help them and Mexico could keep all the territories it had lost to America. That's why America actually entered World War One.
Yes, and the Lusitania was the sort of the official public reason.
Yeah, because they didn't want to reveal the fact that our spies had found out Germany was planning to get Mexico to invade America. Which actually at the time might have actually been a very close run thing. America had a tiny army. Like ridiculously tiny.
One of the things that kept us from getting enough soldiers over there was we had to create the army to send.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Hang on a second, Mark. No, the Battle of Britain was the Second World War, not the First World War. You dunce cap. God's sake.
While we're waiting,
Also, there's a lot of bits that don't get enough coverage, like the number of African soldiers who were involved in Europe, the number of Indian soldiers.
Commonwealth, yeah.
Not
I mean,
just not just ours. The French had huge numbers of African soldiers.
Mm-hmm. There's some very good sort of lesser-known stories from the First World War. The Pals battalions, that's a horrible story too.
Yeah. And things like also the bit with Sir Edward Grey and Sir Crow in the Foreign Office. Yes, there was a guy called Sir Crow.
And Gallipoli.
The true story about Gallipoli would be interesting to say, not the myths.
True. And we'll probably need a video all to itself.
Oh, it's going to be several videos.
Oh, one show's not really enough to cover one of the full battles. It'd be hard pressed to get all the information on. I mean, the D-Day landing we didn't cover. We just scraped the top.
Yeah. And sorry, Mark, you're wrong.
As per normal.
Eagle squadrons did serve in the Battle of Britain.
and he has begun. So
I believe you'll find it's 71 Squadron. No, it wasn't. It was formed in 1940. Bloody
Both
RAF should learn their own history.
Both world wars, we had a lot of Americans that volunteered to go over and fight before America joined as a whole.
All right. Are we ready?
Oh god, yeah. This is going to be so bad. He's got the fucking poster up.
Alrighty then.
This is Chille's version of the real history of Juneteenth. That is the title of the video.
It is not real, it is not history, and it is racist propaganda.
Think that we are live. What's going on? Happy Juneteenth, everybody. Happy Juneteenth. And so today is the day that we're going to talk about in great detail exactly what Juneteenth means, where the term Juneteenth comes from. Today, you're going to learn some stuff that you didn't know yesterday about the foundation of America. This is really my wheelhouse. So this is the things I'm going to teach you today. And so we're going to cover quite a bit of things that are on this poster. So I'll give you guys a little backlog, but first let me say hello. Hello, friends and family. What's going on out there? What's going on in your world today? Can you do me a favor? Can you real quick just take your finger and hit the like button? Just take your finger right there. Give it a second. Bam! Hit that like button. Just go whappo. Take your finger and whap, whap, whap. Hit the like button as hard as you can. Tap, 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 tap the like button. Just take you a second. I'd really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And then if you would please write down in the comment section, OTVO, overturn Terry versus Ohio. Overturn Terry versus Ohio. So that would be absolutely amazing if you would do that for me. Pretty pleased with cherries and sugar on top. So this is the part of my life that kind of changed things, that where for the first time ever I realized that, you know, the best analogy that I have to really share with you the process of what happened inside of me is for so many years I was working on being tough, being physically tough and strong, that I didn't realize that I had gained a lot of knowledge. And so it was such an epiphany for me when I turned on the TikTok Rick Rock in the beginning of 2021. Actually, just so you guys know, oh my God, this is exactly 2 years. We are right now at exactly 2 years when I started this journey. As we're 2.5 years, because it took me from January of 2020 until Juneteenth, exactly Juneteenth of 2020, to create the poster that you see behind me. This poster, what I did was I called a friend of mine named Jeff Lloyd. If you guys have not seen the, thanks for the super chat, Carol. God bless you. I appreciate that. Thank you for supporting what I do. I really appreciate it. You know, I called. So I'm not going to go into a lot of the details here, but I'm just going to tell a little bit because I'm just going to talk for 5 or 6 minutes here while people come into the room. I called my friend Jeff Lloyd in the beginning of 2020, and I said, because my previous jobs, being an executive producer or being an executive inside of a company or being the executive sales manager, you know, or writing the sales script or doing all the things that I did with my life, and we all have done so many things. You know, I came to Jeff Lloyd and I said, Jeff, listen, my tech company failed last year in 2019, and I really don't want to work for you or anybody else. I'm so passionate about changing things that.
Hold him, McGrine. He's not the one that timed you out. I was. One more time and you're getting banned.
I want to change things so badly. And Jeff said, well, you know, I don't want you staying here, but you can stay here. Because I didn't want, I had lost motivation just to make money, which is not that hard if you apply yourself. if you really apply yourself to making money, if that's your whole goal, you can really get your Series 7, your Series 6, and you can make money really quickly if you really want to. You know, if you're not familiar with getting your Series 6 or your Series 7, or is there a Series 5 as well, 4? But I know the Series 7 and Series 6 is what a lot of stockbrokers get certified in the financial industry, and you can really do well. And me, myself, as I'm really good at sales. So, you know, and just so you guys know, this poster right here behind me is for sale. It is on my website, this poster right here. I created this poster, and this was the first product that I sold in this space. This is the first product that I sold. And so, you know what? I want to introduce you guys to, Jeff Lloyd, because this man is the reason why I'm sitting here right now. And he's part of the reason. Jeff Lloyd, bro, you, bro, are a unicorn. Jeff doesn't even watch, but you're a unicorn, Jeff Lloyd. And I want everybody to know exactly who you are as a person. So, so I'll show you just the very beginning of the Terry era that Jeff and I produced in 2020. 2021 is when the Terry era came out. But more than anything else, the reason why I'm showing you this is because here. Okay, so I got that queued up. And so I want you guys to meet my friend Jeff Lloyd. So just so you guys know, everybody, I tell you guys all the time that I go through the same things that everybody else does. I know that I have a resolve and a personality that I can take an amazing amount of guff. As a matter of fact, I feel most comfortable in a firefight when everybody's fighting, because I was baptized in the fire of hell. That's why. And so now that I've been saved and reborn, and I've become the new person based on what my passion is and my drive is, I feel like I got another lease on life. But I'll just tell you something. When my tech company, when I failed with my tech company in 2019,
what the
I had
hell's
such a
delusion is
depression.
he
I can't
spouting
even,
now?
I have no idea.
begin to describe it to you. I didn't want to work for anybody. I didn't care. You know, I had a guy named Bob saying, "Come run my marijuana company, bro. You're gonna make $1 million. Just come run my weed company." Because people who make lots and lots of with the bees and the 100 millionaires, they don't want to run their company. They just want to set it up and then have you run it while they go out on their yacht, while they go out on their boat, while they're dancing with wolves, and you're in the company working 80 hours a week because you're the executive in charge. And so I didn't want to do it. KT, Chevy, what's going on, Chevy? I see you. Gregor, Delete Laws Reloaded. Launchpad is in here, Greg. So just so you guys know, you know, hopefully people can stay in the room and they don't get kicked out or banned. But I don't want to censor you guys, man. If you guys go look at my videos, there's just all kinds of troll attacks and comments. You want to fight with trolls? There's a place to do it on my upcoming premiere videos, where they just inundate it and say what a horrible person I am. They can't find any victim. There's no victim of me, but they're looking for them. They're going to find someone someday that I did wrong.
No, we found plenty of people
that
that are your victims. You just refuse to acknowledge that they're your victims.
Banned. Hopefully you guys can keep it kosher. If not, you know, the moderators might time you out and even block you, and then I'll unblock you, but you'll be blocked. You'll be blocked for the session at least. So I'm hoping you guys can be cool. What's up, Playboy? So let's watch a couple minutes and introduce. So I'll finish the story. So then 2019, my tech company.
He still hasn't unblocked any. He still hasn't unblocked Mike.
I haven't checked.
I failed. I didn't succeed. Only 1% of technologies make it, and I didn't make it. And I was so depressed that I didn't want to do anything. I had this. I've always had this knowledge for the last 20 years of these figureheads and people who are on this poster. And it's funny because I didn't accumulate it overnight, but over the pandemic, then I really dug back into my studies and I really got into it in a big way. And then with Jeff Lloyd and I said to Jeff, I said, look, you know, I want to change this bullshit system of law enforcers. I can't stand it. If you check my mission statement on my website, nothing inside of
Yes, I
nothing.
used big words.
That I didn't know, though. So thank you for that.
Well, I very much doubt you're going to find it out from watching Chille's real history of Juneteenth. But there you go, people. There's exactly the history of Juneteenth.
I'll probably butcher that word. Can you pronounce it for me?
No, it's French.
Okay.
You should be fine with that.
Good point.
Juneteenth, a portmanteau of the words June and 19th, commemorates the date of which in 1865 the last enslaved people in the former Confederacy were freed by Union troops arriving in Galveston, Texas. Did I say it right?
Ask me.
Near enough.
Sue Bear said, "What does it even mean, Uncle Dan?"
You stuck the two words together.
So it's a mashup of June and 19th.
Yeah. But I thought I'd use a big word and also have it in French.
Thank you for that.
Has changed. I'm the same exact mission, and we don't stop until we accomplish the mission. The only thing that changed along the way is I realized I have to be governor. If I'm not governor, nothing will happen. Nothing will happen.
Nothing's gonna happen.
So I want to watch just like 2-3 minutes of this, just 2 or 3 minutes. You guys can get this poster on my website, Delete Laws. I'll give you guys a real quick overview. I'll step to the side here. So these are the icons of history. These people who you know Frederick Douglass and the first guy who wore blackface, and Abraham Lincoln. This is William Lloyd Garrison right here. I mean, there's so many people here, and Henry, I'm going to get into some of these things, and Hugo and FDR,
God,
and I'm going to get into, and then
again.
Are you okay?
Stupid. No.
I like history. As you may have noticed, I study a lot of history from all over the place. I think it's important that we get historical facts right and in their context. What this fuckwit does to history really irritates the shit out of me.
What, butchers it?
Yeah.
So much for free speech, huh, Missouri travelers?
we're going to get into some of the civil rights heroes who really helped change the country. But what I did is Jeff Lloyd provided me an office space that soon I had to pay for, which in West Hollywood, California was really expensive. And so what I did is I just dumped out all the knowledge I had in my brain. I just started to stick pieces on a wall. Just, FDR, I just.
You mean the office space they kicked you out of for squatting and harassing the people in the neighboring office?
That's what I was about to say. Did he get evicted?
Yep.
So you didn't pay. Okay.
Just put pieces on the wall, and then I would just kind of spit out every single detail of what I knew about these icons of history. And so I'm going to go over
Which
some of
is
these.
nothing.
Booker T. Washington here. You know, I mean, this man. I'm going to get into all of these things, but first, let's watch it. So I went to my buddy Jeff Lloyd and I said, "Look, man, I don't want to do anything else. I don't want to work for anybody. I don't want to work for you. I don't want to work for them. I just want to work."
So he starts this wonderful poster which you can buy for too much money at 1776. Yet he's been spouting about a lot of people before that recently, hasn't he? The sort of John Locke and all that crap. Wasn't that pre-76?
Yes.
So why start his poster at 70? Okay. Sorry, we shouldn't question Chille. Forgive me.
2 questions in the chat for you, Dan.
Oh, God.
Who and what changed World War One?
In what way?
Who and what?
I'm gonna have to give more.
I gotta
context.
finish the question. I will give you a clue: a massive explosion.
You're gonna have to give more context than that. There were quite a few.
Okay. Until he updates.
Are you talking about when they dug underneath the German positions and placed a massive amount of explosives under there and then ran away and pressed the button? And it was,
What was the hill called?
Such a big explosion that it changed from being a hill to being a crater and was felt clear across the English Channel. And
What was that fucking hill called?
until Hiroshima was the largest man-made explosion in history. A bunch of Cornish miners did it.
If you're a fan of Peaky Blinders, you think it was Birmingham miners too, but he was Cornish.
They went from mining tin to literally mining German positions.
And I mean, it wasn't just that, Dan, was it? There was a whole sort of underground war going on. Their tunnelers, our tunnelers. And it was, and what was that hill called they blew up?
I can't remember the name of the hill.
Yeah, you me both.
And he said, "Who done it?"
The miners. Is that what you're asking, Colin?
Yeah, the crater is still there. It's a lake now, isn't it? Or
I thought
some
they
of the
drained
year
it.
it's a lake.
I thought they drained it. I can't remember.
And the next question was, who is Jeff fucking Lloyd?
He used to be one of Delete Law's backers.
Doesn't he own the trademark Delete Laws?
I think it depends which hill you're talking about, Colin, as to which group of miners, but most of them were Cornish. There were other ones. There were some from Sheffield, some from Newcastle, some from Wales, some from Birmingham. I think there were even a bunch of Scots too.
And Jeff fucking Lloyd is one of Chille's sugar daddies.
And the owner of Delete Laws.
Peter, you're absolutely right. I wrote one word in my diary on the way over. Bugger.
On what I want to work on, and that would include that I have to build something up big enough so that it gets to a point where it's sustainable. And so he was like, okay, I'll support you in what you want to do. And I was like, okay, bro, thanks, man. And so meet my friend Jeff Lloyd. If you have not seen this, this is called the Terry Era. And what I'll do real quick before I drop the before I show it, I will drop the link in the chat real quick. This is for the documentary that Jeff Lloyd and I produced called The Terry Era. And Jeff Lloyd is an alcoholic. He's been an alcoholic since he was 15 years old. He's still an alcoholic. He's not a recovering alcoholic. He's still an active alcoholic. And I don't see that
that's
changing.
funny.
So that's...
So what the fuck? So this is supposed to be a friend of his, and he just slams him for hundreds of viewers to see?
Yeah. Oh, he said far worse about Jeff Lloyd. Jeff Lloyd's wife doesn't like Chille. Chille got very upset because he didn't get invites. So was calling him all sorts of names online.
Pardon my language, but is that the one he said to give him his Jew money?
No, that was Condon.
Oh, okay.
Jeff Lloyd was the one he was talking about booze and cocaine powered parties.
Oh, that one.
Yep, right before his wedding. Because Chille was butthurt.
Just the way it is. So now let me show you just a couple minutes of the Terry era, and then I'm going to start to get into some of the histories of detail because we're 11 minutes in. So we're only going to show 3 minutes of this and then maybe even just 1 minute. And I just want you to meet my friend Jeff Lloyd, who funded the start of exactly what I'm doing. And I mean, he funded it. For me to be here now, there had to be someone who was willing to support me and get me through those first few months when you do a startup where there's no money coming in. So Jeff Lloyd was the man who helped me do that. And so I wanted to show you a couple minutes and just introduce you to Jeff, and then I'll pop back on here in 1 second and we'll talk about it. We will talk about it a little more. D-Law Productions, Delete Laws.
My name is Jeff fucking Lloyd, and I'm not changing how I say it.
Say it again, Jeff.
My name's Jeff fucking Lloyd, and I'm not changing how I say it. I'm white, I'm rich, I'm a Republican, and I'm an alcoholic. What is the purpose of saying I'm white? Isn't that going to piss people off?
Jeff Lloyd is my motherfucking ally. Jeff fucking Lloyd.
Jeff fucking Lloyd. Jeff fucking Lloyd is my...
That's my motherfucking ally.
That one rich ass Republican.
Jeff fucking Lloyd.
Jeff fucking Lloyd.
Jeff fucking Lloyd. Jeff fucking Lloyd is my nigga.
Jeff fucking Lloyd is my hero.
Jeff fucking Lloyd is a maniacal maniac, but he wants to overturn Terry v. Ohio. Jeff fucking Lloyd. Jeff fucking Lloyd. We're supposed to lead the land of the free over the brave.
Oh my.
The incarceration.
Yeah.
Jeff fucking Lloyd. Fuck the incarceration nation, motherfucker.
What a prick.
Oh my gosh.
Stop a second, buddy. Shuggy. Shuggy.
Hmm?
You can have a cookie.
Oh, why?
You hit it right on the head for once. No messing around, no dicking about, no mumbling, just bang. Headshot.
What a fucking prick.
This. Oh my
I'd rather a
goodness.
biscuit though, Dan, on a cookie.
What was the point in all of that?
To suck off Jeff Lloyd.
Oh, okay.
I thought I was hallucinating from the Robitussin. That
No.
was the scariest thing ever.
No, it's not over yet. It's only halfway done.
Oh shit.
Oh, then I'm going to go to bed and watch it when I'm sober. So good night, everyone. I'm giving into the cold.
Right,
Man.
All right.
Oh my God, that was awful.
Oh my god.
Press play.
Okay.
Y'all are funny as hell.
Oh. This is a Terry stop, and you're going to learn it.
Shit.
Get the fuck out of here. Oh. Freeze right there. Show me your hands. Show me your hands. Show me your goddamn hands.
What's going on? I was just jogging.
Terry v. Ohio grants me the right to conduct an investigation, detain you, and arrest you.
I have to do what you say because you're suspicious?
Exactly correct. And if you don't do exactly as I say, I will fucking kill you.
I have a vision called D-Law, delete laws. I created D-Law to build up enough people to change things by leading. Delete laws. When the laws of this country are designed to put people in prison, we have to delete those laws.
So, Jeff, you're going to vote for Trump, aren't you?
Of course I'm absolutely going to vote for Trump. As a Republican, staunch conservative, with 100%, I will vote for Trump.
Is there a chance that there was a third party that was fiscally responsible and had the social issues you care about, you'd vote for that third party?
If I thought they could win, I would vote for a third party. Everybody's life has a purpose.
Tell me again, Jeff, this time, like you're talking about that tranny underneath your staircase that you took care of.
Oh, she was sweet.
Remember that girl?
Yeah.
Wait, go back.
How far?
About 15 seconds. Yeah, that'll do.
With 100%, I will
Listen
vote for
to
Trump.
what Chille says
Is there
when
a
he
chance
asks him
that there
to
was a
repeat
third
it.
party that was fiscally responsible and had the social issues you care about, you'd vote for that third party?
If I thought they could win, I would vote for a third party. Everybody's life has a purpose.
Did you say socialist?
Just listen to
Tell
what
me
Chille
again, Jeff,
says.
this time, like you're talking about that tranny underneath your staircase that you took care of.
Oh, she was sweet.
Remember that girl?
Yeah, Jade, yeah.
Yeah, I took care of her.
Everybody's life has a purpose. When the laws of this country are designed to put people in
What did
prison,
he say?
Just say, like you were talking to that tranny under your staircase.
That's what I thought he said. But I was hoping that I was hearing that wrong. What the fuck?
No, they can't have said that. Okay, you could have done.
We'll
Go
go
back
back and
again.
listen one more time.
Oh, fuck.
Let me make sure the volume is all the way up. Yeah, it is.
win, I would vote for a third party. Everybody's life has a purpose.
Tell me again, Jeff, this time, like you're talking about that tranny underneath your staircase that you took.
Yep.
Oh, she was sweet.
Remember that girl?
Yeah, Jade, yeah.
Yeah, I took care of her.
Everybody's life has a purpose. When the laws of this country designed it.
Yeah. That's what he said.
Call Jaden.
Yeah. Yes, Stevie, that's what he said.
Put people in prison, we have to delete those laws.
Get on your knees. Hey, I have the right to investigate, detain, and arrest you based solely on my suspicion.
I don't want to get on my knees.
You're gonna do what I tell you to, or I will hurt you. And there are no repercussions for me.
I did not break any laws, and I did not create any victims anywhere.
Last chance. Get on your knees, or I will tase you. Do what I tell you to do, you motherfucker! Get on your fucking knees!
It's all of them. Every one of us.
What? Civil fortune. Okay, stop and frisk. Yeah, maybe you could make the link to overturn Terry versus Ohio. Civil forfeiture has nothing to do with Terry v. Ohio. Unconstitutional checkpoints, I presume he's talking about DUI checkpoints. They have nothing to do with Terry versus Ohio.
Able to, one of the things they put up, able to stop you without reasonable suspicion or without probable cause.
Mm-hmm.
So what does this have to do with the history of Juneteenth?
Nothing.
Just checking.
Go on. What? Having to ID has nothing to do with Terry versus Ohio. Wait, so detentions, detaining, and detainment completely unconstitutional. Nothing to do with overturning Terry v. Ohio. Also not true. No, it doesn't.
If enough people knew the right changes, and that happened, everything would change overnight. If enough people knew the right changes, right? Okay. If enough people knew the right changes, and that happened, everything would change overnight.
So this isn't his own words, it's what Chille told him to say.
Yeah. He's reading the script.
Did you know there's one law that is the linchpin for a bunch of other laws that is putting you and me in jail?
The Terry era.
The Terry era. It's Terry versus Ohio.
Terry v. Ohio was
Not a law.
Court case of 1968
that created the Terry era.
I didn't even know it was one damn law that allowed these police to harass me constantly.
Not
the slavery era.
Terry versus Ohio actually restricted police's power, not increased them. Prior to Terry v. Ohio, they didn't have to have reasonable, articulable suspicion.
They could just stop and frisk.
They could just stop and arrest your ass. The reasonable, articulable suspicion standard didn't come about until Terry v. Ohio. Prior to that, that standard didn't exist.
As I've been saying, Terry versus Ohio is a protection of your rights, not an infringement on your rights.
Yeah. Keep going.
Jim Crow era, now the Terry era.
Which is just an extension of the Jim Crow era.
I didn't even know that, yo.
It took 58 years to overturn Plessy versus Ferguson.
And I bet you ain't know it either.
And we're at 52 years with Terry v. Ohio.
If one person can walk up behind another person, put them in painful shackles, that's not the era that I want to have my kids in.
Take one look at me, my nigga. I'm always suspicious to the cops.
Terry era. Their goal with the Terry era was to lock you up.
2.5 million people in prison. You think that's right? You think that's okay?
One law.
History may call it the end of the Terry era.
You dummies all want to overturn Terry v. Ohio. Well, it's not going to fucking happen.
All of us want to overturn Terry v. Ohio.
Today.
Right now.
Stop.
Immediately.
The Terry.
That guy.
Yeah. Who is it?
I've seen him before.
He's one of the two in the Delete Laws intro piece.
Other place. Storage Wars. And have you ever watched Storage Wars?
He looks similar, but that's not him.
I'm pretty sure it is. He's one of the two guys.
It'll list the cast, if that's what you can call them, at the very end, right? It should.
Should. I mean, all of these are paid actors. That much is obvious. But I think he was one of those two that came onto Storage Wars.
Terry stop is, was, and forever shall be unconstitutional.
One man can walk up to another man and say, because I'm suspicious of you, you have to get on your knees? You think when your founding fathers wrote the Fourth Amendment,
For what?
No fucking way.
Stop. Founding fathers didn't write the Fourth Amendment. Founding fathers wrote the Constitution. They did not write the Fourth Amendment to the fucking Constitution. Some of them were dead by that point.
Some of them are still around.
Yeah. Also, that fucking photo of Jeff Lloyd is not good. That's still shot.
None of this is making Jeff Lloyd look good at all.
No. Play on.
Oh, that's something to really brag about. 4 DUIs.
And should apparently have more.
I've been arrested more times than I can count, more times than I can remember. Sometimes I can't even remember the times I got arrested. Sometimes I got arrested and I can't remember. Sometimes people tell me I was in jail and then I realize I got arrested. I was proud of being passport control for 3 countries. Because of how many times I've been arrested, I have a position you could consider unique.
Detaining procedures? What a fucking joke. Detainment is straight up torture.
Fuck your breath.
No. Arrested and detained are 2 different things.
Mm-hmm. Now, for God's sake, again, people can't read. Chille's doing the same sovereign citizen bullshit.
Detaining somebody and arresting their movement is not placing them under arrest.
No.
You lost your rights with Terry. All your rights disappeared with Terry versus Ohio. You got no rights anymore. And it was only intended for blacks.
I'm on my knees because you're suspicious.
This is detainment.
This is arrested.
Hey, my suspicion trumps your Fourth Amendment rights to be free in person, property, and effects. When I'm suspicious of you, you lose your fucking rights. Now, get on your fucking belly. Do it now.
If you don't want to get on your knees, it justifies the amount of force used against you. The Terry ruling gives police absolute power over us. You have no idea, dude. You know how many times. There's no checks, there's no balances.
Bullshit.
I'm gonna put you in handcuffs for your safety and mine.
There's nothing safe about you putting me in handcuffs.
All right, give me your right arm so I don't have to hurt you.
I can't. I had surgery on that arm.
Give me your arm or I will hit you with a pain compliance device.
What are you doing? You're gonna break my fucking arm. Ow!
Stop resisting!
Dude, what are you doing?
Dude, what are you doing to my fucking arm?
Oh, you're breaking my fucking arm! You're breaking my fucking arm! Breaking my fucking arm!
Stop resisting!
Ah! Ah!
Is this better, huh? Huh, you dumb motherfucker?
I remember one time I wanted to kill police. I was so mad because they beat me so badly. I really wanted to murder them.
Stop. You mean you were fucking out of your tree on alcohol and coke that you wanted to beat up the police because what? You wouldn't comply when they tried to stop you drink driving. Okay.
He's even slurring his words in this.
Mm-hmm.
These lies are kind.
Fuck it is. I wanted to kill police one time when they beat me up so bad.
But it's true. Tell me again, right to the camera.
One time the police beat me up so bad, I wanted to kill them. Actually, I was setting up a gun site.
You were setting up to kill that guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, because they beat you so bad. That's a Camaro. So what
Oh,
you
that's
say
a
is,
Camaro?
you know, I was so mad. I remember literally wanting to murder. Like, and that's crazy. Like, if you're not a murderer, you're actually a loving guy who gives the shirt off your back to people. Yeah. Right? This is true about it. You're just fucking drunk and you're an asshole when you're drunk. Right? When it comes down to it, you're
I thought I
loving.
was a lovely drunk.
Well, there's times though. There's levels to this game.
I used to be much more lovely drunk.
Okay, we're gonna come back on.
I literally wanted to murder police. I went to therapy. I got better, and I'm not angry anymore.
There we go. Can't be too careful. Brothers are just
So
too
he's-
fast.
So he went to therapy and became a happy drunk instead of an angry drunk. Is that what he's saying?
Yeah.
Sounds like it.
I don't know what he's saying.
The fuck? That's racist. Dude, get your fucking knee off him, bro. The fuck? You're standing on the man's head.
Sir, I'm gonna need you to back the fuck up.
Dude, I got the weed. I got the weed. You want to hit?
Sir,
You want to hit?
back up and sit down unless you want to get tased.
Take a hit. Holy shit!
Dumb motherfucker. Told you I was gonna tase you. And then you
What
pulled
was
that
that,
shit
you
and I
went?
tased you. You think I wasn't gonna tase you? Huh?
Go.
God! Fuck, I thought you had a gun. Hey. 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 Hey.
All of us.
Can't just point a piece of metal at a cop and start yelling, right? I thought you had a gun.
No, what do you do? Why'd this happen?
I was suspicious he was smoking weed. I thought you had a gun, right? Flash. Split second. Hey, now you're dead.
My God. In all the real life cop shows I've seen, I have never heard one even talk anything like this guy. Whoever wrote this really sucks.
Chille.
Chille.
That explains so much.
To anybody I've wronged, I'm sorry, and I hope that I made it up to you.
What if I'm not sorry? Okay. Okay. To any, what is it? To
To anybody,
it's hard for me to say something like that. Okay. To anybody I've wronged, to anybody I've wronged, I'm sorry.
I hope I made it up to you.
Okay. I've done stupid things when I'm drunk that I regret. That's life. I'm sorry to anybody I've wronged. I hope I've made it up to you.
Get on your fucking belly.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Freeze. Explain Terry v. Ohio to me with no stops.
Hey, Alaska, I'm Senate from the Mr. Checkpoint app.
Hey.
Terry allows cops to investigate, detain, and arrest you without probable cause.
Probable cause is me actually breaking a law, not suspicion of me breaking.
Right.
Right. So what does overturning Terry mean?
Overturning Terry would end DUI checkpoints, stop and frisk. civil asset forfeiture. It would overturn a bunch of Supreme Court cases overnight.
Yeah, but what would it do for me, like on the street in life? I mean, what is the best thing about overturning Terry?
Cops couldn't touch you unless you're committing a crime. Imagine that.
Yeah, we should probably overturn Terry. Thanks, Emmett.
What the hell are you doing? All right. So you guys got that.
Unfortunately, yeah.
It's pretty emotional for me to. If you guys want to watch that, I put the link in the description. It's extraordinarily emotional for me to watch that because it just brings me back to a time period in my life where I was going through my metamorphosis to turn into what I am today. And so because of that, it's really emotional to watch that, and it's hard to watch the truth about Terry versus.
It's very emotional because it made him realize how bad of a producer and director and actor he really is. And it made him very depressed. Allegedly. Oh my God. He's actually proud of this?
Apparently. Well, his greatest work was Wide Angle, remember?
Oh, God.
And he left the outtakes in because it made her a longer show or film or whatever you want to call what we just watched. But all it did was negate everything he just said during the whole show.
I don't know why this was made. I mean, Jeff was obviously drunk throughout the entire thing. It doesn't put anything they say into a good light. Fucking farce.
I mean, what was the relevance of having Jeff Lloyd in it besides Sugar Daddy needs some camera time so he'll front the money?
That's what I was thinking. Was the only
Bad guy
reason.
gone good.
And he must have been drunk or high when he was reviewing that to think he looked good in it.
You're right, Chaos. My non-existent OnlyFans videos are better than Chille's videos.
Allegedly.
It's a matter of opinion because my OnlyFans videos don't even exist. So something that doesn't even exist is better than Chille's videos.
Literally kills people every single day. That officer safety is put over the top of our rights, and it's just soul crushing for me. So with that being said, I want to get into the lecture for Juneteenth today, and I want to start to talk about some specifics of Juneteenth and how Juneteenth happened. And so I'm going to be zooming in and out of this poster quite a bit right now. If you guys can see that, this is the poster that I designed with Jeff Lloyd in 2020. And what this shows is this is the unedited history of the United States of America. And what I did is I put on here every single Supreme Court case, that I knew off the top of my head, and a few that I researched as I was going along the journey of putting this together. And these are some of the Supreme Court cases that have absolutely ruined America, and some of the Supreme Court cases that have set us free. Because so if I do a breakdown of the poster, so this is the unedited history of the United States. This is every Supreme Court that we've had since the John Jay Court, 1789. You guys probably already know that John Jay was one of the authors of the Federalist Papers. I've mentioned his name several times, but you may not know who he is specifically in history, but John Jay was one of our founding fathers. And so then you had the Rutledge Court, 1795. He was only there for 1 year. And you had the Ellsworth Court, the Marshall Court, the Taney Court. The Taney Court is famous because they passed Plessy versus Ferguson here, 1896. They created legal racial segregation.
That's real emotion, Glover Mom. She said, y'all, the Terry era was his baby. He is proud about his baby. Can't believe he is actually showing real emotion and not the fake emotion he tried to muster. That's sad.
Oh, I'm sorry. The Tanning Court is famous for a little bit emotional, so I got to calm down a little bit because that was just really, really hard to watch. They're the ones who said that.
Yes,
that,
it was very hard to watch. I agree.
It was very hard to watch horrible actors in a scenario that is unbelievable.
Literally.
You're not a person. You don't have personhood in the Dred Scott case of 1857. So I can misspeak, and I'm looking at the facts right in front of me. So the Taney Court was passed the 1857 Dred Scott case, which said that black people are not people, they're property. And this is a fact. The Taney Court ruled. Can you guys see my cursor on here? Let me know. Put a 1 in the chat if you can see my cursor kind of flying around right here. So the Taney Court passed Dred Scott that said black people are not a person. This is Frederick Douglass. And so then after the Taney Court passed that, they were ran out eventually. And then you had the Chase Court, the Wake Court, the Fuller Court, down the White Court, the Taft Court, probably one of the worst courts in. So this is one of the. So from 1921 till 1930, when William Howard Taft was the head of the Supreme Court, he was just a white supremacist, and he was a horrible, horrible person. Like history may say something different, but the facts of what he did, his actions, he was a horrible person. Horrible. We're going to get into that a little bit. And then you had the Hughes Court, the Stone Court, the Vincent Court, the Warren.
To answer your question, Lisa, digital is $25 and printed and laminated 27 by 40 is $140. Non-laminated is $99.
Court. This is Earl Warren here. The Burger Court, which if you guys don't know about Warren Burger, he was one of the worst people to be on the Supreme Court as a human being. The Rehnquist Court, who would write a book later in 2012, I believe, and he was repeating the edited, narrated version of history. And then you have the Roberts Court, which, as you know, 2005 until today, it's still the same court. And then if you come back here, these are our first 10 amendments. If you just break them down simply, the First Amendment's the Liberty Amendment. As we all know, the first 5 big freedoms are RAPS, religion, assembly, petition, speech, and press. So you know that this is the Liberty Amendment. And then number 2 is self-protection. Number 3 is no troops should be quartered in your home. And then your freedom standard of the Fourth Amendment, which is also available down here to be secure. So the first and the fourth are the 2 big ones. Then the Fifth Amendment, the right to remain silent, your due process.
Second, doesn't say anything about self-protection, does it?
No, it doesn't, I don't believe. Against the government.
Yeah. That's one of the things they should have put in it, in my opinion, but it's not in it.
Process. You have the right to face your accuser. Anything over $20 or more. This was a typo in the beginning, and I've never changed it. So $20 or more, you can get a jury trial. Number 8 is that you can't be treated with cruel and unusual punishment by the government, and they have bastardized this completely. And then number 9 is the enumerated rights, that we have rights that we don't know about yet. And so in the future, we may want those rights, so that it enumerates rights, and then it makes sure that we withhold. And so the 9th Amendment is often listed. It was listed in Roe versus Wade and a few other cases. And then the 10th Amendment was power to the people, that the federal government only has so much power. They only have so many laws listed here. Now, of course, they've changed that with the necessary and proper clause, and with the interstate commerce clause and the elastic clause. They've been able to claw a ton of power into the federal government using those different clauses. But originally, the federal government only had so many rights, and then that was it. And then all other power went back to the states or back to the people. And so when you talk about the foundation of America, and we're going to get right into how we got to Juneteenth here in a second, but you know, the founding fathers of America were actually the Enlightenment thinkers. You know, you had John Locke, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, and Charles de Montesquieu.
John
down
Locke
here.
was
These three
not
men,
alive during the foundation of America. So he's not one of our founding fathers. He might have had some influence upon some of the founding fathers, but he was not a founding father, you fucking idiot.
And the words of the Sixth Amendment don't say the right to face your accuser. It says the right to be informed of the nature and cause of the accusations and to confront the witnesses against you, not the accuser.
with their three different books, The Social Contract by Jean-Jacques Rousseau, Essays in Understanding Humanities, and Two Treatises of Government by John Locke. And then down here, Montesquieu is going to write The Spirit of Laws, which, as you know, what's more important, the letter of the law or the spirit of the law? The spirit of the law is more important than the letter of the law. And so then you're going to get into, when you start to get to Juneteenth, what's going to happen is there's going to be a series of things here that I'm going to get into, and I'm going to show you exactly what happened and how we got to Juneteenth. So along your timeline here, you're going to have George Washington, you have every president listed here. And so one of the biggest problems with Washington and Adams and Jefferson and Madison and James Monroe and then John Quincy Adams, which is John Adams' son, these people, what they did in the Constitution is they kicked back abolishing slavery for 20 more years. And then, of course, it just continued on for a very long time. So you have your first 10 amendments here. You got your Supreme Court justice courts along the top. And then if you slide along the top right here, you'll see when the amendments came in lined up by the year. So you got your 13th, 14th, and 15th in 1865, 1868, and 1870. And then as you scroll, as you keep coming down here, you got the Civil Rights Acts of 1964, 1965, and 1968. So the Civil Rights Acts of 1964, 65, and 68 are pretty much a repeat of the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment because it failed. Reparations failed completely and utterly and totally failed. And the reason why it failed is because when you go through the history of time and you start to look and you say, well, why did...
Sorry, what was that?
It's just Chille's flawed look at life and history.
What was the...
Pound my forehead into a fucking brick wall.
Please don't do that.
Reconstruction period. I said reparations, I think. But why did the Reconstruction era fail? How come? What was the biggest problem with that? Well, what happened was Rutherford B. Hayes was pretty much appointed to president because he ran, and then he pretty much tied with another guy. And then as long as he would do the bidding of the guys in the black suits, so Rutherford B. Hayes essentially ended the Reconstruction era, and that's the reason why we have had such a broken country. Because if he hadn't done what he did, we may not be where we are today. And this is right after the abolition of slavery. And then we were in 1865, Andrew Johnson is going to sign the 13th Amendment in protest and in haste, and the 14th Amendment. But then when he gets out of office, it's going to be Ulysses Grant who really picks up the reins of Reconstruction and changing this country. But his administration is going to be marred with scandal and people who are in government stealing money, embezzling.
Night, Verbo. Thank you for the night.
Night, Verbo.
Cheating money constantly. So we've all heard about Abraham Lincoln and how Abraham Lincoln was the man who abolished slavery. But what a lot of people don't talk about is that Abraham Lincoln was absolutely a statist. He, maybe you guys have heard of a country called Monrovia. And so what Abraham Lincoln was trying to do was make a deal to get rid of the Africans who were here and send them back to another country. And they created a country called Monrovia. And that was after James Monroe right back here. So now, if you continue to look at your chart here, what you'll see is a series of Supreme Court cases, and we're going to go over quite a few of those. And every single president up to Joe Biden is on here. But then right here, starting in 1882, this is the lynching graph. 1882, you can see how many blacks and how many whites were slaughtered by lynching. And in the beginning, and these numbers are from the NAACP, so this isn't a whitewash version of history. And by the way, I found a lot more lynchings than the NAACP reported in my studies. So the blue bar is going to be black lynchings and the white bar is going to be white lynchings. And in the beginning, so when you're talking about 1882, 1883, this is some of the worst time in U.S. history for lynching for both blacks and whites. This 20-year period from 1882 going all the way up to 1905, 23 years. And it continues to be bad for blacks all the way. I mean, you're talking about 89 lynchings in 1908. But if you go to the beginning here, what was going on back here? And when you really study history, what you start to find out was that a lot of white people were like, no, I am not going to enslave that person. I am not going to be a part of this. And a lot of white people were marrying black people. And so you had this interracial marriage thing happening that was a very taboo thing. And so, when you get to 1884, I believe.
Wasn't that the Wild West at that point in history, when a lot of sort of cattle rustlers and settlers were hung for nicking cows and stuff on the territories? Will that explain why the white number's so big?
Not sure what your question is, because okay, go ahead.
Well, you got a lot of white being lynched here. Is he calling hangings in the frontier states, when there were the cowboys and all that sort of stuff, were stealing cattle and justice was sporadic at best? Is that what he's calling lynching back in those days?
I'm not sure. He hasn't clarified that. But he's talking about interracial marriage back then, but I didn't think that was even legal until the 60s.
It wasn't.
Depends on what state.
Ah, okay.
That's true.
I believe 1884, according to the NAACP, 160 whites are lynched. This time period, 1883 to 1884, this is a very dark time in history. And as you can see, the whites are outnumbering the blacks according to the NAACP in lynchings until 1886. And then the pendulum swings the other way. And as you can see, the blacks being lynched starts to outnumber the whites. And if you just take a look at the graph, you take a look at it from a bird's eye view. Now, granted, remember that I'm not a graphic designer, so I put this together with a good friend of mine. Thank you so much for helping me, bro. And as you can see, you can see that the lynchings for the whites are going to really come to well, you're going to have lynchings of whites all the way up into the, if we're going to count some of the civil rights activists like James Chaney and a few of those guys, they're going to have some whites lynched all the way up into here, 1957, 1964. But blacks are still being lynched all the way up into the 1960s. And the numbers are zeroing out here. You see that 0, 1, 0. So it starts to really die down, but it doesn't really start to die down until after World War II, which is going to be from 1939 to 1945. And so, this poster, a lot of times I'll just sit and I'll just read every president there is and which party they were with, and I just go down it a dozen times. So then if you take a look at the lynching graph, it kind of has...
Does he not realize that World War II didn't even end until 1944 or 45? So how is it the time period he's saying is not after World War II? It's through World War II.
And she claiming that lynchings are purely slavery related. Makes no sense.
Has a shape. If you look at it, you see how it shapes. It's kind of a shape like this. And the biggest lynchings are back here, and it narrows down. And then if you take the prison graph and you compare it, it's the same shape, but it's getting bigger here. So when the lynching stopped, the prison population began. And that's just the way it is. That's the way it is. And how did that happen specifically? If you take a look, you'll see that Terry versus Ohio is right here in 1968. So just drop your cursor straight down here. right here, we got about 300,000 people, 350,000 people in prison. Now look at the exponential growth in the prison industry. And why is that? Well, because if
maybe a lot of that has to do with more policing being done, standardized, creating prisoners instead of JQ public going out and lynching because there's not enough law to take care of the job.
And that was happening at that time anyway. I mean, it was, life was becoming more valuable to some extent, and people, and citizen justice was going away. So of course he's going to do that. Had nothing to do with Terry versus Ohio. Nothing.
any cop can walk up to you and say, I'm suspicious of you. Well, they're going to be suspicious first, the blacks. And the blacks got just hammered all through the 80s and 90s. And the blacks are still getting hammered. But now they're running out of blacks. And so now you're the target. You're white skin. You're Asian skin. You're brown skin.
What?
And you're Mexican skin.
He just said it. Yep. He said it.
America's running out of black people?
Apparently so.
Okay.
Okay.
And so that there's your prison chart down here. And then if you guys don't know about the St. Parish massacre, this I believe it's going to be, so the Colfax massacre is going to be 1860. Yeah. See, I'm not perfect, but the point is I can't, because there's so many histories of lynchings, the St. Parish massacre, the Colfax massacre, there's just so many of them. And so now when we start to get to Juneteenth, you start to say, well, you know, how did we get there? You know, let me check this. Let me check the side and see what you guys are looking at. So there's so much to history, and there's so many parts of history that when you really get into the deep analysis of what happened in our country, you can really trace it back to this abomination called slavery. And the laws that you and I are living under now, if your skin is the same color as mine, the laws were created for black people, literally created. And we're going to go over a bunch of those civil rights cases. And I'm going to show you how in almost every single civil rights case that stripped away your liberty and my liberty, if you share the same color skin, was passed against a black person. Now, not everything's racist to me. I'm pretty conservative. The words gun and law don't work together like two north magnets. They just go away. But then on my website, you can look at the racist origins of gun control, and the same gun control laws that they were using in the 16s and 17s and 1800s are the same gun laws they're using against us today. And so I'm going to go into detail about that. Now, along the journey, just so you guys know, I said reparations earlier instead of reconstruction. So I may misspeak a word or two here or there. Sorry, I'm not perfect. I'm not Christ. I'm not Muhammad. I'm not Buddha. I'm going to make some errors here and there. If I make an error, I'm sorry. Let me know about the error I made, and I'll come back and correct myself. So let's keep going here.
You never have. Not once has he ever corrected his errors.
Nope.
Good to see everybody. Good to see everybody. So, okay. So now as we get into this, there's something you got to know. So let me get back so you guys can see my cursor. Okay, if you take a look at this man right here is named Frederick Douglass, and right above him is a guy named John Brown. And these two guys are best friends. These two guys are super tight. I mean, they are in it to win it together. They both can't stand it. They both can't stand slavery. And so, you know, when John Brown decides to attack Harper's Ferry, you know, they didn't agree on it. You know, Frederick Douglass said, I don't want to die, Chille. I don't want to die, John Brown. He said, I don't want to die. He said, listen, can you do me a favor? You know, you're more than welcome to attack Harper's Ferry, which is going to kick off, and it's in Virginia, and it's going to be the start of the Civil War. The beginning of the Civil War is when John Brown attacks Harper's Ferry. So, of course, Frederick O. Douglass, he tells John Brown, he says, listen, if you do this, you're going to die. You are going to die. And John Brown says, I don't give a damn about living or dying. I would rather die on my feet than live on my knees. And so this man goes in and he does everything he's supposed to do as far as starting the Civil War. And then he dies in the Civil War, and Frederick Douglass is going to read his obituary. And so right now, what I want to do is I want to read you the obituary that Frederick O. Douglass wrote for John Brown after he was dead. And you know, for
It's
me as a
usually
person,
when obituaries
this
are
is
written.
something I have studied in such amazing detail, as you can see from the posters that I created, that when I get into the real history of it, you know, I become extraordinarily emotional, and it's hard for me to say out loud because of the atrocities that were done in the name of racism that you and I are living under today. If you don't understand that the laws and the way you're treated is based on slavery, then I will be the first person to be happy to educate you to the facts. The unedited version of history is very hard to accept. And that is why there's so much pushback in schools right now. And originally, and just so you guys know, this is not critical race theory. I'm not pro critical race theory at all. Not even kind of. I don't think that someone's born privileged and the other person's not born privileged. And at the outset of that, that's what that is. But what this is the truthful history, not a lie.
No. Will you stop getting the idea of what critical race theory is from fucking Fox News, Chille? There are lots and lots of problems with critical race theory, but it is not what you just described it as.
And I won't lie to you because I get fact checked on everything I say or do. So when John Brown was killed, and John Brown, so he's captured in Harper's Ferry, and him and his son are captured, and they kill his son, but they keep him alive because he's a major icon throughout the country. And so they hold him according to the laws of what was at the time, and I don't want to misspeak here. They had to hold him for 30 days. And when they held John Brown for 30 days, he started to write letters, and he started to put down on paper what he was thinking and feeling, and he started to get those sent out. And so
they held him for his trial.
And it took 30 days for that to occur?
His trial and his execution. I don't think it was 30 days. I think it was about 14, actually.
I had no idea that John Brown was Fort Sumter.
He wasn't.
I think just checking.
It was at Harper's Ferry.
Yeah, he was talking about Harper's Ferry.
But I thought the Civil War kicked off at Fort Sumter, but I'm not a historical student like Chille, so I don't know.
No, Fort Sumter was the first action of the Civil War.
That's true.
But
First battle of Civil War was Manassas or Bull Run, depending on which side you were referring to it from.
But really, the Civil War had been rumbling on already by that point for at least a couple of years. I mean, there's all the stuff with Bleeding Kansas, and essentially it was a war but in all but name, and it didn't have armies. It just had roving gangs of lunatics from both sides.
So by the time he was hung in the gallows, and when he was taken to be murdered, he did not weep. He was Braveheart for America. And so then when we got his body,
Braveheart was a fucking movie.
No,
it was a Scott.
Braveheart for America would have been Washington.
Or one of the Oh, who was it that his last words at his execution during the Revolutionary War was his one regret was that he only had one life to give?
Oh shit!
That would be America's William Wallace, in my opinion. Patrick Henry.
And had a funeral for him.
Only thing
Frederick
is,
Douglass.
there's one problem
Nathan
stopping
Hale.
any of them being William Wallace. They were successful.
True.
William Wallace lost.
Was it Nathan Hale, Hank?
I thought Hank just said it was Patrick Henry.
That was one of the names given. I got to look to make sure.
I thought it was Nathan Hale. I just lost words.
Did his eulogy, and here's the words. This is only about a 2-minute speech, and I'll read it to you. Today we gather here to pay tribute to a man who will forever be remembered as the champion of freedom and an unwavering warrior in the fight against slavery. We come together to honor the life and legacy of John Brown. As we reflect his remarkable journey, I stand before you, Frederick Douglass, humbled by the opportunity to eulogize a man who embodied the very essence of courage and dedication to the cause of justice. John Brown was not just a man, he was a force that surged through the veins of this nation, challenging the very foundations of a system built on dehumanization of our fellow human beings. He possessed an idiomatable spirit, unyielding in his pursuit of liberty and unrelenting in his belief that the time for action.
Does he mean indomitable?
Possibly.
Fucking idiot. Yeah, it's me that's eating.
Had come. John Brown understood that mere words were
and jacket potato and gravy. I was hungry.
Not enough, and that the shackles of slavery could not be broken by hands of those courageous enough to wield the sword of justice. That the shackles of slavery could only be broken by the hands of those courageous enough to wield the sword of justice. In the annals of history, John Brown's name will forever be intertwined with the pages that detail the struggle for emancipation. John Brown's fervor was not limited to speeches or intellectual discourse. It manifested in its tireless effort to liberate those bound by the chains of slavery. His raid on Harper's Ferry, though met with immediate defeat.
Apparently, it's just been outed that we are watching Chille. Too Chille.
Oh no.
He's so sad.
So sorry, not sorry. And yeah, all this is really nice, saying all this is about Frederick Douglass, saying all this nice shit about John Brown. You also do know that Frederick Douglass also said John Brown was a fucking idiot going on a suicide mission that would turn the country against them all. That's what he said to John Brown when John Brown asked him to go on the mission with him. Get the feeling somebody was just blowing a bit of smoke with his eulogy.
Sounds about right. True chaos. Hey, Alan.
Alan.
Oh, wait. Steve!
Defeat ignited a fire in the hearts of countless men and women, propelling them to join the fight against oppression. John Brown's actions sent shockwaves across the nation. He challenged the moral consciousness of a society that had become complacent in the face of unspeakable cruelty. His radical methods.
I thought this was supposed to be his own history, not something he's reading from the internet.
Yeah, but no. Also, John Brown was actually an idiot.
Okay. How's that?
He almost guaranteed that the Civil War would happen. Morons like him from both sides forced the Civil War. Up until these idiots started doing these stupid things that inflamed everybody, there was still hope of negotiating. Instead, how many Americans had to die? Because a bunch of jackasses decide to take things into their own hands?
Mm-hmm.
May have been controversial, but they served a poignant reminder that true change often requires sacrifice and a willingness to challenge the status quo. While some may question the tactics employed by John Brown, no one can doubt his unwavering commitment to the abolitionist cause. He understood that the path to justice is rarely an easy one, and that the progress often necessitates the upending of established norms. John Brown knew the risk he faced, and yet he persisted. He saw beyond the confines of his own morality, recognized that the struggle for freedom was larger than any one individual. Today, we stand at the precipice of a new era. We must not forget the lessons imparted upon John Brown. His life reminds us that the fight for justice requires unwavering dedication, unyielding conviction, and the willingness to sacrifice for the greater good. John Brown's spirit lives on in the hearts of those who refuse to accept the chains of oppression and who strive to create a more equitable and just world. Let us remember John Brown not only for the audacious actions, but also for his enduring legacy. Let us honor his memory by continuing to fight against injustice in all its forms. Let us be inspired by the unwavering commitment and the channel his indomitable spirit was navigating the challenges that lie ahead. Let me read it again. Let us be inspired by his unwavering commitment and channel his indomitable spirit as we navigate the challenges that lie ahead. We may never forget the name John Brown, a man whose life serves as a testament to the power of conviction and the unstoppable force of singular vision. And we bid farewell to this remarkable soul. May his legacy continue to inspire for generations to come. And, if, you read those words and you start to say, am I doing enough? Am I worried about dying more than I'm worried about making this a more just country? So those were Frederick Douglass's words for John Brown. And then now let me go back to over here. So now as we come down.
Do you know who had a real problem with John Brown and thought he was a giant jackass and a pain in his ass?
Go on.
Abraham Lincoln. He wasn't such a big fan. And this has anything to do with June 19th because...
Julie said so.
Uh-huh. Despite the fact this happened at the very opening bits of the Civil War and Juneteenth happened at the very end.
That blackface in the middle of that screen there.
That's Jim Crow.
That is it.
Mm-hmm. That's actually where they took the common name from the laws from.
No, I know who he was, yeah.
I don't actually think, or at least it's not listed on there, he hasn't actually bothered to put Juneteenth on his poster.
Down the history of time, as you know, when the Dred Scott ruling passed, this is what was the catalyst for John Brown to want to attack and begin a real war in what was called Bleeding Kansas. So there's some, what was his name again? His name, the man who started blackface. If you guys are unfamiliar with blackface, I believe his name, they called him Daddy. That was his name. He was Dartmouth Rice. Okay, there you go. My brain's kicking back in here. This man's name was Dartmouth Rice. And if I come down here, from 1830 until 1864, right here, Dartmouth Rice did an act called Jim Crow. And this is how we get the Jim Crow era. So this man donned a blackface and he did what was called minstrel acts, where he pretended like he was the black guy on the set. You can look up minstrel acts on YouTube and watch what a minstrel, M-I-N-S-T-R-E-L, a minstrel act. And so what Dartmouth Rice did was he created the John Brown image of a black man who was a bumbling, feeble-minded fool, who was a drunk and, of course, a slave. And so he did this act where he would act as though he couldn't drink water, he couldn't walk straight. A lot of the stuff that Steve Martin did later was really kind of a replica of Dartmouth Rice. And so when he donned a blackface, he became...
Alrighty then. Are you basing Steve Martin solely upon his work in the movie The Jerk?
I'm not sure he actually knows who Steve Martin is.
Good night, Grip Guy. I think he's saying minstrel, not menstrual, Warren.
It's Chille.
Rich and famous from 1830 till 1864. Of course, when the Civil War is going to begin in 1865, he puts the act away and he disappears from society. But the damage was done. And so when you hear about the Jim Crow era, what does the Jim Crow era mean? The Jim Crow era is right Plessy versus Ferguson. So Plessy versus Ferguson is what creates legal racial segregation. And let me go back. I don't want to go forward. I'm going to get to Juneteenth. So then right here, as we get to it, in 1865, slavery is going to be abolished with the 13th Amendment. But what a lot of people don't know is we're already in a civil war in 1864. The Civil War has already begun. Now, it may be listed.
What do you mean people don't know?
I'm sorry.
It's kind of quite famous. How can people not know?
Good with 1.5.
Mm-hmm.
But the Civil War began in 1860, 1859, because when Dred Scott passed, you see, just so you guys know, I can be looking at the history of the United States of America and I can misspeak. It's pretty simple. The Civil War is 1861, 1865. So that means it began in 1860. 1857 is when Dred Scott is passed that says that black people are not people, they're property. And so that's going to incense John Brown. And then he's going to go into a place called Kansas that was both a slave state and a free state. And he's going to slaughter 5 predominantly white slave-owning families.
Wasn't.
And just so you guys know,
it was not both a free slave and a slave state. At the time, it wasn't even a fucking state. But hey, good going there, Chille. The whole fighting that was going on and the whole thing of Bleeding Kansas was you had the pro-slavery side arguing that Kansas should be introduced as a slavery state, and the abolitionist side arguing that Kansas should be introduced as a free state. It wasn't a fucking state yet. And they were busy killing each other to decide what kind of state it should be.
I'm all for my German heritage and my Irish heritage. I love it. I love being Colombian. So not everything is horrifically racist. As a matter of fact, I saw on Twitter today there was some KKK members saying some shit, and I reposted it and I said, this is not most people. Most people are not this guy. Most people judge people on the content of their character, not the color of their skin. So I just want to make a clear example here. I can make a mistake as I'm looking at the poster of history. So especially when there's live and there's 300 people watching, you know, it is what it is. Thanks for coming. I appreciate you coming into the room. God bless you. And so then let me open this bad chicken back up. And so now right here from 1861 to 1865, you're going to have the Civil War. And during this time period is when there's going to be Abraham Lincoln is going to become this super prominent figure where he's trying to make deals. He's trying to cut a deal. He's doing everything he can to cut a deal to get rid of these blacks and get them somewhere else, get them put somewhere else, have them delivered to another place, have them go back to Africa. Anything he can do, he is trying to get rid of the blacks here. He's trying.
What? Since when? Since when was Lincoln trying to forcibly deport the blacks from America?
I do remember there's several times in that, well, starting in that time period, there was movements to try and look at a place to send the freed slaves back to send them home. But
you mean Liberia?
Don't remember the details.
Pretty much an American protectorate in Africa, populated by former slaves.
He's making deals with them. He's saying, hey, look, you know, really just go ahead and go. You know, if you go somewhere else, and he's cutting deals with other politicians. And so that does not go very well because the black folks who are here, they're like, you know, this is where I was born. This is where I'm from. I'm American. And at the time, you weren't allowed to read or write if you were black. As a matter of fact, if you were caught learning how to read or how to do math, you would often be lynched or beaten or the dogs would be sicked on you. You know, and just so you guys know, we're all so disgusted with the canine dogs in America. Well, let me just tell you where that happened, where that really began in slavery. When you had the Fugitive Slave Act of 1852. Let me scroll down here a little bit. So right down here, there's a couple things here that you have to know from history that I hope I don't.
No.
Chile, tracking dogs have been used since dogs have been domesticated.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it's not just tracking humans.
A long time before the Americans, America was even on the map.
Miss. So in 1852, right around in here somewhere, if you guys can see that, there was a book written by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Harriet Beecher Stowe. She wrote a book called Uncle Tom's Cabin. And in that book, Uncle Tom's Cabin, what she did is she outlined how horrible it was to be a slave. She gave a perspective that you could only understand from a slavery's position. And so she changed the course of history. And I really should get her on here. I'm sorry I don't have it. I'm sorry I don't have it. And then just to caveat on Frederick Douglass and James and John Brown, you know, they had deep disagreements about how to go about the change. So let me show you this book that if you have not read it and you want to read something, you know, here it is right here. I'm going to pull this up and actually show you the book so you guys can see it. There it is right there. Okay, Uncle Tom's Cabin. And if you want some reading material and you want to read something, you know, this book is it's unreadable. If you're an emotional person who hears of atrocities and treatment of another human being, it's not. I can't get through it. I can't read it. So it's super, super hard to get through. You can thumb through it, but it's super, super hard to get through. So now let me show you that book so you guys can.
There's a surprise.
So
Chille didn't manage to finish the book.
That's fine. So Harriet Beecher Stowe, Uncle Tom's Cabin tells the story of Uncle Tom, an enslaved person depicted as a saintly and dignified, noble, steadfast in his beliefs, while being transported by boat to auction in New Orleans. Tom saves the life of little Eva, the angelical and forgiving young girl, whose grateful father then purchases Tom. So then it goes into some details, and if you really want to get into it, it had a profound effect on the on the attitudes of African Americans in slavery in the U.S. and helped lay the groundwork for the American Civil War. So if you're unfamiliar with this book, and this is back when they were printing at the printing press, and this book was read by hundreds of thousands of people, and it changed the whole tenor of history. It changed everything. And so if you're not familiar with it, this is some really good reading material for you.
Hey, Chille, books are still being printed on printing presses.
One.
And let's go back into our poster, and I'll show you a couple more things that maybe you didn't know, maybe you did. Okay, so now here, so we're going to have a civil war that's going to go from 1861 to 1865, and then we're going to get into Susan B. Anthony and Elizabeth Cady Stanton. But right here, this time period in history is really bleak, really difficult, and the 13th Amendment is passed in 1865 by the North. The 13th Amendment is passed by the North by Abraham Lincoln. It's an executive order essentially called the Emancipation Proclamation. And so the Emancipation Proclamation is what creates the 13th Amendment, is that slavery is abolished in America, unless, of course, you go to prison. And now they're using that in a big way all across our country. So then what happens is...
No.
Prisoners are not slaves.
Not that. The Emancipation Proclamation did not become the 13th Amendment.
Is in 1865, right here, the president is Abraham Lincoln's going to be assassinated. I just want to make sure you guys can see what I'm looking at here. Abraham Lincoln's going to be assassinated, and Andrew Johnson is going to take his position. And when Abraham Lincoln is assassinated in April of 1865, as you can see right here, there's no PA system, there's no internet, nobody knows the announcement. There's no publication put out to, if you're a slave owner and the Civil War is over and the South has lost, there's not a big announcement to the slaves that, hey, they lost and you can leave the plantation now. No. And then you're going to get into indentured servitude and the peonage contracts that we'll talk about in a second. But what happens is, specifically, just so everybody knows, it's far more detailed than that, because June 19th, as you may know, and let me pull this up so you guys can see what I'm reading here. I'm going to read this to you guys so that it's clear. So in 1865, when slavery is finally, wow, you guys, is that what you guys see? In 1865, when slavery is finally abolished, when we finally pass the 13th Amendment, and we finally get it through, then let me read it so you guys can actually get the word for word verbatim of exactly what I'm looking at.
Of course, women didn't do anything worth space on Chille's timeline. He's a misogynistic asshole. And I would like to know how slavery compares to the prison system, when in prison you are able to eat 3 times a day, you have a bed, you get a free education, you can go to college.
I believe you can't be forced into labor in prisons anymore.
It's because of what the 13th Amendment actually says.
Sorry about that. John Brown. There it is. So the general who announced Juneteenth in Galveston is General Gordon Granger. On June 19th, 1865, General Granger arrived in Galveston and read General Order Number 3, which declared that all enslaved people in Texas were now free, known as Juneteenth, marking a significant moment in African American history and the end of slavery in the United States. Juneteenth is now recognized as a day to commemorate the emancipation of enslaved people and celebrate African American culture and achievements. So that's cool, man. I'm glad you came by. Thank you for coming, bro. Appreciate you coming.
Okay.
I hate to see you go, dude. God bless you. But I'm just gonna.
There's the history of Juneteenth.
Also, that's slightly wrong. It wasn't specifically Galveston. It was Galveston Bay. But stop using chat GHB. It's not very good. Becca, in answer to your question about why he kept going on about prison and stuff, it's because the 13th Amendment says neither slavery nor involuntary servitude except as punishment for a crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted shall exist within the United States or any place within their jurisdiction.
Yeah, but I believe since then, I don't think any of the states has mandatory. I don't think prisoners can be forced into labor anymore.
I don't believe they can anymore.
Well, wouldn't the part where it says except where they are imprisoned due to a crime that covers prisons?
It used to,
did,
yeah.
It used to, but I
But
believe it's changed because you used to be able to be sentenced to prison at hard labor, and forced labor was part of your sentence.
But that was only section 1. There is a section 2 to it, which is why it's changed. Section 2 is just Congress shall have the power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation.
Okay.
All right, Sumi.
Good night, Sumi.
Gonna keep it real. Sumi. I'm just gonna keep it real. I'm gonna keep it real. That's what I'm gonna do. So let me help you. Let me help you. There you go, bro. There you go. There you go. So, it's funny because, and just so you know, I dealt with this on TikTok in 2021. When you talk about the real history of our country and the reason why you are not free today, if you're white skinned or brown skinned or Asian skinned or whatever color skin you have, a lot of the reasons why we don't have freedoms, the main reason we don't have freedoms is because of what we allowed to happen, what our fathers, our founding fathers and our fathers before us allowed to happen through the 1800s and the laws that they created with the Taft Court. It's just, these are the facts of history. Now, I wish some of these things were not true, but they are. And so the people, if you can't take the truth, you're probably on the wrong page anyway.
Okay, you weren't called a racist because people couldn't accept the truth. You were called a racist because of the things that you said that had nothing to do with history, like telling a black man to go get on his knees.
Or to go play your bongos or several other things you've told black men to do.
Or racially abusing black men at a George Floyd protest march.
Yep.
I'll miss you. And then getting butthurt because you
But
got
I will not. I will not.
But Chille, no part of this you're teaching is the fucking truth.
I will not be silenced. I will not be. If they delete this profile, I'll create another profile on another platform. I will not stop under any circumstances, under any conditions. So now let me continue to present here some of these things that I know just off the top of my head. There it is right there. Share.
You tried that on Rumble.
All right, great.
Whilst you were on your YouTube ban.
But it didn't work out too well for him.
No one wanted to listen to him.
Yes, Thumper's mom, he was run off of TikTok for being a racist. And there is a lot of stuff that you can still find about the things that he said.
If you want to see a very good synopsis of why he was run off of TikTok, Glober Mom's got a wonderful video on that.
She said, I've never seen anything at a George Floyd protest. Yes, he was chasing down a black man and...
He got filmed doing it. That's why he got on TikTok in the first place. Because over 4 million people saw him and he was branded a white supremacist.
Yeah, he's back on TikTok under a different screen name.
Great. Thanks, Ann. Especially Andrew. We don't stop. Shakur Capital, we do not stop. And so now there's some pretty cool things in history here that you may not be aware of. Let me make sure you guys can see me over here. And so now over here, here's what's going to happen. So 1865 is going to happen, and that's going to be your 13th Amendment right here. See that? See how the 13th Amendment lines up with 1865? There it is right there. And then your 14th Amendment is 1868 here, and then your 15th Amendment is going to be 1870. So this time period of history right here, 1865 to 1876, when Rutherford B. Hayes, this time period right here, this is known in the history of our country as the time we were going to do what's called Reconstruction. Reconstruction is where we're going to reconstruct the country based on everybody being free and everybody having the same inalienable rights that are gifted to us from God at birth. This doesn't go so well, though. This becomes a real hard time in American history. And these two white women here, Susan B. Anthony and Elizabeth Cady Stanton, these two women were the first feminists. And as you guys know, I'm not real big on feminism. I would like the family unit, but there's women who are better executives than me, better wrestlers than me, better fighters than me, better business people than me. So, you got to say that kind of tongue in cheek, because for some women, I think that they thrive in the business world and in the professional world. But I think our birth rate is the reason why I'm kind of like, we should try to get back to a nuclear family as quickly as we can. But what happens here is in 1865, when slavery is abolished right here, then the big problem is that in a democratic republic or a constitutional republic, that's what we are. We're not a democracy. We are a republic. What happens here is that you'll get people who can outvote you because it's going to be popular rule. Well, right back here, slavery was still really popular with people in the North and the South. People really didn't want to get rid of slavery, but it was just such a horrible abomination that eventually we got rid of it through a civil war where hundreds of thousands of people died. Some estimates are up to 1.5 million. I've heard as low as 600,000. But the truth is that it was horrible because back then they were killing people hand to hand with knives and bayonets, and really a bad time. And so Susan B. Anthony she's trying to get the right for women to vote.
In wars today? Are you that naive?
Man has been killing man since man has existed.
Yeah, but this fucker doesn't think that you still, in a modern day war, will be killing people with knives and bayonets.
We'll be killing each other with whatever's tools are available.
Yeah.
Really, Michelle, how many people can he offend in one sentence? What happened?
Becca, what do you do?
Nothing.
Or did YouTube already take his live down?
I don't know. Let me check. Hold on. Stop sharing.
Oh no, Curry T. There have been wars that have been hugely positive for humanity.
For some reason.
What did you break?
Nothing. I lost internet connection on my laptop. We're an hour and 4 minutes into the video, so
Please don't make us watch it again.
I'm sorry?
Please don't make us watch it again, as we will just have to brutally murder you with knives and bayonets.
Did Danny ever get a hold of you?
Yes.
Good.
We've been talking back and forth today, so. What did I say, an hour and 5 minutes into the video?
Yep.
These figureheads were. And they're super important. So if you take a look at the poster right here, you guys see that you see where blackface is. Just above blackface,
way behind,
is a man named William Lloyd Garrison, because he was being denied the right to vote, and he didn't win until the 1965 Civil Rights Act. So then you guys maybe you haven't heard of the 1911 Sullivan Act. The 1911 Sullivan Act is what
Did we already
created
cover this?
the laws we have today.
No.
The 1911 Sullivan Act says that only the governor of New
I
York
did.
can issue a gun permit, and so he issued 25.
Unfortunately, he's still alive, so.
And a very famous guy named Donald Trump Sr. was the case is going to be based on the aftermath of the Colfax massacre, which is going to occur in Louisiana, 1873. Remember earlier we were looking at that, and I kind of was like, there's so much going through my brain. The emotional of
I'm trying to find the
reviewing
timestamp.
that
Go back.
documentary.
To
And
what? I'm sorry.
Jeez. What does go back normally mean?
Go back in time? Or to where I was before? Because I'm trying to figure out the time.
Never mind, Becca.
You're ahead of where we're ahead of where you had stopped, I think.
Just had last 2 years ago when they were trying to mandate things to us. They mandated that the cops could search your car under exigent circumstances right here. The 1925 exigent circumstances
Don't
clause.
listen.
This is how they can search your.
I went back to where I was the first time I clicked. We're an hour and 5 minutes into the video. It's 152 minutes long now. What timestamp should I put it at?
It should be about minus 44. Yeah, minus 44-ish.
Learn who the presidents were. You could learn who these figureheads were. I mean, and they're super important. So if you take a look at the poster right here, you guys see that you see where blackface is. Just above blackface and to the right is a man named William Lloyd Garrison.
The bit where I asked you to go back
I'm in the StreamYard. This man right here wrote a publication from 1835 to 1865 called the Liberator newspaper, which was known as kind of like the first black newspaper, but it was really a paper for abolitionists. And William Lloyd Garrison was shouted down, avoided being lynched numerous times, had death threats, actually faced people trying to kill him because of his unwavering stance on abolishing slavery. And so now let's get into some of the laws that were created for black people that, or in the name of prohibition, that are still around today. And a lot of these laws that I'm going to go over right now were created by the Supreme Court. And so, you know, I was just talking about the three branches of government. So if we take a look over here on the upper right-hand side, it says the executive, the congressional, and the judicial branches of government. You see that over there. So who makes law? Does anybody here know who makes law? Does anybody know who makes law? Does anybody know that?
Legislative branch.
Does anybody know who makes law? Who signs law into effect? How does a law? Yeah, the law. The laws were created by SCOTUS, which are not supposed to make law.
No,
so if you know who I'm talking about,
don't. SCOTUS does not create laws, Chille. They interpret existing laws, and their decisions can be used in future interpretation of law, but they don't create law.
The Congress draft new legislation and it's signed by the president, right?
What?
What did you say, Shuggy?
Congress drafts the laws and they go to the president for final signature.
do you know who makes law? I'm looking in the comment section to see. The Supreme Court does not make law. The Supreme Court's sole function is to review law to see if it goes against our constitutional rights. So we have a constitution, which is the rule of law. If you've ever been here before, especially in the early 2020, what I teach is rule of law. So someone said Congress will write law, and then the executive of the state signs the law, or the executive of the state can veto the law. So let me go
if
over
they
this
veto
everybody
it,
here.
then the legislature can overrule him.
So
He's
the
an
three
idiot.
branches of government are set up so that the congressional branch of government, which is supposed to be the strongest branch of
Which
government,
doesn't
they will
exist.
write laws based on what the people want, based on their different states for
What? It
federal.
doesn't exist.
They have laws that
All right.
protect them.
There is no congressional branch of government.
No.
Legislative.
Mm-hmm.
The federal government will protect them. Essentially, laws are supposed to be created to uphold our rights because we don't want to kill each other, so we all have to live under the rule of law. So Congress will write law, or the representative, they're called a Republican. The Republican representative, Republican means representative. And so Congress will write a law. And then
No. When they put rep, it doesn't mean Republican. It means representative.
executive will sign the law into effect. That could be the executive of a state or the president. Then the judicial, the Supreme Court and the federal court, what their job is specifically is to make sure that the law is constitutional, that it follows, that it respects the Bill of Rights and the rule of law, which is really going to be established in the 1803 case of Madison versus Marbury, that the Constitution is the rule of law, and anything that goes above it or below it will be wiped out because of the supremacy clause. So that's
Gene, every time he asks a question, can he get any dumber? That's just Chille's. Next words out of Chille's mouth is "hold my beer."
True.
That's the Supreme Court's sole function, is to make sure that our rights are upheld. That's what they're for. So now you know the answer. Now you can tell people that your congressman writes law, and then it goes through a series of steps. First it gets submitted, then it goes into gets put on a desk or whatever, then it goes into committee, into a small committee, and then it can go out to be voted by the entire congressional panel, and then it can be shelved by the Speaker of the state or the Speaker of the House. And then once the House of Representatives will all agree on the law, then the law goes to the Senate, which is a different part of the congressional branch. As you know, it's split down the middle, the House on one side, the senators on the other.
No
So the
such
House
thing. Doesn't matter how many times you say it, Chille, there is no such thing as the congressional branch.
He's got
I know
the
they do
basic.
have some helpful cartoons for this, Chille.
Yes, and Congress and Senate is not split down the middle.
It's a bicameral system.
Well, there's many more congressmen than there are senators.
What is 635 versus 100? I think, isn't it? I can't remember.
Somewhere in there.
will get that law written, get it all up to snuff. Then they send it to the senators. The senators then alter the law, or they'll change the law, omit parts, add parts. And then after both the House and the Senate agrees on this law, or they don't agree on it, but as soon as it gets to a point where they can present the law, then they put it to a vote on the floor. And then if the vote goes through, then that bill will be sent over to the President of the United States. So it goes from here over to here. After the bill is written,
he is looking down. He's not looking at his camera. He is not reciting from memory. He's reading what somebody wrote him.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Justin. 455. Sorry, my bad.
And he's still not getting it correct.
He's getting it so badly wrong.
It's probably because it's delete clips typing at the bottom of the screen.
To sign it or to veto it. And so, what's the most famous veto in American history? Does anybody know? What is the most famous veto of America? Oh, shoot, you guys couldn't see that. What is the most famous veto of American history? Anybody? Anybody? I will wait.
There have been
I will
several.
wait. The most famous veto was when Woodrow Wilson vetoed prohibition, which was called the Volstead Act of 1919. And the Volstead Act was vetoed by Woodrow Wilson, and Woodrow Wilson said that it will create.
Not the most famous, but okay, he did actually veto it.
Go back in the older videos from January through March, Carrie. You can find those.
A prison state in America if we try to ban alcohol. And he was exactly correct. In my estimation, from the small amount of history that I know, I believe that it is one of the most important vetoes in U.S. history, and it was. So now let me go back to the poster and I'll explain it a little bit further. Sorry, you guys couldn't see that.
Try any time before March 15th.
That I didn't know you guys couldn't see it. I got to pop back over a little more often. So once again, just to be clear here, Congress writes the act, the House puts the act into effect, and then the Senate reviews it, and then they finish the bill how they want to get it. Then it goes to a vote on the floor. Then it goes up to the president. The president can sign it or veto it. And then after the president signs it or vetoes it, he signs it. Then the judiciary, the Supreme Court, can decide whether or not that law is constitutional based on the exact Bill of Rights.
No, they can't. Someone has to take a case to the Supreme Court. They can't just go, yeah, that law's not constitutional.
He's got it so fucking badly wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Not even close.
And the civil liberties that we're born with based on this. Does this violate your First Amendment right to speech? Does this violate your right to be free in your person, houses, papers, and effects? Does this violate your right to due process? The 5th and the 14th Amendment. So that's how it works. And earlier, so then in 1803 down here, Marbury versus Madison, this is going to establish that the rule of law, the base of all law is the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. And that is protected by the Supremacy Clause, that nothing can go above it and nothing can go before it. This is the rule of law as we know it today, and whatever there was before does not matter. Now, that's of course in theory. And so now you know how a law is written, now you know how a law is passed, and now we can get into a little more difficult things. So now these are the cases that have completely upended your freedom. Cruikshank versus United States, 1876.
I want to know.
So after
why,
there was just,
when he had the amendments listed there, but he'd given them his own titles.
Mm-hmm.
Why is the 7th $25?
What is the amendment?
The right to jury trial.
Thank you. Cracker Rob, don't even try and think about what he's saying. Just ignore the whole fucking lot. He's wrong.
And 10th being the power to the people?
I just don't get how you get from the right to jury trial to $25.
Maybe Chille thinks that's how much it costs? It is Chille after all.
True.
Good night, Janice.
Good night, Janice.
Guys, I need to run as well and get this hotel open. I can't hear all this fucking dumb. It's so wrong. Thanks for having me up. Good night all. Enjoy forgetting all you've ever learned from the past and listening to Chille. And we'll see you all. I'll see you all later on. Thanks so much. Take care.
Good night, Shaggy.
Good night, Shaggy.
A horrible rash of lynchings throughout the United States of America. What happened was, one second. I'm just taking a note here so that I can come back to this. I have something else I want to talk about. So, you know, and this isn't just any case. You know, this case is going to be based on the aftermath of the Colfax massacre, which is going to occur in Louisiana, 1873. Remember earlier we were looking at that, and I kind of was like, there's so much going through my brain. The emotional of reviewing that documentary. And so the massacre in 1873 in Colfax involved a violent clash between white supremacists and black people. And the case revolved around the interpretation and the application of the 14th Amendment from 1868. And of course, we all know that the 14th Amendment grants us all equal protection under the law and due process. And this is a really big thing.
Baby girl, Google would give him better information than us.
To understand. Because in the Cruikshank case,
Baby girl,
defendants
I think I know the site
of a
you went
white
to get this information.
Hello. Night, Carrie.
I think Wikipedia would give him better information than he uses.
Mm-hmm.
mob had attacked and killed, you know, hundreds of blacks.
No
And
problem,
the defendants were
Kirti.
charged. They weren't charged. Here's the worst part of
Good night,
Cruikshank
Kirti.
is that the people who did the lynching and the killing, they weren't charged with murder. They were charged with violating the 1870 Enforcement Act. It's not on the poster, but that's that. So there's a bunch of enforcement acts from 1865 until, I mean, they just keep on passing them to try to get rid of the KKK and lynchings, but it didn't work. So the Supreme Court is unanimous in this. And let me just show you. So
lynchings were around before the KKK.
Mm-hmm. 1876 is Cruikshank, and then you go up here, and so this is going to be, I believe his name is John D. Waite. I believe it's the Waite Court. I'm pretty sure it's because 1876. Yeah, I think it's John D. Waite, but I could have made a mistake. Whatever. And then down here, as you'll see, this is the Colfax Massacre of 1873, and that's why you have these really long lines here around 1873 during the Colfax Massacre. But the thing about Cruikshank that everybody has to understand is that there are parts of Cruikshank that are still in effect today. So when the court, when the Waite Court determines that the application of equal protection under the law, that it only applied to state actions and not to the actions of individuals. So in other words, the state, someone who's employed by the state, a cop or a governor, you know, they're the ones who are bound to equal protection under the law, but not people. A federal law that doesn't apply to individuals within a state. The Supreme Court would go on to say that, and Cruikshank I studied in such great detail. And so when you really understand it, you understand that the Cruikshank holding made it so that it disallowed the federal government the authority to punish individuals for violating the civil rights of other people. So I mean, just understand that was the time that the states were using the 10th Amendment, saying, no, you guys don't have the power to punish individuals in our state. And then the state said that individual rights against private acts of violence were primarily the responsible of states and not federal. I mean, and this greatly limited the federal government to do anything, and it's significantly weakened the.
Star was asking if you saw his question.
Who?
Hank.
What's the question, Dave? Raven? How far up is it?
Federal government to protect black people. And then this was happening, you know, during the time when Reconstruction was supposed to be happening. And so essentially Rutherford B. Hayes is going to come in and he's going to completely end Reconstruction. And so when you really understand the damages that Cruikshank did, you understand that this is one of the most dangerous laws in U.S. history. And so then as we go through here, so Pace versus Alabama down here, this is what made the law that you weren't allowed to date blacks or Mexicans. 1883 Pace versus Alabama. And I believe the guy's name was Orlando Pace, and he married, or was cohabitating with a woman named Mary Cox. Can't remember if he was lynched or not. I can't remember. But and then you're going to get the 1896 case of Plessy versus Ferguson, which is going to create legal racial segregation. And so just like Terry versus Ohio of the era today and the Terry era, the 1896 Plessy versus Ferguson holding created legal racial segregation. And this is where you're going to get the term Jim Crow laws. Jim Crow laws are going to be based on Dartmouth Rice's depiction of black people. And what does that mean? We don't want black people voting in our elections because they're Jim Crow, a feeble-minded, bumbling, drunk slave. That's why it's called Jim Crow, because of his act. This man created what was called the Jim Crow laws in the Jim Crow era. with his act, dressing up with blackface. So
he did not.
Now let me get into where you really.
And hey, since Chille won't give you historical context, do you know what the Colfax massacre and that was all about? Election fraud.
And Raven, the answer was I was moving the video from Irish Demon. I accidentally privatized when I was privatizing some other videos to limited Chille's ability to privacy or to a copyright strike. It must have redropped it after when I brought it back from private to public.
They start to understand how a lot of the laws were created based on Plessy versus Ferguson here. So there's a couple holdings here that really devastated our country. Barrera College versus Kentucky. And this was where a Democrat named Carol Day, she sued Barrera College and said, you can't teach little black kids and little white kids in the same school. And so then they actually won the case and Barrera College had to segregate. And that's what created the cooties thing where you couldn't swim in the same swimming pool as a black person or you'd get cooties. And then Giles versus Harris and Giles versus Teasley.
There you go, Stevie.
Is that where that came from?
It does not sound right.
I thought that had to do with, you know, girls gave you cooties. Or boys did, depending on which gender you were.
I just remember the game when I was a kid.
I don't see. There's Giles versus Harris here. This is where, what was his name? His name's Giles. And he sued twice to get the right to vote because he was being denied the right to vote. And he didn't win until the 1965 Civil Rights Act. So then you guys, maybe you haven't heard of the 1911 Sullivan Act. The 1911 Sullivan Act is what creates the gun control laws we have today. The 1911 Sullivan Act says that only the governor of New York can give you a gun permit. And so he issued 25,000 gun permits. And a very famous guy named Donald Trump Sr. was one of the guys who got a permit to carry a gun in New York City. The 1911 Sullivan Act is the model that we live under today for a concealed carry. You used to have to get permission from the president of the police bureau to have a gun. That is the same exact thing that we live under today. And what is the 1911 Sullivan Act based on? Racism. They didn't want black people coming into the urban areas of the North and carrying guns. This 1911 Sullivan Act that strips your gun rights is 100% based on racism. And you can find this out on my website by getting the Racist Origins of Gun Control Part 1 or Part 2. And so then as you keep going here, so now these are going to be the Harrison Act, which is going to be the Pharmaceutical Act. I don't want to get into that right now, but I want to get into Carroll versus United States. So as you guys, I said earlier, right down here, you're going to see right here, this is Woodrow Wilson. Woodrow Wilson is going to be given the Volstead Act in 1919, which will become the 18th Amendment that's going to ban alcohol. And he's going to veto it. And he says, if we pass banning alcohol, you're going to create a prison state. So we go from just around 40,000 people in prison. And yes, they were mostly blacks. And then, but a big white population too. And then it's going to 5 times, what is that? 5 times the prison. Now we're going to have over 200,000 people by 1933. Because you couldn't lynch all the cops who were doing all the bootlegging. So during this time period, when each one of these lines is, this is 0 people, this is 100,000 people, this is 200,000 people in prison on the prison graph right over here. There that is right there. So this is 0, 100,000, 200,000, and it'll just continue to go up. But when Woodrow Wilson vetoes prohibition, Congress, remember, once the executive vetoes or signs a law, then Congress has the right to veto, to override his veto with 2/3 of the vote of Congress. So they override Woodrow Wilson and say, no, we're going to pass the prohibition of alcohol, which is led by William Howard Taft. And so, piece of shit. And so I just hate the guy beyond the pale. And so then that's where you're going to get the 1925 Carroll versus United States. That's where so your car can get searched today. And this is not based on racism. This is based on prohibition, on a mandate. Similar to what we just had last 2 years ago when they were trying to mandate things to us. They mandated that the cops could search your car under exigent circumstances right here. The 1925 Exigent Circumstances Clause. This is how they can search your car illegally today. Carroll versus United States is still on the books today. And in that act, they called it the automobile exclusionary rule because the FBI was poisoning alcohol so that people would die from drinking alcohol. Because if you had a bottle of alcohol, it became exigent circumstances. Then there could be a loss of life. If the cops say they're in hot pursuit of you or they need to seize the illegal alcohol out of your car, that's an exigent circumstance. Put a 1 in the chat if you understand that the exigent circumstances clause is alive and well today. That's exactly what's happening today. We are living under the 1925 Carroll Doctrine. That's still going on today. Who did that? The Supreme Court did. The people who are supposed to uphold our civil liberties passed it that a cop on the street.
Yeah, because if you have an open container or you're drunk in a car, of course they can search to see if there's more alcohol in there. Makes sense.
Or they smell the smell of marijuana. People who smoke marijuana, myself included, go nose blind to how much it actually smells.
Can just pull you over if the circumstances are exigent and then search your car. And which court is that going to be? The William Howard Taft Court. This is what's going to give you cultural context or conceptual analyses on exactly the history of America and how it all works together. William Howard Taft, who's going to go over to the Philippines after the War of 1899, and he's going to set up Filipino internment camps, concentration camps, grape camps, murder camps. But William Howard Taft cannot break the spirit of the Filipinos, and he loses. And then he's got to come back, of course, and run for president because William Howard Taft is the only person in U.S. history to be both Supreme Court Justice and President of the United States. And he's going to be President of the United States after he comes back. So they want him to run against Theodore Roosevelt. They actually want him to run against William McKinley. But William Howard Taft, over in the Philippines, he can open up those graper camps for the Filipino women. And there's so much raping of Filipino women from the William Howard Taft administration who set up rape camps over there that in the 1965 Immigration Nationality Act right here, which is going to be written by John F. Kennedy and then passed by Lyndon Johnson after John F. Kennedy is dead. The Immigration Act is going to say that if you have a shred of DNA in you that is American blood, that you can come over to the United States. Now, what they were trying to get was the Irish, trying to get the Irish to come over here because Kennedy, I believe, was Irish. And instead, what happens is there's a great big influx of Filipinos.
In 1965, we really didn't go by DNA back then.
Nope. What they meant was if you had American relatives.
Didn't we already go over Taft in the Philippines, that he was actually trying to gain their trust and include them in the politics and whatnot? Didn't we already go over that before?
Yep. We've gone over most of this war before. It's all bullshit.
In 1965 Immigration Act, it's because William Howard Taft had set up those grape camps over there, and there were so many babies born from American soldiers that's how we have such a large Filipino contingency in America today. Which, if you guys don't know me very well, I had a Filipino girlfriend for a number of years.
It's really not.
I'm not going to go into my personal history because too many people are up in my business, but I had a Filipino girlfriend for years. So I love Filipinas. I'm super happy that she was here and that happened, but it happened because of William Howard Taft and the atrocities that he put upon the Filipino people in the 1899 war. And so that's, you're just, you can get the poster on deletelaws.com. If you would, DLZ Clips, put the link for the poster in there. It's, I'll put it right here. But, listen, there's a one on indestructible paper, one is laminated, and one is a $25 digital poster. But I prefer the one that is not laminated. I prefer the indestructible one, and I make $20 on that. That's how much I make. Just so you know, most of the cost of your poster goes into the printing of the poster and the shipping of the poster. And I did this when I went on TikTok Rick Rock because
hang on, he just said he makes $20 on this.
Yeah, isn't that the one that's for $100? The one that's not laminated, indestructible?
Uh-huh.
I think I looked it up earlier, and it's like 130 or 140 for the laminated one.
Yeah.
If he's only making $20 off of that,
he needs a new printer.
He's lying.
And shippers.
I'm not trying to gouge people, but the cost of what it prints in California and ships, it costs about $100. But the digital poster is $25, and I'll reduce that if a lot of people want to get it. And so
shipping is the sick.
He's saying
shipping up.
I think he said shipping and printing is about $100. And printing, I can get printed laminates at the local Office Depot for a plotting of one of the big poster size laminated prints for around $20, I believe.
Then you can roll that bad boy up, stick it in a mailing tube, and ship it out for what, $10-15 maybe?
I mean, maybe $30 if you're overnighting it.
You know he ain't overnighting it.
So, so that was a direct reflection of what William Howard Taft did. And so, you know, and these are all still reflections of when we had abolished slavery. So if I go a little more into detail in Plessy versus Ferguson, there's a couple more cases that you have to know about that create legal racial segregation, which is the reason why we have what's called a black criminal class in America. And the reason is because the 1926 case of Corrigan versus Buckley. And in Corrigan versus Buckley, this says that you cannot sell your home to a Mexican or a black, or you're breaking the law. It was called a racial covenant in your mortgage. And if you tried to do it, now this is going to be overturned. I believe it's going to be, was it Shelley versus Kramer? I can't remember. I think it's Shelley versus Kramer overturns it just 20 years later or so. But the damage was done. Let me be double sure on that, just so that I can, because I want to make sure it's right. Which case overturned Corrigan v. Buckley? Let's see if my brain. 1926 Corrigan versus Buckley is overturned by which SCOTUS case?
SCOTUS.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that it's Shelley versus Kramer, but I can't remember off the top of my head. It's just, you know, I hate to say that I'm imperfect here, but as you guys know,
you also can't use
I'm
Google.
just doing the best I can, and I'm autodidactic. I didn't learn this in college. I went to college for 4 or 5 years, but I didn't finish. I just ran out of time, money, and patience, and so I learned mostly everything after I finished college. After I finished going to college,
You ran out of time, money, and patience after 4 or 5 years, and he still didn't finish.
and after I was no not graded by the cops, that's when I really began my research, when the internet was actually a thing in 2002. So yeah, so let me finish a couple more things, and then I'll open up for some questions. And so now, as you go down here, Corrigan versus Buckley is going to create that legal racial segregation. If you're unfamiliar with Sinek versus United States, this is where Charles Sinek and his wife Elizabeth Bayer, because there's Elizabeth Cady Stanton and his wife Elizabeth Bayer, they were handing out pamphlets because World War I is going to be 1914 to 1919. I think I have it here. World War I, 1914 to 1918. The war's going to end. And so when they have a draft, Sinek is out there handing out pamphlets that say, you know, slavery's been abolished. You don't have to go to war. He goes to jail. The Supreme Court upholds his espionage conviction, and eventually he's pardoned. But he went to prison for simply handing out pamphlets that said, assert your rights, do not go to war. You are not a slave. So I just want to mention that because, as you guys know, I sell a pamphlet, my trifold. And back in the day, they used to arrest you if you challenged the government with your speech on a pamphlet. It didn't say any violence. It literally said, you are not a slave. The 13th Amendment has abolished slavery. Do not go to war.
It was not overturned. The douche canoe he's talking about with the pamphlets? No, it wasn't overturned. The Supreme Court upheld that he was guilty of breaking the Espionage Act. Unanimously upheld it.
Yes. I mean, the pamphlets were basically telling people they didn't have to abide by the draft.
Yeah. And also telling them that they should forcibly resist the draft.
Sounds like treason.
He was arrested and charged with treason and espionage. And I think he was originally sentenced, or he could have been sentenced to death. I don't want to misspeak it anyway. So now Lum versus Rice, and I believe this is going to be Martha Lum, is going to school in Mississippi, and she wants to go to the white school because remember, Plessy versus Ferguson has created legal racial segregation. And so in Lum versus Rice, Martha Lum, I think she's 10 years old or something, she's Chinese, and she wants to go to school at that white school. But then her case gets all the way up to the Supreme Court. And would you take a guess at who did it? Who said that she couldn't go to school with the white kids? William Howard Taft. William Howard Taft was one of the worst people in U.S. history, and a lot of people don't know what he did. He's such a piece of shit. Such a piece of shit. So, and then Buck versus Bell, this is what's going to create, they can legally sterilize you so you can't have kids. Buck versus Bell still stands on the books today. Who was the champion that tried to get rid of the sterilization process in the prisons? It would have been, could it have been Ruth Bader Ginsburg? And Ruth Bader Ginsburg tried with all of her might to get Buck versus Bell overturned. Not only did she fail, when you fail at the Supreme Court level, they then expanded the parameters of how you could be legally sterilized in the United States of America. She's the devil, he's the devil. They belong right next to each other because they're both devils. People think, oh, he was a champion of freedom. No, he wasn't. Read his holdings. He was terrible. Oh, she's a liberal. No, she was not. She cited in the
I don't believe you can forcibly sterilize somebody. That does not sound legal.
2001 case, in the 2001 case of Atwater versus City of Lago Vista here, this case right here. I mean, this case is what makes it so you can be arrested for anything. You think there's liberal justices and conservative justices? No. Atwater versus City of Lago Vista passed 5-4, saying that you can be arrested for anything. Any infraction of the law done in front of a police officer, you can be arrested for. 5-4, 4 conservatives, 1 liberal. David Souter would write the 5-4 decision that says that you can be arrested for absolutely anything. So I just want to show that liberal and conservative at the Supreme Court level is statist. They're both against you. Howard Blackman, this guy's got a hell of a history. So now, as I'm going to stay back here in the 20s just for a second so we can get into it. So now in the 1920s 28 case of Olmsted versus United States, this is a case that's based on prohibition. And in this case right here in Olmsted versus United States, what you had was, what was his name? Oh, I can't remember his first name. Olmsted was a copper. This guy was a copper right here. What was his name? Anybody gets his first name, you get bonus points. So Olmsted, what he does is he's bootlegging alcohol. He's a Seattle police lieutenant who's bootlegging alcohol from Canada into Washington and Oregon. And he gets caught and gets arrested. Well, how does he get caught? He gets caught because the FBI is wiretapping his phone. Back then, the phone system was real simple. You just had to go into the phone company and say, hey, give me access to the phone line. And you could just listen right in. The FBI had their own whole office in the phone company. The entire office was filled with FBI agents listening in to Olmsted's phone calls, of which he was coordinating bootlegging alcohol. Remember, prohibition's not banned until 1933 with the 21st Amendment. Should be up here. So in Olmsted versus United States, when they listen on his phone calls, he challenges the case and says, hey, listen, what are you talking about? I have a 4th Amendment right. No warrant shall issue but upon probable cause. You didn't have a warrant to listen into my phone. Unreasonable searches and seizures. You can't just listen in on my phone calls. That's my 4th Amendment violation. And that happens in Olmsted versus United States, 1928. So the major holding is going to be written by who? William Howard Taft. And what's William Howard Taft going to say? He literally says, civil liberties be damned. If we catch you breaking the law, we are going to persecute you and you are going to go to prison. Olmsted does go to prison. They uphold his conviction. They take a dozen coppers and put them in prison in the name of a mandate of prohibition. It's incredible what we learned. Oh, so De Jong was one of the first freedom fighters ever. This guy, but he was also had his problems. He was a white supremacist. And so if you want to know about your gun laws are going to be banned in United States versus Miller. United States versus Miller is based on the 1929 St. Valentine's Day Massacre, where cops and gangsters have a war. And listen, history is going to lie to you about United States versus Miller. The cops are deeply involved. They're going to whitewash and cop wash history, but it's not true. I guess not whitewash because this is a cop wash. They washed off the truth. United States versus Miller is based on the 1929 St. Valentine's Day Massacre, and this is where gangsters are murdered by other gangsters, but they're all wearing cop suits. Where'd they get the cop suits, I wonder? From the cops. Who's the biggest swindler of alcohol during the Prohibition era? Right down here. It's the cops. How come there's not more lynchings going on of whites from 1929 to 1933? Because that's why they put them in prison instead of lynching them. You see it right here? There's not very many whites lynched, but if you got caught and you were black with alcohol, you got lynched. They lynched your ass. You think I'm kidding? I'm not. I'm telling you the truth here. The absolute truth. And so this gigantic jump in prison is because they don't want to lynch and murder the Italians and the whites. So the Italians are really a big part of this prison jump. And, to be honest, it's mostly blacks. Again, per capita, it's mostly blacks. So then as you come up here, I could just keep on. I mean, there's so many things here. There's so many things. But if you haven't studied United States versus Miller and you're a big Second Amendment gun rights advocate, you need to get in United States versus Miller. I mean, because it's going to uphold the 1934 National Firearms Act. Because
I thought that was dismissed.
What?
The U.S. versus Miller. Or was it dismissed later?
I can't remember.
I
have reached the limit of my putting up with dumb.
I think I'm there too. Do you want to keep going?
I'm starting to tune him out.
Do you want to bench this and listen to it tomorrow?
Yeah, can do.
Okay.
That sounds like a good plan, actually. What do you think, Hank?
Sounds like a good. I was asking some questions and had my mic muted, but
I think your brain is also starting to melt.
Yes. Not Happy Gilmore. It's
the Happy
Adam.
Guy.
No, the Happy. It's one where he goes back to school.
Mr. Deeds?
No. Something Madison, isn't it?
Billy Madison.
Yeah, Billy Madison.
Billy Madison, that's it.
Yes, the scene of the movie where he tells Billy that what he just said makes no sense and we're all dumber for listening to it.
Yeah.
That scene is going through my head right now.
Before we go.
Why. I've just retreated off to Happy Gilmore's Happy Place.
a chick in a skimpy outfit holding alcohol.
That'll do it.
Somebody requested a funny video, but can we end with an Emily video?
I don't see any problem with that.
When you load up your questions and pick up your sticks and your stone, pretend I'm a shelter for heartaches that don't have a home. Choose the words that cut like a razor, and all that I say is far away. Take your best shot, show me what you got, honey. I'm not afraid. Where I can take it far away. I wish I could say that I've never been here before. But you know and I know that I'll always come back for your love. Might be my damnation. I'll cry to my grave. Far away. Take your best shot, show me what you got, honey. I'm not afraid. Where I can take it far away. Far away. Far away.
Oh, ready. You got anything that you want to put out before we call it a night, Dan?
No, my brain's done.
Becca?
I'm with Dan. My brain's done. Good night, all.
Yep. Good night, everybody. Thanks for coming. And we'll be back tomorrow night. And till then, see y'all later.
Everybody have a wonderful day. It's a wonderful day to have one. Goodbye.